Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
In a world at war with terrorists, America needs a covert last line of defense. A special operations group, unbound by standard rules and procedures, and answerable only to the Oval Office. A team of battlefield commandos and cyber warriors takes the most direct approach, stemming the tide of global terrorism and high crime. As the court of last resort, they handle the dirty work no other government agency can touch. Graphic Audio presents Don Pendleton's Stony Man. Narrated by Terrence Aselford, with performances by Richard Rowan, Jeff Baker, Dylan Lynch, James Lewis, Christopher Graybill, David Coyne, Dolores King Williams, Thomas Penny, Ken Jackson, and Mort Shelby. Stony Man number 45, Star Venture.
Palmdale, California.
Carl Lyons' eyes swept the sun-baked tarmac of the Lockheed Martin Aerospace Complex one last time. The china-blue California sky reflected in his aviator sunglasses. It was another beautiful day in paradise, but Lyons wasn't buying it. He was on the job.
Control, this is Sierra Alpha. Security is go.
Copy, security go. Venture Star is cleared for launch countdown.
Lyons could barely see the launch site east of the main building, but the vehicle on the pad, the Venture Star, was about to take exploration of space into a new era. It was fitting that this revolutionary vehicle was a product of the most advanced aerospace engineering facility on the planet, the famed Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. Lockheed's design team had called itself the Skunk Works since World War II, when workers couldn't even identify their office names for fear of espionage. A worker gave their office the name Skunk Works, after the secret facility in the old comic strip Lil Abner. In the 1960s, Lockheed officially renamed the facility, and it is now the stuff of aeronautical legend. America's first operational jet fighter, the F-80 Shooting Star, had been the first black project. Though it had been too late to see combat in World War II, the pioneering Shooting Star fought the first jet-to-jet dogfights in the Korean War, and its descendants went on to become mainstays of American air power for decades. Following that early leap into the jet age, the Skunk Works kept the lead by creating spectacular aircraft. The F-104 Starfighter was the first fighter to break Mach unity, going straight up. The infamous high-flying U-2 spy plane, the futuristic SR-71 Blackbird spy plane, and the F-117 stealth fighter were all Lockheed products. Now that the Cold War arms race had ended, at least for the moment, the Skunk Works was engaged in its first-ever civilian white project, and it was a spacecraft. The Venture Star was a radical new design and the first of the new generation of space shuttles that would become the workhorses of America's renewed exploration of space. They would carry the materials into orbit to build space stations and resupply it once it became operational. They would also lift the components of the deep space vehicles that would be built in orbit and would finally carry men to Mars. The old space shuttles had kept the dream of interplanetary flight alive, but the Venture Star would make it a reality. The biggest advantage of this new space shuttle over the old Rockwell designs was that it was able to take off and land like any conventional aircraft. Any airport with a runway long enough could serve as a spaceport. No longer would space shuttles need the cumbersome external fuel tanks and solid fuel boosters of the current vehicles. That had been made possible by the new linear aerospike rocket engines that powered the Venture Star. Instead of burning the fuel inside a traditional rocket engine bell, the aerospike engines burned the fuel externally with much greater efficiency. Though the Venture Star was a civilian project, the security surrounding the craft's development had been as tight as for any of Lockheed's military black projects. Nonetheless, there had been problems with the program. Accidents had happened that would have been considered sabotage had they occurred in a military project. When Lockheed's own security force wasn't able to get a handle on the high-stakes problem, The President had asked Stony Man Farm to send in their security experts, Able Team, to give the skunk works a hand. With the increased security, the accident ceased, and the Venture Star was presented to the public with great fanfare only a few months after its original debut date. The President himself attended the rollout ceremony, where he rededicated the nation to the peaceful exploration of space. 3 weeks earlier, the first suborbital flight had gone off without a hitch, and now the new spacecraft was poised to make its first multi-orbital flight. If this too was successful, the Venture Star would be turned over to NASA for further development, and the farm would be able to call it another job well done.
I'll be glad when that damn thing finally gets turned over to NASA so we can be done with this gig and go home.
I'm in no hurry to wrap this up, Iron Man. This place is unbelievable, and I'm having a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's what I'd expect, Gadgets. Hanging out with these eggheads is probably the best time you've had in months.
Years.
Whatever. But remember, we're only here to make sure some wild-eyed fanatic doesn't try to sneak in and plant a bomb in it because he thinks spaceflight is the work of the devil.
You don't have to remind me. You only think about the job, Iron Man. You wanted to get this thing moved away from the public.
Venture Star is too important to be parading about like this. It makes our job that much harder.
Right, but you forget. This is the biggest PR event for NASA in years. What kind of message would hiding its launch send? There's already enough people that think the moon landing is a hoax. They don't need to think this multi-billion-dollar project was just smoke and mirrors.
I'm just saying, there's too many people here. Puts me on edge.
Iron Man, Beagles put you on edge.
Sierra Alpha, we have a code 4.
Shit.
You see? Too many people. Launch Control, this is Sierra Alpha. Request a Code 4 launch hold. Over.
Control, Roger. Security launch hold in effect.
Ready to go?
Always.
Hey, man, get off me! I got right! Ooh.
We caught him coming in behind the bird, sir. He was wearing a company jacket and was carrying a Ford security pass.
Not anymore. Did you need to strip him to his t-shirt and skivvies?
We needed to make sure he didn't have any illicit substances, sir.
How close did he get to the bird?
Not close at all. We nailed him before he got any closer than a quarter mile.
Right. Launch Control, this is Sierra Alpha. I'm releasing the Code 4 security hold.
Control, Roger.
I'm a journalist and I claim freedom of the press! I demand that I be released immediately!
Well, Mr. Media Man, let me give you the facts of life they obviously didn't teach you in journalism school. For the record, you are in violation of the National Security Act, and you are in deep shit.
What are you talking about? I'm an accredited journalist, and I demand that I be allowed to talk to my editor and my lawyer.
You aren't going anywhere or talking to anyone until I say so.
You can't do that to me. I have rights.
Ah. For your information, being in violation of the National Security Act means that I can do anything I want with you until I determine that you are no longer an active danger to this facility. For instance, I don't know that you're not wired with explosives and we're trying to get in close enough to detonate them and destroy the Venture Star. Suicide terrorists are all the rage now.
But I'm not a terrorist. I'm a photojournalist, and I just wanted to get a picture of the aerospike engines.
You're interested in the aerospike engines?
Yes! They're as radical a leap forward as the first jet engine had been in its day. People want to know what their billions of tax dollars have paid for.
Thanks for telling me that. This conversation is being recorded, and you just bought yourself a long prison sentence. You'd have been better off trying to break into a nuclear weapons storage facility. You'd get less time for it.
But I'm a reporter! You can't do this to me!
I can do it to you, as you put it, mister. And I'm going to, in spades. I suggest that you live with it and do everything you possibly can to cooperate with me if you ever want to see the light of day again. Take him to the sickbay. Have the medics give him a cavity search and run him through the MRI. Then bring him to the interrogation center as soon as they're done.
Yes, sir.
But you can't do this to me! I have rights! I have a report!
First score.
Yeah, and if I'm lucky, our last.
Think he was telling the truth?
He purposefully trespassed on federal property, and that's reason enough to detain him. Nothing goes wrong, he'll be let go. But we've still got an hour before launch, and anything can still happen.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
At a remote farmhouse in Virginia's Shenandoah Valley, David McCarter sat with the Stony Man crew watching the countdown of the first orbital flight of the Venture Star. This was downtime for the Phoenix Force warriors, and as McCarter often did, the ex-SAS commando was hanging out at the farm in case there was something useful he could do in his time off. On this day, though, little work was being done around the farm. The entire Sensitive Operations Group staff was taking a break to watch the televised launch of the new spacecraft. Even the black suit security force had been cut to a minimum so the guards could watch the show from their barracks. Aaron the Bear Kurtzman and his computer crew had linked the war room's big screen monitors to both the NASA feed and the Lockheed Martin telecast for a ringside seat to the festivities. Not since the Apollo moon landing days had NASA put on such a dog and pony show for the viewing public. But a lot was riding on this new space shuttle. The old shuttles were still in service, but they were reaching the end of their expected lifespan and would have to be taken offline soon. The continued exploration of space was centered around the ISS, but its success depended upon this new vehicle being able to perform as advertised. After the initial delays in the launching of the space station components when the Russians couldn't meet their deadlines, the program was finally back on track. The old shuttle fleet was being kept busy hauling both the U.S. and European components of the station into orbit, but the Venture Star fleet would replace them as soon as they finished their test flights. Half an hour before the scheduled liftoff, a dark blue Lockheed van emblazoned with the Venture Star logo drove up to the launch platform. The three astronauts who would make the flight stepped out, wearing orange pressure suits and carrying their helmets under their arms. They waved to the cameras and the crowds before taking the elevator up the gantry to the Venture Star's crew hatch. The gleaming white spacecraft sitting in the sun was a completely new sight on a launch pad. It wasn't a traditional rocket, nor did it look like the old Rockwell shuttles America had grown so accustomed to seeing. This spaceship looked like something straight out of a science fiction movie. It was a long triangle, a lifting body it was called, 127 feet long. The nose was blunt, and the cockpit windows were flared into the smooth lines of the upper fuselage. The thickened wedge shape was broken only by two small vertical fins at the base and small swept wings on the sides. Like the old Rockwell shuttles, it sat on its tail for the launch, but it didn't have external fuel tanks or boosters of any kind attached to it. The Rockwell shuttles had always looked as if they had been made up out of bits and pieces left over from other rockets. The Venture Star looked like a true spaceship. All that remained now was to see if it flew like one.
They're ready. Bear, turn it up.
Hold on. Okay.
7, 6, 5, 4. We've gone for main engine start.
Smash it!
Right.
Unlike the space shuttle, the Venture Star didn't sit on the launch stand while billowing clouds of smoke and coolant steam obscured the ground. Almost immediately after the aerospike engines ignited in brilliant flame, the craft rose into the air. Like other conventional heavy launch vehicles, it moved slowly at first, but swiftly accelerated into the blue sky.
Wow, look at that sucker go. You see that, boys? That's how a spaceship's supposed to fly.
The telescopic lens of the TV cameras followed the plume of flame from the aerospike engines until they shut down. When they winked out, the spacecraft was too high to see. Everyone in the room was beaming a smile, even Brignola, around the stub of his cigar. The day-to-day business of America's most secret clandestine operations force required that the Stony Man crew deal with the darkest side of human nature. It wasn't every day that they could witness something so purely good and beneficial for humankind as the rebirth of the exploration of the last frontier.
Ah, bloody good show.
Isn't it just?
With the successful launch of the Venture Star, the Stony Man crew relaxed and enjoyed what was left of the spread the cook had prepared for the launch party.
I'll bet Carl is overjoyed that thing has finally gotten off the ground. Now he can hand the security over to NASA and go back to busting heads.
Though McCarter's Phoenix Force and Lyons' Able Team were two separate entities, they often joined forces. McCarter knew his counterpart well, and Carl Lyons had not been nicknamed Iron Man for nothing. The former LAPD detective was a man of action. Static security work drove him crazy.
Oh, you got that right. And I can tell you he's not the only one who's glad to see the end of this Skunk Works gig. He's had my guys reconfirming FBI and CIA background checks for months now, and it's been boring as hell. I'll be glad to go back to watching the threat board and figuring out where to send your guys next.
Oh, now don't be in too big a hurry to find us any new business. The lads and I are enjoying this little holiday, and I think we've earned it after that business in Turkmenistan the other month.
I'm surprised at you, David. I thought you liked to be out in the bush 100 miles from nowhere.
Though she looked a bit out of place in an organization of warriors, Price was Stony Man's mission controller. Whenever the action teams were sent out, she was the one who made it all possible. It was an unusual job for a woman, but she wasn't just any woman. The blonde's fashion model face and figure contained a steel-trap mind and determination that would put a mule to shame.
Even a most dedicated bushman needs a touch of real civilization now and then. I'm not sure this really qualifies as being called civilization. We're a bit too rural around here for that title.
Hal Brignola was the man behind Stony Man. The Justice Department honcho split his time between Washington and the farm as he passed on the president's orders to his more than top-secret organization. The Sensitive Operations Group was the president's secret muscle, and he called upon them whenever he needed something done that could never be allowed to see the light of day.
Speaking of guys who don't like downtime, what's Stryker doing?
Mac called in yesterday. He had wanted to be here to watch the launch with us, but he got held up. His new ETA is noon tomorrow.
Though Mac Bolan wasn't officially a part of the Stony Man farm operation, he was always welcome to join in on any of their missions. More often than not, when Phoenix Force was called into action, Mac Bolan was with the commandos.
Good. Maybe we'll have time to hoist a pint or two before you send us out again.
Well, the threat board looks clean, so your chances are good. And I might even join you.
You're always welcome.
Palmdale, California.
Until the spacecraft was safely back in its hangar after 10 orbits and 4 hours, Carl Lyons' job wasn't over. But with it in orbit at the moment, there was nothing he could do to guard it, so he took a break. Lyons, Herman Schwartz, and their third team member, Rosario Blancanales, met in the Lockheed Employees Lounge. Shortly after launch, control of the flight had been turned over to the NASA complex in Houston, and the familiar sight of Mission Control once more filled the TV screens. Big screen monitors mounted at both ends of the room displayed the spacecraft's orbital path over a view of Earth from space. It was almost as good a view as actually being up there. Everyone in the lounge was in a terrific mood. Their hard work and long hours had paid off again. The atmosphere was similar to the glory days of the Apollo program, when the United States had been neck and neck with the Russians in a race to the moon. The Russians weren't even in the running now, and America was back in space with the hottest thing that had ever flown. The good old US of A was on top again, and Able Team was proud to have been a part of it. Americans were always happiest when they were winning.
Good coffee.
Kurtzman's coffee has just ruined your standards, Gadget.
Iron Man?
I heard it too. Gadgets, turn on your earpiece.
I repeat, Houston, Venture Star, we have a problem. Houston, go ahead. We are experiencing a problem with one of the APUs. After automatic shutdown, it came back on. It's running erratically. We can't shut it down.
The auxiliary power units were powered up on launch and re-entry to provide power for the aerodynamic control surfaces. Since the control surfaces were useless in the vacuum of space, they were shut down when the main engines were cut off. Since they were fueled by hydrazine, a very explosive fuel, having an APU operating when it shouldn't be could be dangerous.
Houston, we are now showing a fire in the APU hold. Activating fire suppression system now. Houston, roger. Suggest you also activate your backup scrubbers to preserve the CO2 levels. Roger, but I'm not...
Iron Man, do you think... Shh!
This is Mission Control Houston. Our radar reports indicate that the Venture Star has exploded. We are tracking multiple returns at this time.
Iron Man, where are you going?
I've got a prisoner to talk to.
I'm coming with you.
Oh, God, not again.
Aaron Kurtzman instantly switched screens to follow the radar track of the debris of the spacecraft as it re-entered Earth's atmosphere. From the plot he was seeing, it was headed for a watery grave in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Much of it would burn up in re-entry, but hopefully enough would be left so the engineers would be able to find out what had gone wrong. At a time like this, The only thing that helped at all was to search for answers. Brignola drained the last of his coffee without a word before turning to Price.
I'm going back to town. The president will want to talk about this. Get in contact with Lyons and find out if he has anything on his end.
Will do. And Hal?
Yes?
Tell him that we're sorry.
I will.
As had happened after the Challenger disaster, the entire nation went into mourning. Not only had American heroes been lost, but so had the dream of taking the next step in the greatest adventure of all time. Americans had a name for being an adventurous people, but they also had very short memories. Once upon a time, Americans had pushed the boundaries in every endeavor that they encountered. First, they conquered their own continent. Then they went on to explore the farthest reaches of the planet. From the most remote mountains to the depths of the seas, Americans had gone to see what was there. And once the planet was explored, they had gone to the last frontier, space. Now that America was the world's richest and most powerful nation, it was as if the national thirst for adventure had been shut off with a switch. 3 days later, a presidential-style funeral was held in Washington, D.C. for the fallen astronauts. The Army's Old Guard solemnly marched down Pennsylvania Avenue, escorting 3 black riderless horses and 3 caissons, bearing empty caskets draped with Old Glory. Only one of the fallen had ever been in the military, but in the public eye, NASA service was seen as being worthy of the honors. The rest of the astronaut corps marched as an honor guard behind the last caisson. Every congressman who could walk was in the reviewing stand with the president, the vice president, the cabinet members, and their wives, along with the NASA brass. Foreign diplomats and special representatives from America's allies also showed their respect. The 3 national TV networks, as well as CNN, preempted their regular programming to cover the funeral from start to finish. As always happened, some viewers called their local stations to protest the cancellation of their soap operas and ball games. But for the most part, the nation took the day off to watch the honors given to the fallen. A national day of mourning had been proclaimed, and all 50 states followed suit. America came to a standstill to grieve. Though it had been impossible to recover the astronauts' bodies for burial, a cenotaph had been erected in Arlington National Cemetery to remember them. After the rifle salutes had been fired and taps played, members of the astronaut corps placed a wreath at the base of the Black Stone and said their goodbyes. On the day of the funeral, the U.S. Pacific Fleet assembled over the middle of the debris field at the bottom of the Pacific and conducted another ceremony. Dozens of ships, both military and civilian, from almost every nation with a navy, joined in the tribute to the fallen over their watery resting place. When the ceremonies were over, the nation took a deep breath. Then the real debate began, as did the investigation. More than just national pride was at stake here. $5 billion had been spent on this project, and a lot of people wanted to know what had happened to their money. Since the disaster had taken place before NASA had assumed control of the Venture Star, much of the investigation was being conducted at the Lockheed Palmdale Skunk Works. Carl Lyons' photographer prisoner found himself in a situation that exceeded anything he could have ever imagined in his worst nightmare. Not since Lee Harvey Oswald had a suspect been in this kind of situation. But this time, there would be no Jack Ruby to keep him from being questioned. It didn't take long before Lyons and Schwartz satisfied themselves that the photographer had just been an opportunistic, self-serving idiot with an expensive camera. Detailed photos of the Aerospike engines would have been worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to a number of people, and not all of them American publishers. He had seen an opportunity to make a fast buck and had taken it. With the mood of the country being what it was, though, Lyons' assessment of the man wasn't good enough. Everyone from the state police to the FBI and the CIA were grilling the photographer in relays. He was all they had, and a grieving nation wanted answers. He would be released only when everyone concerned was convinced that he'd had absolutely nothing to do with the explosion, and that could take some time. The president hadn't asked Stony Man Farm to get involved with the Venture Star investigation, but keeping Aaron Kurtzman out of it would have taken more than simply being ignored. The fact that he felt a little put out by being overlooked was only part of his motivation. Something or someone had injured his country, and there was no way he wouldn't get involved. Since there was no film of the disaster to examine, and the instrumentation readouts indicated no errors, the only hope of finding out what went wrong lay with examining the wreckage. The problem was that the spacecraft was miles deep and beyond recovery by even the most advanced deep-sea exploration vehicles. And since the debris had gone through re-entry, only the biggest chunks had survived. Deep Blue 2, one of the world's most sophisticated deep-water oceanographic research ships, happened to be in the Pacific and had been immediately dispatched to the crash site to sweep the area. It also happened that Kurtzman had a cyber buddy on the ship's crew. Even though he was confined to a wheelchair and rarely left the farm, Kurtzman had a worldwide network of contacts and good friends he'd met in cyberspace. More than once, they helped in more ways than they knew. An email put him in contact with his friend on the ship, and he quickly got a promise of a back channel to whatever information they came up with. Since there was nothing Aaron Kurtzman could do until Deep Blue 2's submersible reported back, he had time on his hands. Since idle hands were the devil's playground, he knew that he really should do something useful. And getting caught up in the continuing national brouhaha and blame-fixing over the Venture Star disaster wasn't the kind of thing that would yield positive results. Space travel was dangerous, period. The space shuttles were the most complicated machines that had ever been built, and every machine was subject to failure. The possibility of human error added even more danger. What was amazing was that there had been so few space disasters over the years. For the number of missions flown, there had been very few deaths. If you counted it in miles traveled per number of deaths, spaceflight was still the safest way to travel short of walking. But even though dozens of pedestrians got picked off the side of the road each and every year, they didn't have the entire nation watching when it happened. Kurtzman knew, though, that rational thinking wasn't going to work on this topic, so he decided to go somewhere and exercise a little rationality on his own. When he called up his reading file, the first thing that popped up on his menu was a report of renewed seismic activity in Southeast Asia. But when Kurtzman investigated further, he made an immediate connection, and his heart skipped a beat. He sat back and stared at the screen for a few moments, feeling a cold sweat break out. Then, calling up another menu, he started digging into the history of the Lockheed Martin Venture Star and her crew. Aaron Kurtzman wasn't surprised when Deep Blue 2 reported back the next day that the wreckage resting on the Pacific floor wasn't that of the Venture Star. The debris field was huge. The space vehicle's pieces had scattered widely during re-entry, but the vessel's radar had been able to plot it and sent the submersible down to take photos.
God damn it! Now we're gonna have to start the process all over. They went to the wrong place. What the hell went wrong, Bear? We plotted the impact from the radar tapes. Why isn't it there?
Actually, it is. The wreckage from the plots, I mean. And I'm not too surprised that it isn't the Venture Star.
Would you care to explain that one? If we didn't plot the fall of the Venture Star, what were the radars following, and where did the shuttle go?
Well, I'm not really sure yet what crashed into the Pacific. But I expect that it will turn out to be a Chinese CZ-2E launch vehicle. And the Venture Star? I haven't found it yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's in China, Western China to be exact.
You'd better be able to explain that one, Bear.
Well, my working hypothesis is that the Chinese hijacked our spacecraft and sent another rocket up and exploded it to throw us off the scent.
That's not an explanation. Damn it, Bear! This isn't some space cadet comic book we're dealing with here. You can't hijack a damned space shuttle.
You can if you do it before it takes off.
What do you mean?
This is the file photo of the three on Venture Star's maiden voyage. The co-pilot, James Chin, was a Chinese-American. Do you remember all the fanfare about his having been chosen when the original co-pilot died in a car wreck?
Of course. It was front-page news.
Uh-huh. In hindsight, that was a very convenient accident. And if you also will remember, Venture Star launched with a female astronaut on board as a mission specialist, Selena Delgado. On this flight, her mission was to monitor the performance of the aerospike engines in deep space, and she's an accomplished aerospace engineer. The fact that her birth mother was a Chinese-American isn't well known, because her adoptive family is Hispanic and she speaks perfect Spanish.
Huh?
Now, the command pilot was as American as apple pie and hot dogs. That is to say, his family's German and English. But if he was to be disabled, the co-pilot was trained to fly the ship.
So you're saying that 2 of the 3 crew members on that flight were red Chinese agents?
Stranger things have happened. You have to remember that even 4th-generation Chinese Americans maintain close ties to the mother country. Look at the hold the triads have on so many of them.
And you expect me to take this science fiction story to the president?
Along with some cold hard facts, yes.
What facts?
Well, this is a map of the Pacific region that I looked up earlier. And these red dots in a general line are sites where seismic disturbances were recorded very soon after the Venture Star disaster. You'll notice that they inscribe a slight arc terminating over the western desert of the People's Republic of China.
Western China's in for another big earthquake, so what? It happens in that region all the time.
These seismic reports weren't the result of tectonic movement. The detectors were tripped off by the passing of a hypersonic shock wave. The kind of shock wave the Venture Star makes when it re-enters the atmosphere at Mach 16.
Can you prove that?
I already have. I checked with the L.A. County Disaster Center and confirmed that their seismic recorders went off the scale when the ship returned from her first test flight. The recordings they made matched the ones from the Pacific sites almost to the exact wiggle.
You're saying that Venture Star survived the explosion?
Like I said, I'm not sure that there ever was an explosion on board. Something blew up in space, yes. The question is what?
Bear, I can't take this to the Oval Office. We're not officially involved anymore, and you know the man will have me cleaning garbage cans in Antarctica if I try it. You're going to have to do better than that before I present it to him.
Hal, I know it sounds far-fetched. That's why I triple-checked the numbers and graphs before I came to you with this. And you of all people know there's a first time for everything.
Bear.
Okay. I'll keep working on it.
And keep it to yourself.
Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado.
The Cold War might have ended almost a decade earlier, but the North American Defense Command, buried 2,000 feet under the solid granite of Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado, hadn't yet gone out of business. Too many renegade nations that didn't play by the rules now owned missile delivery systems and nuclear weapons to mount in their nose cones. One of NORAD's secondary missions was to keep track of all the space vehicles and associated junk that circled the planet. The Space Control Center, or Skywatch as it was called, wasn't as glamorous as the other assignments at the Cheyenne Mountain complex. To help pass the long hours without going crazy from watching a radar plot that rarely changed, the Skywatchers had come up with a harmless way to pass the time and still do their job. Someone decided that since most of the so-called UFOs showed up on radar, they should try to track them before they entered Earth's atmosphere. It was a harmless enough pursuit, and since it was good practice using the long-range radars, the shift commanders let them do it. The man on the number 1 Skywatch workstation that shift, Staff Sergeant Dale Bergman, aimed one of the main dishes into deep space. Unlike some of his Skywatch teammates, he wasn't so certain that UFOs existed, but he knew that if they did, the long-range NORAD radars should be able to pick them up. He was almost jolted out of his chair when a return showed up from where no satellite should have been. Looking at the range-to-target readout, he thought he was seeing something wrong when he read 2,532 miles. The highest satellites, even the classified military birds, were only at 2,200 miles. For a moment, he thought that he had actually locked in on a UFO. After watching the track for a few minutes, he saw that it was just another satellite in a stable polar orbit. What it was, and who had put it there, he had no idea. Figuring it to be some kind of super-secret vehicle, he logged the track as required and filed it for someone else to figure out.
Chinbaki, China.
Selena Delgado, mission specialist for the Venture Star, was dressed in a black flight suit with the red flag of the People's Republic of China emblazoned on both shoulders under the epaulets of a major in the newly formed PRC Space Force. Her companion on the observation deck of the secret launch complex tunneled out of the mountain was her one-time crewmate on the Venture Star, co-pilot James Chin. Back in California, Chin had usually dated all-American blondes, but the fact that Delgado was stunning in anyone's language hadn't escaped his notice. With the style of makeup she wore and the Hispanic last name, he had just figured her to be another one of the mixed-race women California was so famous for. It was only when she had started recruiting him into the plan to steal the Venture Star that he had learned that she was Han, as the Chinese called themselves. Together, they looked at the very intact Venture Star, the triangular spacecraft that had once proudly worn the flag of the United States on a gleaming white finish just didn't look the same in a coat of matte black radar-absorbing paint. Before, it had looked like a bright arrow aimed at the stars. The new finish gave it a sinister appearance, and the blood-red flag of the People's Republic of China on the tail fins looked decidedly out of place. When the stolen spacecraft had been used to put the first of the 4 planned nuclear missile launch platforms in orbit, there wasn't enough time to change its coating. Now that the first platform was fully operational, the ship had been taken offline long enough for the radar-defeating coating to be applied for the rest of the missions. Even more sinister than the new black finish, however, was the purpose the Venture Star was being put to at its new base. The satellites it was ferrying into space would create a ring of nuclear weapons aimed at Earth. As Chin watched, another missile platform was being loaded into the Venture Star's cargo bay. The platforms were small because all they needed to do was relay firing commands from ground control to the missiles the platform carried. The 6 weapons arranged around the satellite's central structure looked stunted. Their nose cones were the same as other ballistic missiles, a blunt curve to withstand the heat of atmospheric re-entry. But the weapons didn't have the long bodies full of fuel necessary to propel a conventional land- or sea-based missile. Launching a missile from space to a target on Earth was much easier than launching it from the ground. From orbit, everything was downhill to Earth. All a space missile's engine needed to do was slow it enough to break the orbit, and it would fall to Earth by gravity alone. Computer-controlled thrusters around the base of the warhead section would control its re-entry so that it would hit the target. This was the second of 4 such platforms the hijacked Venture Star would carry to a high orbit above Earth. Once they were all in place, China would be able to target any spot on the planet with complete invulnerability. Unlike in science fiction movies, there were no space weapons or armed spacecraft to defend the planet. No space fighters armed with photon torpedoes or blaster weapons would lift off from Earth to do battle with the platforms. Once they were all in orbit, China would rule the world.
Well, Jimmy, don't you think it looks sexy?
I don't know if I'd call it sexy, but it's sure something.
Oh, you're not fun anymore, Jimmy. You need to loosen up and start enjoying this opportunity you've been given. Not many men get a chance to go down in history as the savior of their people.
Yeah, I guess not.
You seem tense. Perhaps you would like to unwind?
Oh, yeah. Chinbaki's got a great social scene. You know the General doesn't give time off for socializing.
We are working for the future of the mother country. That is our... Oh, here comes General Yi.
Hello, Moon Daughter.
Good afternoon, General.
Ah, the Starman from the Golden Mountain. How goes the training of our pilots?
It goes slowly, General Yi. With all due respect, most of their previous training has been on obsolete hardware. In particular, letting a computer make flight decisions for them seems to be beyond them.
I have been led to believe that you are one of the best trainers in the world. I hope that I do not find my trust in you to be misplaced.
Of course, sir.
Are you ready to fly?
Yes, sir.
Good.
What is the status of the American astronaut, Miller? Has he gotten any better?
Disabling the Venture Star's command pilot, Kurt Miller, so he could take command of the ship, still haunted Chin. It was true that Delgado had actually administered the drug that had knocked him out, but Kurt had once been a friend. Delgado had sworn to him that the drug was harmless, but Chin hadn't seen Miller since the medics had taken him away after landing.
He remains the same.
When can I see him?
When the schedule permits.
Do you know when that will be?
There will be time for you to rejoin your comrade after your work is completed.
Chin almost wished he hadn't asked.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
Hey, Carl. How was sunny California?
How the hell should I know, Bear? Ever since that damn spaceship blew up, I haven't been out of the Skunk Works building for more than 5 minutes.
Why'd they cut you loose now?
I cut myself loose. The big boys took over, and the place is crawling with every kind of fed you can think of. I swear I saw 2 guys from the Food and Drug Administration walking hand in hand with a straggler from the Marine Fisheries Bureau. The place turned into a zoo, and I got tired of fighting my way through the crowd. On top of that, it was a complete waste of time. We're no closer to finding out what happened than we were when we started.
Well then, have a seat and let me tell you what we've come up with.
I hope you've got good news for a change.
Well, to start out, the Venture Star didn't blow up. It was hijacked.
Really?
Yep. The only thing is, Hal isn't buying it yet.
The Chinese?
Yeah, nice guess. The debris was a decoy. The men on board were in on it.
I knew I didn't like that woman.
Our Chinese-American astronaut with a Hispanic name, Delgado?
You got it. She kept playing sex kitten with every man who came in sight, and I didn't see her as professional astronaut material. But I wasn't there to keep an eye on the flight crew, despite her best efforts. How'd they pull it off?
To be honest, I don't know yet. All I know is that they did explode something up there. Probably one of their CZ-2E satellite launch vehicles. And in the confusion, the Venture Star broke orbit and was brought back down for a quick re-entry. I have a track of its flight path into western China to Xinjiang Uyghur, but I don't have a photo of it on the ground to convince Hal that I'm right.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Well, we got the China end of it pretty well covered. How about really getting into Delgado's background and seeing what you can develop? If we're right about her role in this, she has to have left some traces behind. I see a triad connection somewhere, and maybe some family pressure. That's the way the Chinese usually work it.
I can handle that. Where's a terminal I can use?
I'll take the one next to Hunt's desk.
Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado.
When Staff Sergeant Dale Bergman went back on shift in NORAD's Skywatch, he ran through his check of the 8,000 objects Space Command Center kept track of daily. Every little piece of space junk was where it was supposed to be, and nothing looked to be degrading enough to become a problem anytime soon for anyone on the ground. The sky wasn't going to fall on his watch. That done, Bergman remembered that unknown satellite he had spotted on his previous shift. Switching over to the deep space radars, he plugged in the orbital data he had recorded and located it again right where it should have been. After watching it for a while, he logged the track. On a whim, he decided to sweep the rest of space at that altitude to see if it had any companions in that orbit. Within 15 minutes, he had located a second unknown object in the same geosynchronous orbit. This one was placed 90 degrees behind the first one he had spotted. The thought occurred to him that these mysterious birds might be some kind of recon satellite, and he decided to check to see if they were carrying nuclear power cells. High-orbit spy birds often carried nuke cells to boost power to the long-range sensors and cameras. A few minutes later, the radiation readouts came back as being similar to what would be expected from nuclear warheads.
Oh, shit. Major, I have something on the screen I think you need to take a look at.
By the end of Bergman's shift, every senior officer in NORAD from the commander on down was clustered around the Skywatch workstations. It hadn't taken long to confirm that the two deep space satellites he had discovered were nuclear missile launching platforms. From the radiation analysis, it was believed that each of the platforms carried at least 4 missiles yielding in excess of 1.5 megatons, or nearly 100 times as large as the weapon that had been dropped over Hiroshima. After printing out hard copies of the data, the NORAD commander hurried to the hotline to call the president.
Find anything yet, Carl?
I've studied her profile and her history. The whole time I spoke with her, she never mentioned her fierce national pride, or that she was native Chinese. But I haven't found any concrete reason or motive for a defection.
Yeah, and I haven't found any real ironclad evidence pointing to China yet. Magnola's right. This is practically an act of war. We can't go in with anything less than 100% certainty.
What about spy satellites?
Yeah, like the Chinese wouldn't have thought about that. They got more than a few, and there's no way they would pull off such a stunt while anybody was watching.
So where does that leave us?
Well, with a heist without a motive.
Well, China wants to dominate the Pacific region, right?
Yeah, but they're doing a fine job conquering the world through the marketplace. The peaceful takeover of Hong Kong has given them a stable financial center. It just doesn't make any sense for them to do it now. Their bases just aren't covered. We'd crush them if we had ironclad proof.
And that's what we...
Whoop, hold on. I got a message from NORAD Control. Oh, shit.
What? What is it?
NORAD solved the mystery, and I'm calling a meeting in 5. Al, Aaron here. We need to talk.
The atmosphere in the war room was tense. The hijacking of the Venture Star couldn't be allowed to pass without the United States taking action. No nation, least of all the world's only surviving superpower, could let something like that happen without responding. But taking military action against a China armed with space-launched missiles capable of striking anywhere in the world was a scenario for the opening salvo of World War III. After running through the background once again, Kurtzman turned the briefing over to Hunt Weathers. He displayed a recon satellite photo of a mountain range rising out of the western desert of China.
This is Chinbaki, and we feel this is where they're holding the Venture Star. This complex has been a high-security weapons test area for years. You'll notice the typical Red Army-style defensive setup. The red markers designate bunkers, radars, minefields, missile launchers, you name it. You can see the long runway to the east there as well. Over the past year or so, we've had indications that new construction has been going on, particularly around the bottom of this mountain. Whatever they've been doing, they've been careful to keep it low profile, and we haven't had a clue. But, from what we've seen, they could have created an underground facility for a space vehicle like the Venture Star.
And this is where the seismic alerts ended?
Almost to the kilometer, Hal.
Can we develop the targeting data needed to put a cruise missile in there?
Hunt, can you rotate to the southern exposure? This is the south side of the mountain, where we think the Venture Star is being hidden. We can hit it, but to do it right, I'll need an SR-71 pass to pick up the data I'm not getting from the satellites. I need a high oblique shot to complete the mapping. The map you see isn't really what the terrain looks like there. It's a computer simulation based on the overhead satellite view. To provide the terrain checkpoints for the missile's internal guidance system, I need a low-angle view of this area to provide the baseline data to refine the mosaic. If, that is, we're going to go for a surgical strike with minimal collateral damage. Right now, all I can do is get the missile within a 500-yard CPE.
CPE?
Circular probable error. Its impact point. Of course, going with a CPE that large means having to use a larger warhead to get the job done. Something in the 40 kiloton or larger range. If I can get the CPE down to 5 meters, we can go in with a 1.5 kiloton and not light up half of western China in the process.
I don't think the president will like that option.
You know, there may be a Stony Man solution to this that will save Uncle Sam a bundle and not create an international shitstorm.
And what's that?
Well, if we could put Phoenix on the ground and send Jack Grimaldi along with them, they might be able to sneak in there and steal the Venture Star.
It's been a while since I reviewed Grimaldi's rap sheet, but I wasn't aware that he had too many hours piloting spacecraft.
Now, that's the beauty of it. The Venture Star almost flies herself with her onboard computer system. All he would need to do is light the fuse and hang on. If we can get him in the cockpit, he can fly her home.
I don't know about...
And even if it can't be flown out, they can always just blow it up.
David, you've been pretty silent this whole affair. What do you think? I think the bear's right. We can at least destroy it so the bastards can't take it apart and build a fleet of the damn things. I'm not quite ready to start learning Mandarin yet. Since the alternative is a nuclear war, Phoenix might as well go out in style. Tell the man that we'll go in and try to take care of this for him. And how will you get out? Considering the defenses of that place, if we're going home, Jack's going to have to fly us in that spaceship. Nothing else is going to get in there to extract us. I'll pass along your offer, but we still need to keep working on the cruise missile option. Bear, give me the data on the SR-71 run you want made, and I'll pass it on. I assume that you want it done yesterday.
Day before, actually. Considering the short turnaround time on the Venture Star, every day that passes brings them closer to the launch dates for the other platforms needed to cover the planet. 2 more should do it. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised they haven't launched them yet. The sooner they're up there, the sooner the war is won, and without firing a shot. Which brings up the issue of what we're going to do about the platforms. I'm afraid there's not much that Phoenix can do about them.
There might be a way to deal with them, too. The president will have to bring NASA in on it, though, and it will be more difficult to keep a lid on it.
And that is?
Well, if I remember correctly, the Brilliant Pebbles Project developed a laser weapon that could be mounted in a space shuttle, carried into orbit, and deployed against targets in deep space, like the platforms.
Lasers in deep space sounds like the Star Wars project.
It is. They were working on several different kinds of defensive systems, but the best one was to have been a series of lasers. The one I'm thinking of would be perfect, and there is reason to believe that it is still in existence.
Get all this down on paper, and I'll take it to the man. In the meantime, recall Phoenix and go into mission prep. Consider them already in, Hal. Thanks, David. And Barb, get Katz back here as well.
I tracked him to southern France and left a message for him. He should be showing up here any time now.
Good. Just get him back here and put him to work with Bear. We're gonna need a good plan to have any kind of chance of pulling this off.
We'll get on it.
Thanks. Lastly, Carl, glad you remembered me, Hal. Always. Assuming my meeting with the President goes how I think it will, how would you and your team like to join me on a special diplomatic trip to the NASA HQ? I always did like bossing around nerds.
On the flight back to Stony Man Farm, Hal Brignola had to fight to keep his anger under control. The hardest part of his job had always been keeping his personal emotions out of his decision-making process. Emotions had no place in the running of the Sensitive Operations Group. For Stony Man to function as intended, every mission had to be decided purely on its own merits. That, at least, was the theory. In practice, though, it was impossible to maintain a cold mind, particularly at a time like this. Like it or not, the Chinese had just become a major nuclear power with the capability of striking any point on the planet. And because of their cultural psychology, the deterrent of mutually assured destruction, which had finally caused the Russians to collapse, wasn't effective against them. The Chinese leadership didn't really care if a large part of the population disappeared in a mushroom cloud. In fact, if it did, it might make them a more effective superpower. China had people to burn, and threatening their lives wouldn't work. Were the president to confront the Chinese about this, they would laugh at him and invite him to surrender while he still could. The cultural differences, however, also made the Chinese vulnerable in two critical areas. For one thing, they really believed that the United States' best days had passed. They looked at America's social problems and saw irreversible decay that was sapping the national will. Their history showed them that once that process started, there was no way to recover from it. From their perspective, the Americans had become weak and were going to stay that way. In the scenario they had set up, the only outcome they could see being remotely possible was the surrender of the United States to the threat of their space weapons. That was what they would do were the positions reversed. A culture that was thousands of years old didn't understand that America's greatness was rooted in her ability to always do something new. They had also apparently forgotten that Americans rarely buckled under to threats. Also, while the Chinese always laid their plans well, they were usually slow to react to something they hadn't planned for. They would have made plans for an American nuclear counter-threat, plans that probably entailed a sample nuclear strike on someplace like LA, with the promise of more to come. They would have planned to tell the UN to shut up or die if the international body tried to get involved. And they might have gone as far as to make plans for ruling a captive America. They wouldn't, however, have made plans to guard against a small but determined group of men dedicated to their work and ready to die to accomplish their mission. The Chinese had always discounted the role of the individual in the shaping of history. Brignola's face broke into a small smile, the first one he'd had since the Venture Star had disappeared. The President's okay for the Stony Man mission to attempt to recapture the Venture Star was only a part of the surprise package that was being put together for the Chinese. While Phoenix Force was doing its thing on the ground, another small group of men would take Armageddon to outer space. The Chinese had gotten the jump on America, but she wasn't out of the game yet, not by a long shot.
NASA headquarters, Houston, Texas.
Afternoon, Director Kruger. It's afternoon. I could have sworn it was Director Kruger. Have you gone home since
Dr. Green. Las Vegas is taking bets on the survival of NASA. The odds are currently 4-1. Why would I waste time going home? Did you get that information on that diplomat, Mr. Bronken?
Brognola, Director. Yeah, I looked him up. His background doesn't actually include that much, just the title Special Assistant to the President, like just about everybody else in the White House. Why did you even agree to an hour-long meeting with the guy?
It was by special instruction from the president himself. He said that it was imperative we meet and Brognola would explain the purpose of the visit. And I just can't afford to anger the president. Better I lose an hour to a suit than our support from the Oval Office. That's my pager.
Ah! Shit!
Director Kruger, are you okay? Let me get some towels.
No, it'll be okay. Damn it, my pager says he's arrived via helicopter. Far be it from me to keep a special assistant to the president waiting. Dr. Green, can you have Cheryl pick me up a suit from home? Come in. Good afternoon, Mr. Brognola. I didn't know you were bringing guests. I would have brought in chairs.
That's fine. We prefer to stand. Director Kruger, I appreciate your agreeing to meet me on such short notice. I'm Hal Brognola. The man to my right is Agent Irons. One to my left is General Rivera.
General Rivera? Air Force, eh? Your medals. You got enough ribbons to account for 20 years of service. How come I've never heard of you?
I've mostly been involved in intelligence work, Director. I keep my head down.
Ah. And you are?
Agent Smith. It's an honor, Director. Hey, what happened to your shirt?
Nothing. Now, Mr. Brognola, what can I do for you?
First off, is this office secure?
Secure? I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Do you have any active recording devices? And has the room been swept for bugs today?
Swept? Agent,
Smith, let's take care of this first. Irons, let's sweep.
Bugs? What would anybody have to gain from bugging the NASA offices?
It's our job to find out what people can do, not why they do it. Clear.
Same here. No active devices and no voice activated, but we'll have to neutralize your phone before we start.
My phone? I have to have my phone?
Not for the next hour or so. Nothing going on in your organization as important as what we're going to discuss at this meeting. Your people can take care of anything that comes up. Don't worry, we're only unplugging it.
What, are my curtains security leaks?
No, but the windows are. I just attached a counter-vibration device. We don't need anyone aiming a sensor at your window and picking up the vibrations off the glass when we speak.
All right. What in the hell is going on here? There's a lot of affairs that need my attention, and I...
Brognola here, sir. I'm in the director's office now. Yes, he is.
Is that...
The president. He wants to talk to you.
Mr. President, this is Bill Kruger. Aha. I see. Right. Aha. Absolutely. Mr. President, I've just been told to do anything you tell me to do without question. Who in the hell are you people anyway?
We work for the president. And I'm sorry, but that's all I can tell you at this juncture. Later, I might be able to tell you more, but that's all I can say right now.
Well, considering the instructions I was just given, I have to accept that.
First off, I need to inform you that the Venture Star wasn't destroyed. It was hijacked.
What? How can you...
Don't leave your chair, mister. Just sit there and listen. Secondly, we're going to use the space shuttle Atlantis for a secret mission to destroy a series of nuclear-armed deep space missile launch platforms the Chinese have put into orbit. The current mission equipment that is being installed will be removed so we can load the necessary weaponry in Atlantis' cargo bay.
Wait, hold on, you lost me there. Wait, that's in violation of the UN Treaty on Space Exploration. We can't take weapons into space?
The President has declared a national emergency, so he can do anything he feels he has to protect the nation. And that includes disregarding a treaty.
Now, I know what the President told me, but I want to hear this directly from his mouth. Anyone can sound like him over the phone, and I'm not doing a damn thing until I hear it from him personally.
I can understand that. And if it becomes necessary, that can be arranged. But I assure you that if a face-to-face meeting takes place, it will be to accept your resignation for reasons of ill health.
You can't threaten me in my own office!
Mr. Director, this isn't an empty threat, believe me. The President is dead serious, and so are we. The United States is facing the most dangerous threat since the Cuban Missile Crisis. But it's a space-based threat this time, and NASA is the only federal agency that can deal with it. And unlike with the Cuban situation, the President cannot go on television this time and tell the people what is happening. If we can continue the briefing, I believe that we can make this clear, and you will understand why it had to be done this way. Thank you, General Rivera. And at the end of our briefing, if you still want to talk to the President, we will fly you to Washington. But as I mentioned earlier, we will also take your second-in-command along so he can officially be informed of his promotion and given his instructions. One way or the other, NASA will comply with the President's wishes.
Can I call for a coffee service and a couple of donuts? I think I need a little pickup.
I'll take care of that.
When do I bring the rest of my team in on this? I understand the need for secrecy, but I cannot direct this mission by myself. I have to have the whole launch team on board.
Not the whole team. This is a list of the men who have been cleared for this operation. And if there are any others you feel are absolutely essential to make this work, they will be added. After, of course, they have been thoroughly checked.
What's the timetable?
We should have launched yesterday.
Oh, I was afraid you were going to say something like that.
So, we got the guys?
Yeah. The President made sure our men came from the military to ensure the secrecy needed in such an operation. Here, take a look.
Man, why do these space jockeys always have names like Buzz, Flash, and Ace?
You mean Major Roger Flash Bradley?
Or Major Douglas Boomer Boyd?
Well, why do we call you Gadgets? It's the same thing.
Yeah, well, that's different. I got that nickname because I'm always screwing around with things. See, here you go. Our commander is Colonel Gregory Cunningham. No nickname because he's a regular guy.
Well, maybe Flash here has a thing for photography or pyrotechnics.
But what about Boomer?
Why don't you ask him? Here they come now.
The three astronauts who walked into the briefing room at NASA headquarters looked like throwbacks to the golden days of the right stuff in the Apollo program. They all had the short haircuts, firm jaws, and steely eyes that gave them that look made famous on countless 50s and 60s Life magazine covers. Even in nondescript civilian clothing, they could only be pilots, and the swagger marked them as long-standing veterans.
I'm Colonel Cunningham. And you are?
General Rivera, Air Force.
I see. If I might say, General, I find this all to be a little irregular. We've all been on several hush-hush missions, but never one set up like this. Normally we get our mission briefings, even our classified ones, from NASA personnel.
You're talking, I assume, about the Crystal Cloud and Center Point satellite launch and recovery missions?
Yes, sir.
Those were milk runs, Colonel, compared to what you and your crew will be doing this time.
If I may ask, sir, just what are we going to be doing up there?
There are 2 Red Chinese deep space nuclear weapon launch platforms in high orbit, and your mission will be to destroy them.
With what? Photon torpedoes? Every school kid knows that the shuttles aren't armed.
The UN Space Treaty has been suspended, and for this mission, the Atlantis will be carrying a multi-gigawatt laser in the cargo bay. These 2 men flanking me will be on board as mission specialists to man the weapon.
Bullshit.
I see. Major Bradley, are you qualified to fly as command pilot?
Now wait a goddamn minute, General. Nobody's taking my ride away from me.
Colonel, I can ground you, and I will, if you don't sit down and shut the fuck up. The President didn't send me down here to take any lip from some spoiled flyboy who's used to being treated like royalty by every starry-eyed dreamer, and especially one that isn't smart enough to keep his mouth shut in the middle of a mission briefing. If you don't like the job, no problem. You're dismissed. But if you say one single word to anyone about anything you've heard here so far, you'll be counting Goonie birds on Wake Island until your retirement papers can be processed. Is that abundantly clear?
Perfectly clear, General. I'm on board, sir.
I'll decide that after this briefing, Colonel. Now, if there are no other questions, I would like to get on with this, gentlemen. The clock is running. At the conclusion of the briefing, the 3 astronauts were shocked and angry, and that was exactly where Rosario Blancanales wanted them to be. Under all the NASA Buck Rogers trappings, they were still military officers, and their country was being threatened by an enemy power.
What's the timetable for the mission, sir?
We start today. You will be allowed 1 10-minute phone call, monitored, of course, and then you will go into isolation and start rehearsing in the simulator. While that is going on, the Atlantis will be flown to Vandenberg. The weapon will be loaded, and the other modifications made to the shuttle.
General?
Yes, Major Bradley.
If I might ask, sir, where's this laser coming from? I'm an old Star Wars advisor, And I didn't think that any of the weapons we worked on had survived.
It is from Star Wars. It's one of the Brilliant Pebbles test pieces.
Damn! If I remember right, that's some pop gun.
It's 220 gigawatts, I believe.
That ought to be big enough to do the job.
We're counting on it.
Alamogordo, New Mexico. Weapons development site.
And here we are.
That's it?
This wasn't what Schwartz had expected a space weapon to look like at all. For one thing, the Brilliant Pebbles laser was only about 12 feet long and half that wide. Its barrel, if it could be called that, was short, stubby, and didn't look like much of anything that could shoot.
That's it. I know it doesn't look like a science fiction movie prop, but I can tell you that it works. We have a piece of 36-inch thick armor steel that has a series of 3-inch holes drilled in it from 100 miles away.
We're going to be using it at a bit longer range than that.
Oh, I know. But that was as far away as we could get the target for our atmospheric tests. Remember, this is a line-of-sight weapon. If you can't see the target, you can't hit it. We also shot down target drones we can only see on radar at over twice that range. And you have to remember that this was supposed to be a space weapon, so it will work much better in a vacuum.
I guess we'll have to take your word for it.
Believe it or not, if you can get the beam on target, it'll do the job for you. Nothing has ever gone into space that this baby won't burn a hole in.
When do we get to learn how to shoot it?
We have the simulator up and running, and it's only by a quirk of fate that we have any of this stuff left. When the Star Wars program was closed down, we were supposed to have destroyed all the material associated with it, along with the test weapons. It was a typical election year congressional slash and burn operation. This particular laser, however, somehow never made it into the official destruction inventory. So, it was overlooked, as was the simulator that goes with it. Fortunately, it was also stored in a climate-controlled facility, and it's still fully functional.
It's amazing how easy it is to overlook something in a large government operation like this, isn't it?
It is truly amazing.
All right, you nerds have had your fun. Let's get this thing rolled out. The truck's waiting.
Is there any way you guys could tell me what you're going to use it for?
I wish we could. I really do. All I can say is keep a close eye on space developments over the next couple of days.
But you better make damn sure that you keep any conclusions you form completely to yourself. Understand?
I understand. Thanks.
No. Thank you for having this available.
While Able Team was retrieving the laser from the New Mexico test site, the Atlantis had been flown to Vandenberg Air Force Base on the Southern California coast on the NASA Boeing 747-100 shuttle transport jet. The shuttle had just come out of a post-mission inspection and was immediately put into the vehicle assembly building to be mated with its main fuel tank and the solid fuel boosters. To do this job in the least possible time, Bill Kruger had sent 2 extra assembly crews with the shuttle to speed the work. By working 3 shifts, the Atlantis would be ready to launch in record time. While the components were being assembled, the shuttle's cargo bay was quickly cleared of its originally scheduled cargo fitting and modified to accept the laser. Mounting the weapon wouldn't be difficult. The shuttle was designed to accept any number of different packages in the 15 by 60-foot bay. The fact that the shuttle's designers had never considered a laser weapon as a payload wouldn't be a problem. The remote manipulator controls would work as well on it as they did on other, more peaceful cargo packages. While the payload handlers installed the laser in Atlantis' cargo bay, Carl Lyons and Herman Schwartz started training on the simulator. Firing a laser was considerably simpler than firing an artillery piece, as there was no ammunition to be loaded after each shot. Unlike the science fiction lasers, though, this weapon didn't shoot an unending beam of coherent light. This was a pulsed laser, and there was a pause to recharge between each release of energy. Being concentrated light, the laser beam traveled at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second. For all practical purposes, the 2,000 miles between the Atlantis' orbit and the Chinese missile platforms might as well have been 2 feet. When Lyons tripped the firing button, the beam would hit the target in less than 1/100th of a second. But at that distance, if Schwartz's aim was off by even as much as 1/100th of an inch, the beam would miss by miles. Therefore, the tricky part was learning to use the laser's specialized targeting radar. The radar inputted the laser's orbital position and movement, as well as that of the target. Were it not for the computers constantly solving the orbital equations as they changed, it would have been impossible to hit anything. The pair worked on the simulator, breaking only for meals and short naps, until aiming the laser became almost automatic and their percentage of simulated hits was high. How it would work in practice, they would have to wait and see.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
Katz, I know you want to go, but you're more valuable as a tactical advisor. If something goes wrong in China, we're going to need someone here who can help us get things sorted out quickly.
Damn it, Mac. I just don't like your going in without an extraction plan. Even a single helicopter with mid-air refueling would do it.
You know what the man said. He's afraid that if we try to set something like that up, the Chinese will catch on and move the Venture Star. That's the bad thing about it. They can land it anywhere, and we'd have to start all over. Plus, with the defenses of that place, it wouldn't stand a chance.
I just wish he'd authorize a cruise missile strike and take that damn thing out the easy way.
You're working for the wrong bunch of people, Katz. You know we never do it the easy way around here. You have to remember that the Venture Star cost the taxpayers $5 billion. That's with a B, and the man doesn't have that kind of money laying around to spend on a replacement.
I know, but that doesn't mean that I have to like it. If it's not fueled and ready to go when you guys show up, you're all going to be screwed.
That's the name of the game. None of us is ever going to die in bed.
But there are better places to die than the western desert of China.
Yes, but there are worse ones as well.
You know what I mean.
I know. I do. But this is one of those times when we have to do it exactly the way the man wants it done.
There are too damned many of those times lately.
I know. Hi, Barb.
Mac? Katz?
I've got to check our reports.
Wow, what's with Katz?
It's nothing personal. He's been trying to talk me out of going on this one.
Make me number 2, then.
I'd really rather not have to do this either, but there's too much riding on it. And it's not just national pride. If we can't put that thing out of action one way or another, it's going to get really serious.
Have you noticed that we all call the Venture Star a thing? Except for Katz, and he calls it that damned thing?
I guess we all need to give her a break. It's not her fault she got hijacked.
And the Stony Man teams are going to rescue her. Her knights in shining Kevlar.
We try.
You need to pull up. You're overcompensating.
I'm trying. This thing is just too damn sensitive.
Steady yourself. You're losing altitude. You're going to hit. Too much. You're going to stall.
Son of a bitch!
You've stalled. Engage emergency braking procedure.
Where's the stupid button?
It's not a button.
This is ridiculous.
You're dead.
Again?
You're used to flying by feel. The problem is, with the Venture Star, you're going to be pretty much flying by instrument readout. And there's no automatic return. Every action you make has to be stopped by its equal...
And opposite reaction. Yeah, I get it. Thanks, Einstein.
Newton.
Whatever.
Agent, this is Director Kruger.
Stop by to give me some pointers?
Yeah. The President has made it perfectly clear that if we're not confident in your team's ability to fly out of there, you are to destroy the Venture Star in its place. And we...
Don't need a pilot to do that. I understand.
If I may interrupt, I think your only problem is you're over-controlling. I want you to pretend that you're flying the most sensitive plane you've ever flown. Pay close attention to your readouts, and try to internalize your position by those alone. You have to go to the opposite control to cancel each move you make. You almost got it last time.
I blew up.
Do you want to continue?
Okay. I'm ready to try again.
Great. Now go for a 3.5-degree pitch-up change. Ready on execute? And 3, 2, 1, execute.
Right. 3.5 degree. Read instruments. Alignment. Right.
Not too bad. You're only off 1/4 degree. Now go for 1/2 degree port side yaw. On my command. 3, 2, 1, execute.
While Grimaldi sweated out the Venture Star simulator, Phoenix Force also went through a simulated training exercise. They didn't always run through a pre-mission rehearsal, but assaulting the Chinbaki complex wasn't their usual mission. They usually didn't take on a target that large without outside fire support, or at least backup of some kind to provide a diversion. But the nature of the mission left them completely on their own this time. Should they fail, submarine-launched cruise missiles would be their avengers, but they wouldn't be alive to enjoy seeing the secret launch complex go up in a mushroom cloud. The simulation they went through was a product of Aaron Kurtzman, Akira Takaido, and John Kissinger putting their heads together. The three of them combined all of the data that had been gathered on the Chinese site and designed the simulation to reflect the worst-case assumptions about the defenses and enemy forces Phoenix Force could expect to face. There was no point in rehearsing against less than they would have to face on the ground. The three trainers programmed the mission as a multiplayer computer war game, and they played the Chinese while the Phoenix Force commandos each played his own role. By the end of the third run, the commandos were penetrating the perimeter and making it to the launch site without stirring up too much trouble along the way. The simulation ended when they reached the Venture Star, because no one knew what they would find when they reached it. To round things out, however, Calvin James, Gary Manning, Rafael Enciso, and T.J. Hawkins reviewed their demolition procedures and made a mental list of places in the Venture Star that would most benefit from several pounds of plastic explosive. One way or the other, the Chinese wouldn't be allowed to keep America's new spaceship.
Vandenberg Air Force Base, California.
Oh, right.
Politician, what can I do for you?
That's General Rivera to you, Katz. Iron Man and Gadgets are in pre-mission isolation with the other astronauts, and I'm suddenly without anything to do. Unless you or Barbara have something really important for me to do in the next couple of days, I'm going to stay in California. There's something down here I want to look into.
What's that?
Well, in all the rush to chase down our missing spaceship, there's a little something that we completely overlooked.
And that is?
Well, we seem to have a Chinese spy ring operating in this country that talks people into stealing spaceships. We need to put a hammer on those guys, so this doesn't happen again.
Damn. I completely forgot that end of it. We've been so busy trying to get these two missions off the ground that we completely overlooked that.
And since I'm here anyway, I thought I'd start working on it. I need all the background you have on the Venture Star's Chinese-American crew, and a cover, so I can get help from the local authorities.
Hunt will research the background for you. Then I'll see if Hal will authorize your using the Justice Department cover again. That's well established, then you won't have to lose any time getting started.
Great. Put Hunt on the line for me, will you?
This is Dr. Weathers.
Hunt, what info do you have for me on the original crew?
Well, I have the original background workup from Lockheed, the supplemental material from NASA, and the backdoor information from Iron Man when he was with Bear. I think your point of interest is Selena Delgado. I'm currently uploading the information for your perusal, but Delgado seems to stand out as the least qualified of any of the crew. I mean, she's immensely talented, a born genius, and an incredibly hard worker, but...
Name me an astronaut that isn't. You think her selection was PR?
I'm not one to point fingers, but the original crew was of a white command pilot, a black co-pilot, and Selena Delgado, a female Hispanic.
Wait, but she's Chinese.
She was adopted. It's in the files. But she's not flight-rated, though. She could have never pulled off a space hijacking on her own. It was only after Bill Garvey, the original co-pilot, was killed in a hit-and-run 2 months before launch that James Chin of the backup crew had replaced him.
And that accident put 2 people on board with ties to China. What was their relationship?
I would define it as close.
Very?
Incredibly.
Well, I think you've given me my first lead. Thanks, Hunt.
Anytime, Paul.
Blancanellis's first stop in his one-man investigation was the Palmdale Skunk Works. Using his Justice Department credentials, he had no trouble getting the Venture Star project managers and Lockheed Martin's personnel director in the secure conference room on short notice. Gentlemen,
The information I am about to give you is classified top secret, need to know. It will not go beyond this room, and you will be expected to sign a security agreement before you leave.
If you'll bother to check, you'll find that we all have current signed security disclosure forms in our files. We're pretty well accustomed to working with top secret material around here.
Sir, what's your name?
My name?
Did I stutter, mister? I want your name and company badge number.
Wait a minute. I don't know who the hell you think you are.
Hold that thought. This is Rivera in the secure conference room. I want a custody team in here ASAP.
I'm sorry. I just wanted...
You just wanted to show everyone here what a big man you are by taking a lowly federal flunky down a couple of notches. If you were authorized to look at my file, mister, you'd see that I have the authority to do things to you that you didn't know could be done without a federal court order. And that's your escort. If you leave now, you'll get to keep your job. Give me any more lip, even one word, and you'll be going through an extensive debriefing. I don't think you'll care for it, because it will be part of your termination process here at Lockheed Martin. And of course, you will never work on any government-funded operation again. Do you read me, mister?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
Yes, sir, General Rivera. Yes, sir.
Good. Keep him isolated until I'm done here. I'll debrief him then.
Yes, sir.
Now, where was I? Oh, yes. I was talking about need to know. No person outside this room has a need to know what I am about to tell you. Should I find that anyone has learned about it, each one of you will undergo a debriefing. Is that understood? Good. Now, to start off, the Venture Star wasn't destroyed. It was hijacked.
What is he saying? I don't believe it. No.
I can't tell you where it is at this point, but a team is en route right now to try to recover it. I'm here to make sure that something like that doesn't ever happen again, and I need your help. From that point on, he had their fullest cooperation. Blancanales' visit to the Skunk Works had confirmed one thing. James Chin and Selena Delgado had been getting it on hot and heavy throughout their training time. Prior to Chin joining the crew, however, Delgado had been sleeping with Bill Garvey, the original co-pilot. It was apparent now that he hadn't wanted to betray his country, and unfortunately for him, he hadn't survived his refusal. Garvey's experience showed that the old adage about the fury of a woman scorned was still alive and well. She had been scorned, and her fury had gotten him killed. While Garvey wouldn't be able to tell Blancanales what he knew, there was a chance that his family and friends might be able to help. No matter what security agreements a man signed, he almost always talked to someone about what he was doing for a living, particularly if he was a man who was having woman troubles on the job. Not surprisingly, Garvey's best friend turned out to be one of the other Lockheed test pilots. The fraternity of those who buckled themselves into experimental aircraft as part of a day at the office was a small, close-knit group. A person who was a test pilot would find it difficult to be close to men who thought that the monthly sales figures were real exciting.
Rick Newton, how can I help you? Uh-huh. Sure thing. Can do. All right. Thanks.
Rick Newton?
Yes. What can I do for you?
Agent Rose, Justice Department. I'd like to speak with you regarding Bill Garvey.
Sure.
Come with me.
Where are we going?
Oh, just down the hall. I commandeered a private office. Don't worry, this won't take long. And here we are. Now, were you aware that Bill Garvey and Selena Delgado were an item?
Yes, if you mean were they screwing each other's brains out. You'd have to have been blind not to see that. I told him she was bad news, but he wouldn't listen to me.
What do you mean?
She was entirely too intense to be a good pilot's shack job. She demanded too much of his time. When he wasn't on the job here, he was with her.
Do you know where they went on dates?
I can't really say. As far as I know, they spent a lot of time at his place, screwing, eating takeout, and watching movies.
Was it by any chance Chinese food?
Well,
Damned if I know. I guess it could have been.
Did he ever mention going out for Chinese food, going to Chinese art exhibits, Chinese films, that sort of thing?
Not that I can remember, but one time he did come to work with a bad headache saying something about Chinese whiskey. I don't know if he went out for it, though.
Did he ever say anything to you about having problems with Delgado? You know, Friday night, happy hour at the bar kind of talk.
Not really, but that was probably because he knew I didn't have much use for her. I made the mistake of telling him that she was a cultural diversity quota on the crew, and that pissed him off. Being black, he didn't like to hear things like that. It made him doubt why he had been chosen himself.
So I take it you won't be able to help me with her background or her friends?
Well, except for the guy she was sleeping with, she didn't have any friends around here. And I know zilch about her before she got here.
Guys? Look, I'm going to give you my card. If you remember anything else, give me a call.
Yeah, sure thing. But if you don't mind me asking, what in the hell is the Justice Department doing involved with this? The damn thing blew up in space.
Let's just say that damn near every Fed in the country is working on this one. I just happened to be in California and got reassigned to do some follow-up work on this. And I guess I don't have to tell you to keep this interview to yourself.
No sweat.
One more thing. Has the company emptied out the crew's lockers yet?
The FBI did that the day after the explosion.
Thanks. I'll check with them.
Since the hit-and-run accident that had ended Bill Garvey's life had taken place on a nearby state highway, it would have been investigated as a vehicular homicide. Blunt-Canellis' next stop was the local district office of the California Highway Patrol at Lancaster. His Justice Department ID card got him instant cooperation, and as he had expected, the wreckage of Garvey's silver Acura sports coupe was still in the impound yard behind the building. The Highway Patrol had done a forensic workup on the case, but had not gotten anywhere with the investigation. Blunt-Canellis wasn't at all surprised to hear that. If the crash had been set up to kill the astronaut, it would have been done by professionals, and pros didn't let highway cops trip them up.
We matched the paint marks left behind to an 87 Chevy Blazer color. Southwest bronze, but that's as far as we got. We just don't have the resources to run down every 87 Blazer registered in California and check it out.
What about the Acura's contents?
The family claimed Garvey's personal items.
How about the trash? The junk in the glove box and under the seats?
If there was anything there, it should still be there. We didn't do a forensic sweep of the interior since it wasn't really a crime scene.
Do you mind if I take a look inside?
Sure, help yourself.
The Acura's driver's side door had been driven in almost to the transmission tunnel by the impact. The airbags had deployed, but it would have taken a bit more than a nylon bag full of nitrogen to protect the driver this time. He would have needed a tank to protect him from the heavy-duty brush bar that had done this damage. Blunt-Canellis had to borrow some tools from the CHP mechanics to remove the crumpled driver's seat so he could look under it. The passenger side seat was easier, and under the left front corner he found a crumpled paper napkin that had been spotted with blood sprayed by the impact. Opening it up, he saw the imprint of a Chinese dragon flanked by Chinese characters on either side. A phone number, partially obscured by blood, was printed below the dragon. The prefix indicated that it was in Greater L.A. This find was almost too good to be true, but sometimes things just fell in place. Blunt-Canellis knew, though, that it could just as well be a dead end. After leaving the CHP impound yard, Rosario Blunt-Canellis headed for Selena Delgado's apartment in nearby Highland. From the information he had, she had no family beyond a mother living in Florida. The elder Mrs. Delgado was in deep mourning over what she believed was the loss of her adopted daughter and hadn't yet made arrangements for the apartment to be cleared out. It was a long shot that there'd be much to find there, but he had to check it out before moving on. After letting himself in with his lockpick, Blunt-Canellis stopped inside the door in surprise. From her personality profile, he had expected Delgado's apartment to be barely lived in, but the place looked as if an interior decorator had been given a blank check and told to furnish it down to the baseboards for a realtor's open house. As he quickly went from room to room, he saw that everything an occupant would need, from toothpicks to bath towels, was present. What was missing, however, was any sign that Selena Delgado had ever lived there. There were a few clothes in the closets and dresser, but they were freshly laundered and neatly put away again as if for a display. Several books were on the shelves and a few magazines on the coffee table, but they too looked as if they were decorator items. There were even some canned and boxed foods on the kitchen shelves and mineral water in the refrigerator. What was missing was the half-tube of toothpaste, the open box of breakfast cereal, the unpaid bill, the burned-out light in the desk lamp, the trash under the sink, the usual signs of human occupation. There was no way to tell that anyone, much less a missing and presumed dead astronaut, had ever lived there. The thought crossed his mind that Delgado might have been an obsessive-compulsive personality type who had lived as if she were on display in a store window, but something like that would have been picked up by the psych tests, and she'd never have made it into the astronaut corps. Considering what he knew of her real fate, it was clear that a cleanup team had been sent in to remove all traces of her life. For that to have been done meant that there had been something in the apartment worth removing at the risk of creating suspicions about why it had been done. Knowing what he was up against, Blancanellis decided to search the apartment anyway. At a casual glance, whoever had cleaned this place up was good, but he might not have been all that good. Taking off his coat, Blancanellis headed for the bedroom and adjoining bath. 2 hours later, Delgado's apartment looked like the scene of a high-speed, multiple-vehicle collision at a garbage truck convention. Unfortunately, though, his effort hadn't accomplished much. He had found a hairpin jammed between the mattress and the bed frame, and that was it. Every inch of the carpet had been vacuumed, including under every piece of furniture. Every drawer and closet shelf had been dusted, as had the kitchen cabinets. On the way out, he stopped to put on his coat and noticed the phone books neatly lined up on a nearby end table. The cover of the Pasadena phone book was in less than pristine condition. It showed a bit of normal wear and tear, which could mean that it might not have been replaced. Tucking the phone book under his arm, he let himself out and headed for his car. With that kind of cleanup having been done, he knew there was no point in canvassing the adjoining apartments. No one would have seen or heard anything, and he might alert whoever was behind this that he was looking for traces of Delgado.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
Hey, Rivera. Or is it Rose now?
Just call me Paul. I'm striking out over here, Akira. Find anything new?
I've been trying all the usual stuff on her, but nothing's jumping out at me. Her bank account doesn't show anything more than her Lockheed paychecks, so she wasn't being paid off. I ran her credit cards and struck out there too. From what I've seen from her bank records, she did mostly cash transactions.
I'm not surprised. If she was the one who honchoed this operation, she would have left her paperwork trail as clean as she did her apartment.
The one thing I keep coming up with is a cell phone number. She always called it from her own cell phone, never from her home phone. Interestingly enough, when I checked, I found the cell phone she used wasn't recovered from her crew locker at Lockheed. Maybe she didn't want anyone finding a scrambler system or something like that had been installed in it.
What's the number?
I checked it out, and it's another cell phone, registry unknown. I even tried calling it, but got no answer.
Give it to me anyway, and I'm going to check out my last lead.
Oh yeah? What's that?
A paper napkin. For the Happy Dragon restaurant in Santa Clarita.
A napkin? What, you couldn't find a matchbook?
Hey, we've all listened to Dragnet. Sometimes the break comes from the most innocuous of places.
Working solo as he was, there was no way for Blancanellis to put together an elaborate plan to work the lead he had from the paper napkin he'd recovered from Bill Garvey's car. The Happy Dragon restaurant was in Santa Clarita, but beyond that, he knew nothing about the establishment or the people who ran it. He realized that it was a long shot, but he also knew that he had to look into it. Hello, INS. This is Agent Rose. I have some information that could be of interest to you. After making a couple of phone calls to authorize the operation, the INS put together a 24-hour surveillance team and started doing the background workup on the restaurant's owners and employees. Blancanellis didn't want to get his hopes up that anything would come out of this, but like the Delgado apartment search, this was something that needed to be done. After leaving his cell phone number with the INS team leader, Blancanellis went back to his hotel to check in with Stony Man again. Since the obvious trails had been carefully erased, Akira Takaido would have to go off-road with a vengeance. And he would start with the one characteristic about Selena Delgado that almost everyone had mentioned, her overactive sex life. Being an ardent student of female psychology, Takaido was confident that Delgado's randy behavior predated her involvement with the Venture Star project. To be as successful as she had apparently been at using her assets, a woman needed to start perfecting her art early in life, at least by high school, and certainly by her college years. A cruise through Delgado's academic career might turn up some interesting recollections, particularly from her old teachers and professors. She might have practiced her skills on her classmates, but she would have reserved her best work for those who could do something for her in exchange. He was cruising through Delgado's undergraduate course transcripts when he saw that she had taken a course in Chinese art and culture from a Dr. Lin Chu. That stood out because back then she had still been playing the Hispanic card, having parlayed it into a minority preference admission to Caltech. She had taken the course during her junior year, and flipping through the entries, he saw it was the only time she had shown any kind of academic interest in China. It could be just a blip in her engineering studies, a course she had taken on a whim because everything else she wanted to take that term was full. But it could also be when she was first approached by the Chinese. Whichever one it was, it needed to be checked out further. Her professor for that course was easy to locate. He had almost a quarter page in the who's who of aerospace engineering and was the recipient of numerous awards for his contributions to Defense Department and NASA projects. He had come to the States from Hong Kong in the early 70s and had been hired by the Rocketdyne division of Rockwell to work on the design team for the main engines of the space shuttle. For reasons unmentioned, he left Rockwell in the early 80s to join the aerospace engineering faculty at Caltech. The Chinese culture course he taught there was just a sideline. Checking Delgado's transcript more closely, Takaido saw that she had taken several of Dr. Lin's aerospace engineering courses. He also saw that he had written letters of recommendation for her to get into grad school to continue her engineering studies. Considering her grades, it wasn't unusual for him to have done that. But if you had suspicions, it could be a sign of something else. At least Blancanellis now had a loose end he could start looking at.
All right. Phoenix Force, Jack, you're still go for the first leg to Diego Garcia Island as scheduled, but you'll have to hold there until we give you a go to continue. The President wants the Atlantis to launch first and get into orbit before you take off. He's afraid that if you make your strike first, the Chinese might retaliate by launching a space missile at us.
You mean if we fail, they might launch?
That too, Katz.
That sounds to me like the man doesn't have a lot of confidence in us.
TJ, he wouldn't be sending you people in if he didn't think you could do the job. But you have to realize that those damn missiles put this operation in a different category than most of your missions.
Now, you got that right. Usually we don't drop into the middle of a desert and have to make our way through half of the Chinese army to do our job. I'm surprised he sent us in at all.
He wants the Venture Star back at all costs. And we're an expendable part of the equation, pure and simple.
Well, that's fine with me, Jack, just as long as I know the score up front.
Spoken like a true Ranger.
Gentlemen, if there's nothing else, your ETA to catch your ride at Andrews is still good. I have to be in Houston when the Atlantis takes off, but I'll be in touch as soon as you land at Diego. Good luck.
We just got word that the USS Seawolf is on station in the South China Sea with a belly full of nuclear-armed cruise missiles. I sent them the revised targeting data, so they're ready to launch on command.
I wish I could order the cruise missiles in right now and cancel this operation.
That makes a bunch of us, but that's just not the game plan this time.
It rarely is.
No TV cameras were set up at the Vandenberg Air Force Base launch facility to record Carl Lyons and Herman Schwartz's walk down the boarding gantry with the 3 NASA astronauts. They wouldn't be able to relive this historic event from the comfort of their living rooms later, and no one else would ever see them proudly wearing their orange spacesuits. This was one space adventure that wouldn't make the record books except as a brief mention of a classified shuttle test flight. Even then, no mention would be made of the 2 Able Team mission specialists along for the ride. Needless to say, no media in any form was on hand to record the event. No announcement had been made of the flight, and all inquiries as to why a space shuttle was sitting on the launch pad were being ignored. For once, a publicity-hungry NASA was acting more like the CIA. Even so, anyone outside the airbase's perimeter who bothered to look could see the Atlantis on the launch tower. It was impossible to camouflage. Along with the usual white-suited NASA technician escort, this time the astronauts were also accompanied by a squad of Delta Force commandos. The elite troops were in full battle dress and body armor, their weapons locked and loaded, and they were ready to fire on anyone who tried to get in the way.
You doing okay, Iron Man? I'm fine. You need to relax. We're strapped into a 40-year-old giant hulk of metal with several thousand tons of highly flammable gas about to launch our asses into the cold, unforgiving vacuum of space. Forgive me if I'm not the paragon of peace here.
We are showing a voltage fluctuation in the number 3 APU.
Disregard? Disregard?
Relax. The auxiliary power units are located in the tail of the spacecraft and only come into play on launch and re-entry when they're powered up to control the aerodynamic control surfaces. The Atlantis has triple redundancy in that system, and having one APU acting up wouldn't prevent her from making a successful launch.
Step by step, the lengthy launch checklist was counted off, and finally, Able Team heard the welcome words in their headsets.
Atlantis Control. H2 pressurization is okay. You are go for launch. Over.
Copy. Go for launch.
Oh, Jesus. Atlantis Control. You have onboard computer ignition sequence.
Roger.
5, 4. We have main engine start. 2, 1, 0. SRB ignition. Liftoff.
Barbara Price's eyes followed the plume of fire as the shuttle climbed into the California sky. Success or failure of a Stony Man mission always carried dramatic consequences, but taking it into space gave it an entirely new dimension. The farm crew was used to being a vital part of every Stony Man operation. Not only did they gather the pre-mission intelligence and handle the logistics and transport, but they also stayed in touch when the teams went into action. Through the network of satellite communications and cyber connections, they could send warnings and updates and provide backup. It was true that in every operation there came the time when the farm crew could no longer aid the teams in any way. They had to just sit and wait out the results like the rest of the world.
Looks like a successful launch, Director Kruger. What's the media take on it?
Just the usual garbage. The anti-nuke freaks and the anti-NASA wackos have banded together to protest what they're calling a veil of secrecy surrounding the mission, and they're getting full coverage on the networks. They're saying that the military is doing something harmful to either the environment or to women and children. They haven't decided which. If they knew what this launch was really about, they'd be screaming for us to save them and demanding congressional hearings into why we don't have a military presence in space. You can't win with these people.
Which is why I just ignore them. Living in a democracy like ours means that every moron in the country gets their allotted 15 minutes of media exposure. This is just another few minutes for this bunch.
That's very easy for you to say. You didn't just go through several weeks of grilling about the Venture Star disaster. It's a damn good thing that I didn't know what really happened to her back then, or I'd have told the stupid bastards.
You must have a death wish. That would have only gotten you lynched as a scapegoat.
It would have been worth it. Just to see the panic on their stupid faces when they heard about Chinese missile platforms threatening their smug little lives.
You might get to see that yet. This is by no means a done deal. There's any number of things that can go wrong and sink this operation. If the ground team isn't successful in China, we'll be back to square one so fast it'll make your head spin. And if that laser doesn't work as well as it's supposed to, we might be starting World War III.
Don't remind me. I've got enough to worry about as it is.
I'll gladly trade jobs with you.
Not on your life.
Space.
Herman Schwartz was trying hard not to think of all the things that could go wrong as the Atlantis accelerated free from Earth's gravity. The images from the Challenger disaster were too well established in the national psyche for anyone to take a laid-back attitude about a space shuttle launch. On top of that, the thundering roar and vibration of the engines, combined with the G-force, felt as if they would strip the flesh from his bones and spread it around the cabin like red jam. At 120 seconds into the flight, the two solid fuel boosters burned the last of their fuel. The pilot throttled the main engines back to 65% and went into a small dive to jettison the burned-out boosters. They would parachute into the ocean to be recovered, refueled, and reused on some future flight. As soon as the SRBs had separated, the pilot throttled back up to 100% as the main engines continued burning the contents of the external fuel tank. When it went empty, the pilot again went into a release maneuver to send it on its trip back to Earth, where it would crash into the Pacific. It was 6 minutes into the flight, and the Atlantis was traveling at Mach 15. Escape velocity was Mach 25, but for this mission, all they needed to achieve was an orbital speed of 17,000 miles per hour. That wasn't enough to break free of Earth's gravity, but it was fast enough to balance their speed against the pull of gravity and put them in a polar orbit 250 miles above the planet. The Chinese missile platforms were over 2,000 miles farther from Earth, but the distance wasn't an obstacle to the brilliant Pebbles laser. Back when the most powerful lasers had been measured in only a few thousand, not several billion watts, a laser beam had been bounced off the moon 234,000 miles from Earth. As anyone who has ever seen a star in the night sky knew, light traveled through space almost unimpeded.
Okay, gentlemen, we're now officially in space. I'm going to ask you to stay buckled in for a few more minutes while I roll this thing over and put our belly to Earth.
There was no feeling of motion as the big ship rolled, but the light from the two windows in the top of the rear of the cabin changed as the sunlight flooded in.
Okay, now we're what you would call right side up, and you can get out of your seats. Remember what they told you at Vandenberg. Use the handholds and the boots to keep you on the deck. If you break free and find yourself floating around, don't panic. One of us will glue you back down to something. Oh, and you can take off your helmets now. Really?
Yeah, your face isn't going to implode. Take off your helmet.
Oh, hey. Smells kinda...
sterile?
Yeah.
Schwartz and Lyons undid their seat harnesses and watched the loose ends of the belts float away.
Damn, this is just like in the movies.
When he tried to push himself out of his seat, he also started to float toward the ceiling of the shuttle.
Hey guys, how do I get my feet on the floor so these boots will work?
Boomer Boyd, the flight engineer, reached over, grabbed Schwartz's leg, and tugged on it, sending him back down to the deck.
Remember to keep at least one of your feet on the deck at all times.
Right.
Feel free to look around, but keep out of the way until we get configured for the post-orbital burn.
I thought we were in orbit.
We're in what's called a low elliptical orbit, about 180 miles up. But we need to go up to a 250-mile circular orbit before we start shooting that cannon of yours. Now, I'm heading outside in a bit. I drew the short straw, so I get to go back to the cargo bay and get your toy ready to play with. It was bolted down and back so it wouldn't get banged around on liftoff. Now, I have to free the locks and connect the power pack before you guys can see if it's going to work up here.
It had better, or there's going to be a lot of people pissed at us.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Maybe it'll just blow up and we won't have to worry about it.
That would be too simple.
Pasadena, California.
Dr. Lin Chu stood at the window of his office at Caltech and looked out over the campus. It was the middle of summer term, but the school was as busy as ever. Hundreds of students scurried to and from their classes or strolled with their friends without a care in the world beyond the term's final exams and the weekend's party. It was almost sad that all those young Americans were about to wake up and find that their brave new world had suddenly disappeared, taking their future with it. Lin was of two minds about the fact that his time in the United States was coming to an end. In a way, he had enjoyed living with the enemy for so many years. The last 10 or so on the Pasadena campus had been particularly satisfying to him. His position at the university had been very rewarding, both professionally and personally. As an aerospace engineering professor, he'd had access to America's most advanced technology anytime he wanted it. Every time the Chinese engineers working with the stolen technology had a problem, he had been able to get the solution quickly. No matter how sensitive or classified the information might have been, a phone call or an email from the Caltech engineering department was all it took for him to get an answer to almost any question. In matters of security, America's best scientists and engineers were fools. Lin had been recruited by the Beijing Technical Intelligence Bureau, an organization dedicated to making China self-sufficient in the technologies and industries that would make her a real world power. Lin had trained when he was in graduate school in Hong Kong and had been sent to the United States to practice his profession. As much as he had learned to enjoy American life, there had also been times when he had cursed those who had sent him to live among these clever barbarians. For a man of his education and learning, living in the United States had been a tour in hell. Lin's mission in the United States had been to see that China benefited from this never-ending river of American brilliance. And while he had been extremely successful at sending both high-tech ideas and hardware back to China, the crowning achievement of his mission had been recruiting Selena Delgado. The part she had played in the capture of the Venture Star would go down in history. Lin had recognized Delgado's potential long before she had been chosen to join the astronaut corps. He had seen it when she had taken his Chinese culture class as an undergraduate. At first, he had hesitated about approaching her because she was a woman. His superiors in the Technical Intelligence Bureau didn't trust female agents, as they were believed to be too easily swayed by their emotions. In this case, though, emotion had been the key to recruiting this remarkable woman. Lin never ceased to marvel at the depths of Delgado's mind and her iron discipline. Hijacking a spacecraft hadn't been an easy task. Undoubtedly, she would go down as one of history's greatest women, and certainly the greatest female agent of all time. She was certainly the most intensely sensual woman he had ever known. But unlike all the other women he had ever been with, she had never approached sex from an emotional standpoint. In fact, the only emotion he had ever seen her express was her intense longing to find a homeland, a place she could call her own. She had finally found that place in the People's Republic of China. Having been adopted into a Mexican-American family and raised with a Latino name had always weighed heavily upon her. She had been adopted as a baby, and her adoptive family had hid her real heritage from her. But even as a child, she had known that she really didn't belong to the people who called themselves her family. Her skin, hair, and eyes were dark, and her mother had always crimped her straight hair and had her wear Mexican-style makeup, but her face and stature weren't those of a Hispanic. She had been a junior in high school when her father died, and she learned from a relative that she had been adopted. From there, she quickly learned the secret of her birth and confronted her mother with this information. Rather than help her daughter get in touch with her heritage, though, Mrs. Delgado refused to speak of Selena's birth mother or of the circumstances of her adoption. Delgado had yearned to drop the Hispanic fiction and become officially a Chinese American. But by this time, she had seen the openly approved discrimination against Asian Americans in California that was laughingly called affirmative action. She had seen many brilliant young Asian Americans turned down by the state's top universities, while far less talented Latinos and blacks had been eagerly accepted. While she detested the lie she was living, she took advantage of it to gain a minority slot admission to the School of Engineering at the California Institute of Technology. It was there that she first met other Asian American students and started learning about their cultures. After that, it had been a short trip to Lin's class on Chinese culture and his recruitment of her. He simply showed her that she was a daughter of the mother country and its brilliant many-thousand-year history. Finally finding her true home, she became his best agent. Lin knew that it wouldn't be long now before America and the entire world woke up to the fact that the space over their heads belonged to the People's Republic of China. He was afraid how the Americans would respond when the knowledge of the space platforms became known. He felt that if the decisions that would need to be made were left to the government, all would be well. The American politicians would be able to understand the situation they faced and would make the sensible decisions that would keep the missiles from flying. But what the excitable American public would do about the threat was another matter entirely. They would react as children, and therein lay the danger. It would start with protests, boycotts, and marches, but would soon escalate into riots and the destruction of Chinese property in America. That was one thing Beijing couldn't allow to happen, and they would be forced to impose order on the United States. He, too, realized the need for order, but he was afraid that the typically heavy-handed Beijing rule would break the American spirit and stifle their engineering and scientific genius. Somehow he had to convince the ruling clique in Beijing that freedom of thought in scientific endeavors was critical to their long-range plans. The American inventive genius was critical to create the technology China would need in the 21st century. It was too bad that he couldn't stay behind and help guide it. Lin knew that he was scheduled to leave, but he didn't know exactly when that would be. That decision was in the hands of the Beijing Bureau's leadership. Looking around his office in the engineering department, he realized how much of this he would miss. Whatever position he would be given in China, he wouldn't have anything like the facilities he had enjoyed here. His extraction plan wasn't elaborate. He would simply step across the border into Mexico and disappear. But that meant that he had to leave his office, his lab, and his house intact, as if he had just stepped out to go to the corner grocery. Sooner or later, someone would investigate his disappearance, and there could be no traces. With the departure of Phoenix Force, Barbara Price was finding herself a mission controller without anything to do on this mission. The technology level was beyond her expertise to do more than just observe. Even the Phoenix Force raid on the Chinbaki launch complex was out of her hands. Once the commandos made their parachute drop, they would succeed or fail completely on their own, and there was nothing she could do to help. She could, however, work with Akira Tokaido in support of Rosario Blancanales' California inquiry. She knew that his search was a long shot, but every base had to at least be looked at, if not covered.
Akira, has Rosario come up with anything more?
Not much. He's signed on the INS to help investigate the restaurant for possible immigration violations, but that's about it. He just doesn't have anything else to work with. But I've been working on a long shot that's starting to get interesting.
What's that?
Well, I found an anomaly in Delgado's college transcripts and followed it up. I found a Caltech professor I think we need to take a close look at. He's a Hong Kong import, a Dr. Lin Chu. He's a well-known aerospace engineer who had a lot to do with Delgado getting into graduate school there, and he sponsored her PhD thesis. I was getting ready to send this to Rosario, but maybe you should take a look at it too.
Huh. This is one of the cleanest records I've ever seen. He didn't speak out for democracy after the Tiananmen Square incident. He didn't write editorials about the need to open up trade with China. He didn't make even small contributions to either political party. He's even registered as an independent voter.
Yeah, seems pretty monomaniacal. But he doesn't quite fit the profile of a man who didn't know exactly what he was doing at all times. Look, no credit cards, not even an ATM card. I dug deeper. He doesn't even have a cellular phone or an answering machine. He does have a state-of-the-art computer with all the internet access and specialized programming anyone could use. His office computer is linked to his home machine, and they both give him access to the Caltech engineering lab networks. He's wired to the hilt, but he doesn't even have a phone card.
Huh. That is odd.
And I've been trying to hack into his computer, but I'm coming up against first-rate encryption security. I think Paul's next stop should definitely involve this guy.
Yeah, I think you're on to something here. If Lynn was Delgado's recruiter, the chances are good that she wasn't the only one he reached out to. I'd like you to look into the rest of his ex-students, particularly his Asian American master's degree and PhD people. Check them against his Chinese culture class and see if he did letters of reference for them as well. Then find out where they are now and what they're doing.
No problem. When Tokaido looked into Lin's ex-students, he hit a gold mine. There were, of course, the aerospace engineers, but there were also computer engineering, robotics, and other high-tech superstars. What was surprising, but shouldn't have been, were the people who were now big players in international trade. Without checking further, he knew that they would all be in the high-tech hardware end of the trading spectrum and focused on the Pacific Rim. And interestingly enough, all of Lin's other protégés were male. Apparently, Selena Delgado was the only woman who had ever caught Lin's eye. Printing out a list of these men, their connection to Lin, and their current occupations, he took it to Barbara Price.
If we assume that Dr. Lin is a spy master, I think I've just found out how he's running his spy ring.
Damn. This would have to come up when Carl and Gadgets are busy in outer space. Get this to Rosario ASAP, and I'll see if I can arrange some backup for him. He's not going to be able to look into this by himself. It's too dangerous.
Diego Garcia Island.
When the C-141 Starlifter carrying Jack Grimaldi, Mac Bolan, and Phoenix Force from Andrews Air Force Base touched down on Diego Garcia, the jet transport taxied into an open hangar before shutting down its engines. Since the United States was no longer the only nation with a space-based reconnaissance capability, if they wanted to stay hidden, they had to keep out of sight from prying eyes, especially space eyes.
Okay, people, let's get the gear off the Starlifter and start getting squared away. We have to be ready to launch whenever Hal calls.
One thing I'd really like to see someone invent is an anti-jet lag pill.
Maybe I can give you a few pointers on sleeping in planes, Gary. I always get my best sleep in the air.
Oh, can I learn how to drool on my chin like you do, TJ? You really got that part down.
Let's get our figures out, people. We have work to do.
He's acting like it's the end of the world again, so I guess we better get busy and offload this crap.
Though the layover at Diego Garcia was supposed to be for sleep and mission preparation, the commandos didn't get much rest. After checking over their personal gear and mission equipment, they sat down to go over the latest information about the target that had been faxed to them from Stony Man Farm. The secret base where the Venture Star was believed to be hidden wasn't completely unknown to American intelligence, and it wasn't the only launch complex the Chinese operated. The Xichang Satellite Launch Center in Sichuan Province in southern China was their primary and very public spaceflight center. That was where they launched commercial satellites with their CZ-2E Long March rocket for a number of international customers. Since this multi-million-dollar business was a very open affair, they hadn't expected the stolen spacecraft to show up there. Their target was a known secret weapons test site in the southwestern corner of the Gobi Desert known as the Chinbaki Complex. This was about as desolate a location as could be found on the face of the earth. In earlier times, it had been on China's westernmost border and was the beginning of the ancient Silk Road to the Middle East. It had also been the outpost blocking the primary barbarian invasion route into Imperial China. More than one invading horde had been turned back from this strongpoint, and now Phoenix Force would try their luck. The region was completely off-limits to outsiders, and that included most of the Chinese military. Only a select group of scientists, their support personnel, and the security forces that guarded them ever visited this barren site. And the pair of American astronauts who had delivered a stolen spacecraft to them. While Bolan and Phoenix Force were taking care of their hardware, Jack Grimaldi had his nose in the books, going over the Venture Star launch procedures one more time. Compared to pre-flighting something like an SR-71 for takeoff, the Venture Star's pre-launch checklist was a piece of cake. Even though the spacecraft was 100 times more complicated than the Blackbird, the difference was the cutting-edge computer system that was built into it. Microchips were much faster than pilots, and they never made mistakes. Nonetheless, the standard countdown checklist Grimaldi had been given was a 30-minute-long process where every switch and every instrument was checked once by the computer and then double-checked by the human pilot or co-pilot. The problem was that it wasn't very likely that the Chinese would cooperate and give him and McCarter a half an hour to run through it in peace and quiet. He'd be lucky if he had even 5 minutes to kick the tires and light the fires. When that problem had been explained, Lockheed and NASA had come up with a bare-bones pre-launch checklist that ran a bit under 5 minutes. Most of the checks had been taken away from the crew and given over to the onboard computer. Grimaldi had no problem with that, because he knew the machine could do it faster than he could. Even so, there was still more than enough for him to do to get the ship ready to launch. At Grimaldi's insistence, Lockheed had also come up with a last-resort emergency launch program that was completely computer-driven. To run it, all he had to do was shove a program disk into the computer, punch the button, and hang on. It was dangerous, both to the crew and the ship, but it would launch them in 60 seconds, and that met the need. Even if something went wrong with the automatic launch and the ship was destroyed, it wouldn't be a disaster. The Chinese wouldn't be able to use it again, and that was the goal of the mission. In that scenario, Bolan, Phoenix Force, and Grimaldi were expendable. When Hal Brignola arrived back at the farm, he immediately jumped into the ground-based part of the mission. With the Atlantis in orbit, it was time for the China drop. Aaron Kurtzman had gotten the SR-71 overflights he had wanted, and they were paying off. The Blackbird was still the queen of high-tech manned recon. In over 30 years of keeping a sharp eye on America's enemies, not a single SR-71 had been lost to enemy action. Once more, they were showing that they could go any place, any time, bar nothing, and see what was down there. The problem with space satellites was that any person with an Army surplus radar set and basic orbital math skills could figure out when they were going to pass overhead. All you had to do to hide from even the Keyhole series spy birds was to keep your head down while it was in the sky. As soon as it went down over the horizon, a person could go back to doing what he or she had been doing before it had shown up. The SR-71s supporting the Stony Man team's mission were 2 of the 3 Blackbirds that had been taken out of storage and completely refurbished after the Gulf War to do the work that the spy satellites couldn't. The new incarnation of the spy plane wasn't any faster than it had been back in the days of the Vietnam War, but it was harder to find in the sky. Part of the refurbishment program had been the application of a stealthy paint job that had been originally formulated for the B-2. The coating had had to be reformulated to withstand the heat of the SR-71's Mach 3.5 flight, but that hadn't been difficult. Where the SR-71s had been difficult to spot before with ground radars, now they were almost impossible. The sensors and cameras on board the new Blackbirds were better than the old ones by a wide margin. The original recon package had been designed back in the 60s, and technology had come a long way since then. Along with the 6-inch resolution cameras, she could be fitted with digital imaging, infrared, and MAD systems. Anything a spy satellite could see, the Blackbird could pick up. The best part of the refit, though, was the real-time transmission capability the SR-71s now had. As soon as the spy plane saw something interesting, it was transmitted to a satellite and from there sent to any of a number of ground stations all over the world. One of those recipients of the data was the computer room at Stony Man Farm. The Blackbirds hadn't picked up any sign of the Venture Star yet, but they were sending good data on the target area and updating it every 5 minutes. By rotating the 2 planes in and out of the area for refueling, they would continue to watch throughout the mission. After looking over the data, Ragnola turned to Barbara Price.
Tell them it's a go. I want them in the air as soon as possible.
When the B-2 stealth bomber carrying the Stony Man team cradled in her belly crossed the Chinese border at subsonic speeds 36,000 feet over Pakistan, Kurtzman was still monitoring the recon feed from the SR-71s. The Keyhole satellites had gone down below the horizon half an hour earlier, and if the Chinese were going to make their move, this was the time to do it.
There it is. They got the Venture Star on a launch platform.
What?
I'm putting it up on the main screen. Okay.
My God. What's the chance that they're going to launch it anytime soon, like in the next hour or so?
There's no way to tell. They have a keyhole blackout for another 10 hours.
Is that a fuel truck pulling up to it?
It looks more like a cargo hauler to me. They might still be in the mission loading process.
What's the team's ETA?
They should be reaching the DZ in 8 minutes.
The B-2 stealth bomber had dropped down to 28,000 feet as it approached the IP, initial point. Because of the Chinese air defenses in the area, it was flying a bomb run profile, and the IP was where it would turn onto its final heading for the drop zone. As part of the approach, the co-pilot turned on the B-2's targeting radar. It would scan the drop zone and verify that it was correct.
Phoenix 1, we have an anomaly on the DZ.
What's wrong?
The radar is showing what looks like a vehicle convoy is parked a click away.
Can you send the data back here so I can look at it?
Roger. We'll go into an orbit while you take a look at it.
That's more than a dozen vehicles. What do you think, Stryker? You want to go to the secondary DZ?
There's no way to tell just how many people are in those trucks, or even if they only stop to change a tire.
Think they could detect us?
Not from the distance we're coming down. And if we divert to the secondary DZ, it'll add 2 hours to the walk, at which point we'd be pushing dawn. Let's go for the primary.
Right. This is Phoenix 1. Go for the primary.
Roger. DZ coming up in 5 mics.
Copy. DZ in 5 mics.
As team's jump master for this drop, T.J. Hawkins' job was to make sure that everyone was buckled up properly before he jumped. It also meant that he would be the last one to exit the aircraft and would have to play catch-up for 25,000 feet.
Time to go to oxygen, guys. Check in when you're hooked up.
Doing a halo jump from 28,000 feet made oxygen a necessity. In the cold air, heated suits would have been nice as well, but they had decided not to jump with the extra weight. Their equipment bags for this drop were heavier than usual as it was. Extra ammunition and the explosives needed for the demolition option accounted for most of the additional weight. When his teammates had donned their masks and checked in, Hawkins called up to the cockpit that they were ready.
DZ in 2 mics.
Roger, 2.
Bombay opening. DZ in 3-0. Good luck.
Roger. Phoenix 1. Go, go, go!
At 10-second intervals, the others followed McCarter.
We're being painted by a SAM radar. The open bays are making us show up.
As Hawkins prepared to jump, he clicked in the intercom.
Last man out in 03. Thanks for the ride, guys.
Pod clear. Bombay closing.
The burn of the Atlantis' two 6,000-pound thrust engines lasted only a few minutes, but it was enough to boost her up to a 250-mile-high orbit. Before Colonel Greg Cunningham shut down, he used the positioning thrusters to roll the shuttle around her central axis, so her open cargo bay faced away from Earth, toward the deep space that hid the Chinese missile platforms.
Okay, guys, we're on station. It's time for you to do your thing.
The Able Team duo unstrapped themselves from their seats and made their way back to the aft workstation. In weightlessness, one didn't need to sit in a chair to work, but standing wasn't easy either. It took a few minutes for Herman Schwartz to get the hang of wearing the microgravity boots. They had suction cups on the bottom to hold him in place, so he had to find a comfortable position for his feet, plant the boots, and then leave them there. While they limited his mobility, they did keep him right side up. With Schwartz at the right-hand workstation at the targeting radar screen and Carl Lyons on the laser firing controls to his left, they could finally see if this wild venture among the stars was really going to work. The laser had been mounted on a powered turntable that provided changes in both traverse and elevation. The standard controls for the shuttle's RMS, Remote Manipulator System, arm had been modified to run the turntable and aim the weapon. This way, the shuttle didn't have to be moved around to get the laser on target. All the pilot needed to do was to position the shuttle so Schwartz had a clear field of fire and then maintain that station.
Give me a couple more degrees nose down.
Down?
Toward the Earth. Pitch.
Pitch. Got it.
Okay, that should do it.
From here on out, he would use the RMS joystick to move the powered turntable to aim the laser at the radar target as if he were playing a video game. Since that was something any 13-year-old could do in his sleep, he should be able to figure it out. Even so, he couldn't take many practice shots to check his aim. The power cell that provided the energy to fire the laser was good for only 5 shots. After that, the real astronauts would have to make an EVA into the cargo bay and change the exhausted power cell for a new one. The time required for doing that was 2.5 hours, which was entirely too long. No one knew how long it would take the Chinese to prepare their space missiles for launch, but it was generally felt that it would be no more than half an hour. If they detected that their launch platforms were under attack, they might launch in retaliation, and the target for the warheads would be the United States of America. The laser and its mount were heavy, but compared to the total weight of the Atlantis, it wasn't much. In a zero-gravity situation, the weight that was being moved wasn't a factor, but its mass still was. Traversing the laser to aim it caused a minute opposite movement in the space shuttle itself. On the flight deck, Cunningham was watching his position readouts and caught the slight movement of the shuttle in reaction to Schwartz's traversing the weapon to aim it. Automatically, he reached out for the thruster controls and fed in the correction needed to bring the ship back to where it had been before Schwartz had moved the laser.
Damn it! Keep this thing still! I can't get a lock on the target if you keep moving around.
Rather than try again to enlighten his novice mission specialist turned gunner on the vagaries of Newtonian physics, Cunningham let it pass.
That should do it. Arm the laser.
It's armed.
Hold on while I confirm the aim. Okay, I'm still on target. Fire!
The sudden burst of light in the cargo hold came through the 2 windows by the aft crew station and lit up the inside of the shuttle. Since the interior of the cabin was white, it was like being inside a giant flashbulb. When Schwartz could see clearly again, he checked his radar.
Damn, we missed.
On the flight deck, Cunningham waited while Schwartz realigned the laser to correct his aim. Again, he saw that the shuttle had picked up a small drift from the laser's movement, but didn't correct it.
Okay, on target, fire! Damn it. Okay, that's the second bolo. We've got to get serious about this shit or we're going to be up here all month. Cunningham, this damn shuttle keeps moving under me and I can't hold the laser on target. Do you have any suggestions?
Do you know what a deflection shot is?
Vaguely. It's something you flyboys do to each other in dogfights, right?
Right. We aim ahead of the enemy aircraft and expect him to fly into the path of the fire. Do you think he can do that back there? Maybe aim at the edge of the target and walk the beam across it with the movement of the shuttle.
Okay, let me see if I have this right. Every time I move the laser, the ship goes in the opposite direction just a little bit, right?
That's right.
Okay, I'll line it up this time on the far edge rather than dead center, so the shuttle's movement will draw the beam in. You think that'll work?
It's worth a try.
Okay, hold on. Carl, go!
When Schwartz opened his eyes, he saw that the radar target had vanished.
You got it, Gadgets!
But it took 3 shots. I've got to do better on the next one.
Newly promoted Master Sergeant Dale Bergman reported from his console in the NORAD Space Command Center.
The shuttle is in firing position, Major General Peterson.
Excellent. Keep me posted.
The first target has disappeared from the screen.
The feeling of relief was thick enough to package and mail home. It was as if every person in the room had just been told that he or she had just won the lottery, which, in a way, they had. Every one of them knew that if the Chinese launched a nuclear strike from space, the NORAD complex would be at the top of the target list. The facility had been built to withstand near misses from medium-sized nuclear weapons, but the pinpoint accuracy of space-based missiles made that protection a moot point.
Atlantis is maneuvering into position to engage the second target.
The instant that the second Chinese missile platform came over the radar horizon, Schwartz was on it. This time, he took several extra minutes to make minute adjustments to the weapon. He had only 2 shots left on the first power pack and didn't want to miss again.
Okay, Carl. One more time. And... fire! Woo! All right, boss, I killed it. Can we go home now?
Atlantis has fired again. Target is eliminated.
Bergman pushed his chair back from his console and stood. The sudden release of tension had made him weak, and he almost fell back into his chair. Even though the room was air-conditioned to a perfect 72 degrees, his coverall uniform was soaked through with sweat.
Good work, Sergeant Bergman.
The astronauts did all the work, sir.
But you're the man who spotted those damn things, Sergeant. Don't forget that. If you hadn't found them, we'd still be sitting around here with our thumbs up our butts, thinking that we were on top of the world.
Bergman knew that any one of the Skywatch crew would have found the Chinese missile platform sooner or later, but he didn't mind being given the credit. It had already gotten him a promotion and the promise of any assignment in the Air Force he wanted as soon as this was over.
I'm thinking of having your UFO search techniques instituted as a permanent part of the Space Command Center mission. If they did it to us once, someone might try it again. And, who knows, it might be the aliens instead of the Chinese next time.
I'll be glad to write up the program, sir.
You can start after you take a 30-day leave. You've earned a little R&R.
I appreciate that, sir.
You've earned it, son.
Hal Brignola felt as if a great weight had been taken from the middle of his chest. Stony Man missions were difficult enough without having to worry about one of them going wrong and triggering a nuclear attack from space. Even though he knew that the President was online with the NORAD Cheyenne Mountain Command Center, he would call him anyway and confirm that the danger was over. Now that the Atlantis had been successful, he could focus on the other part of the mission. It was ironic that the greatest danger had been eliminated without really risking the men involved. Now, men were being sent into a great risk to keep the danger from being repeated.
Above China.
As the first man out of the B-2 stealth bomber, David McCarter was leading the halo drop. The nav aid on his wrist was locked on to the center of the drop zone through a GPS satellite link, so all he had to do was follow it down to the ground. With the parked convoy the B-2 had spotted so close to the DZ, The team had to hit it right on the mark. His teammates were strung out behind him in a tight diamond formation so they could keep track of one another in the dark. At the rear point of the halo diamond, T.J. Hawkins referred to his own nav aid as they fell through the sky while keeping an eye on the altimeter as well.
We're 12,000 feet. Take off the oxygen for landing. Can do. I tell you, this is flying. You're not flying, Jack. You just haven't hit the ground yet.
To ensure that the jumpers landed as closely together as possible, they all had to pop their chutes at the same time.
We're coming up on 900 feet. Deploy on my 3 count. 3, 2, 1, pull.
7 black canopies opened within a few seconds of one another. They were jumping with their bat-wing steerable chutes, and they easily joined up in a line playing follow the leader behind McCarter for the last few hundred feet. This was always the worst part of a paradrop for Grimaldi. Even though he was wearing his night vision goggles and had a clear view of the ground, it always came up too fast for him.
All right. Everybody check in.
I'm good.
Ouch. I'll be okay.
You sure you're fine, Jack? I'd hate to have the mission go to shit because our flyer couldn't land.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan of crashing like that. Okay, lads, you all know what to do. Let's get to it.
Phoenix 4 to Stony Base. We're on the ground and operational. Commencing mission.
California.
Hello?
Paul?
You caught me at lunch. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry, Barb. You caught me at lunchtime.
I heard. How's your lead coming along?
It's not. The INS have been monitoring the Happy Dragon, and all they've managed to come up with is that the Sunday dishwasher doesn't do a good job washing the dishes. The owner's a third-generation Chinese-American, and all the workers are either citizens or have legal green cards. It was a long shot, but now I'm left with nothing.
Now, don't be too sure about that. Akira sent you an electronic dossier about Dr. Lin Chu, Delgado's professor at college. He's come up with a number of anomalies that should interest you.
I'm downloading the information now. How do you think I should work this?
Well, if we're right about Lin, my bet is that he's been doing more than just turning the occasional grad student into a red Chinese agent. There was no way he could have known that Delgado would become an astronaut and be chosen for the Venture Star crew. That was just a bit of good luck that he was able to exploit. So his mission has to have been broader than that. My guess is that he's been siphoning off high-tech ideas and hardware for some time now. I think working that end of it will pan out.
I'm going through the files now. Considering the access he's had both at Rockwell and Caltech, that makes sense. And it won't be the first time we've had the Chinese backdooring tech intel through the Old Boy network. You'd think the American engineers would have figured it out by now. I'll get right on this, and get back to you as soon as I turn up anything.
Keep us posted.
Oh, one more thing. How are Gadgets and Lions doing?
They've successfully handled their end of things. It went off without a hitch. Phoenix is in the middle of the second phase, so we're focused on that right now.
I understand. Well, I'll let you get back to that then. Tell Akira thanks for me.
Will do.
Normally, Blancanales would be working in tandem with Lyons and Schwartz, and, as was their custom, they'd do it their way. Barbara Price had offered to find him outside backup, but he'd asked her to hold them in reserve. He needed to move fast and couldn't afford the time to break in people who didn't know how Stonyman operations worked. Blancanales looked further into Lynn's ex-students and was a little surprised when one of them had an industrial espionage rap, a Richard Beneudo. Engineers usually lived staid lives, and criminal activity wasn't their forte. But one could say that industrial espionage would be the crime of choice for engineers and scientists who were out to make a fast buck. The charge against Beneudo wasn't a case of selling secrets to a foreign power. Instead, he'd been careless in front of a security camera and had been caught putting company computer disks into his briefcase and heading out the door with them at the close of business. The company, a software firm, had filed charges on Beneudo to protect themselves, but in the end had elected not to prosecute and merely fired him. But a Caltech graduate rarely had to look for work for too long. Blancanellis quickly found him working for an electronics import-export operation in San Diego. A quick check showed that this company, Pacific Rim Exports, did most of their business with China and Latin America, particularly Mexico. Better yet, they had a record with the U.S. Commerce Department of several irregularities in import-export licenses. Cross-checking Pacific Rim Exports with other federal agencies turned up a report indicating that it was suspected of being a front company for the Mexican mafia. Nothing had been firmed up, but the investigation had turned up the name of a Carlos Montoya. Blancanellis was familiar with Carlos Montoya, who had long been considered a linchpin of the Mexican mafia's drug operations. But he had always managed to keep from taking a fall, particularly because he was also a powerful, legitimate businessman with connections to Mexico's ruling political party. Blancanellis was surprised that this had led to a Mexican mafia connection rather than a Chinese tong, as he had expected. Considering how well Delgado had played the Hispanic card, maybe he should have expected it. Even though he now had a lead, Blancanellis was beginning to see that this was going to be considerably more complicated than he had first thought. If this Montoya connection checked out, it would be the first time he had ever seen a Hispanic-Chinese alliance. Usually the Chinese were paranoid about letting outsiders into their operations. The mainland and Hong Kong gangs were even leery about getting too close to American-born Chinese. To see a mainland Chinese operation linked to a Mexican drug lord was historic. But the Chinese had the product, and the Mexicans had the distribution network and the money to buy. And if the Mexicans were offering smuggled U.S. high-tech hardware, it would be a perfect match. Now that he had a target, it was time for Blancanellis to see if he could get inside.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
They're on the ground and right on target.
What about that convoy they spotted on the way in?
It's just sitting there, not moving, so it doesn't look like they were seen.
I'll inform the president.
When Brignola left to make his second call of the day to the White House, Katzenellenbogen studied the screen displaying the SR-71 sensor readouts. The Blackbird was circling the Chinbaki launch complex several miles out at 83,000 feet. With the spy plane keeping watch, the farm would be able to follow the team's progress to the target and provide early warning. A second SR-71 was standing by at Kadena Air Force Base, ready to take over when the first one had to break off to refuel. With aerial refueling, a single Blackbird could have stayed in the sky for the entire mission, but there was no way that a KC-10Q tanker was going to survive for longer than a few minutes in Chinese airspace. Neither would the Blackbird if she had to throttle down to be slow enough to mate up with the tanker.
China.
Even though the Stony Man commandos didn't expect to stay in the Gobi Desert very long, they took the time to bury their parachutes, jump harnesses, helmets, and oxygen gear. This far behind enemy lines, every measure had to be taken to keep them from being detected. After policing the drop zone, they checked their equipment and got ready to move out. It was only 3 miles to the edge of the perimeter around the secret launch facility. If they hadn't been in enemy territory, they could have covered that distance in less than an hour without working up much of a sweat. As it was, they had allotted 2 hours for the movement to contact phase. Once they reached the edge of the defenses, all bets were off on how quickly they would be able to penetrate them. The sensors and radar had mapped out the bunkers and hard defenses, but there was no way to tell where the troops would be posted or patrolling. Calvin James took the point position with T.J. Hawkins as his slack, with the others following 50 yards behind them. Since it wasn't likely that anyone would be on their back trail, they took up a wedge formation to get maximum coverage on their flanks. They moved out at the mile-eating jogging pace known to elite units as the airborne shuffle. It was faster than a walk, but not as tiring as a run. An hour and a half later, they were half a mile out from the perimeter when James signaled a halt.
Vehicle coming.
McCarter crawled up beside James.
What do you see?
Small truck with 4 men, machine gun mounted in the back. It's moving fast. I think it's just a routine patrol. Okay, it's past us.
Great. We're moving single file, with James on point. We're almost there.
The second SR-71 Blackbird had replaced the first in a wide orbit over the Chinbaki launch complex. By rotating the overwatch duty between 2 of the spy planes, they would be able to stay on station for the next several hours. It was a grueling ordeal for the crews and hard on the planes themselves, but it was the only way that surveillance could be kept on the target while the recon satellites were below the horizon. The Chinese weren't stupid enough to do anything they didn't want the world to see while a keyhole was overhead, and their launch activities would be timed to coincide with the satellite's downtime. The Blackbird's crew didn't know what was going on below them, but that wasn't unusual for one of their flights. They had been tasked with a coverage mission, and that's what they were doing, covering the target and passing on everything they saw happening around it. In the spy plane's back seat, the RSO kept watch over a series of recon cameras and sensors as they transmitted their real-time digital take to satellites for retransmission to the ground stations. It was a fully automated process, but the RSO was ready to break in with a flash report if anything critical showed up. When his wide-aperture radar picked up movement at the edge of his screen, he clicked in the mic to his Scramcom satellite radio.
Apex Digger, this is Raven Tango. I have a Flash 1 report, over.
Apex Digger, send your flash, over.
This is Raven Tango with Flash 1 information. We have a motorized convoy of 9 vehicles bearing 238, 46 miles out, and moving at an average speed of 38 miles an hour. Their ETA to the center of the target area is a little under an hour. From the size of the vehicles, they could be carrying either troops or cargo. End of Flash 1, over.
Apex Digger, good copy on Flash, Raven Tango.
They could be carrying either troops or cargo. End of Flash 1, over.
Great.
Yeah, pick up the pace?
Yeah, there's more than enough troops to deal with without waiting for reinforcements.
Could be cargo, like the Blackbird said.
Can't afford to wait around to see. Let's go.
With the complex as large as it was, the Chinese hadn't put a fence around it. The desert was their fence. For a nation that prided itself on having such a long history, they had forgotten the lessons that history should have taught them. Since they now controlled the desolate western deserts, they didn't expect trouble to come from them. But, as had been proved so often in China's past, the desolation itself was no barrier to determined men. Even though there was no fence, the Stony Man warriors faced a line of bunkers and prepared fighting positions stretching for hundreds of yards to either side. Interspaced between the bunkers were several surface-to-air missile batteries and their radar vans. How many of the bunkers and trenches were manned remained to be seen, but the roving patrols were the more immediate concern. They needed to pass through the bunker line before the next truck passed and caught them in the open. Turning up his night vision goggles to their maximum sensitivity, James swept the fortifications in front of them. The night air was cool enough that the heat signatures of men would show up clearly. Even in enclosed bunkers, their body heat would warm the air and it would pass out through the firing ports.
It looks like they've only manned every other bunker. If there aren't any remote sensors out there, I should be able to find a dead zone between them.
Do it quickly.
James moved ahead, scanning the area. Even a desert wasn't perfectly flat, and James found a small draw leading at an angle past the unmanned bunker inside the perimeter. When a max scan didn't show heat from electronic devices or IR beams covering the route, he clicked in his comm link.
Link up with me. I found our way in.
Keeping low to the ground, the commandos followed James up the draw. Though the route had looked clear, he kept scanning for any sensors he might have missed. Even though he knew the Chinese always thought in terms of men rather than devices, he was surprised that they hadn't put out a few sensors of some kind or the other. Once they were past the bunker line, the layout of the complex was easier to see. They had studied the recon photos, but it never hurt to see the ground in person. Their objective was the mountain that was roughly in the middle of the restricted area, and the fastest way for them to get to it was to cross the air base in the western sector of the complex. Going around either end of it would take too much time and expose them to the roving vehicle patrols. Hawkins joined James on point, and the two men kept their fingers on the triggers of their silenced MP5s as they led the way past the buildings and across the open expanses of concrete runways and taxiways. It was slow going, and they kept to the shadows as sentries posted around the hangars walked the line of MiG fighters in their revetments. But apparently none of the guards had been given night vision equipment. With the buildings of the airfield behind them, the Stony Man team was able to have an unobstructed view of the base of the mountain, and they saw why the Venture Star hadn't been spotted by the recon satellites. The side of the mountain was opened up, revealing a large, dark opening where a rock face had been seen before. The cave's entrance, because that's what it was at least 100 yards wide and 50 tall. That was more than big enough to allow the spacecraft inside the mountain. The huge hangar-style doors inside the opening were closed to cut off any light from inside, and they hid the extent of the underground facility from the commandos. But for the Chinese to be able to support a sophisticated vehicle like the Venture Star, the Mountain had to be hiding a mini Cape Canaveral inside. A set of what looked like narrow-gauge railroad tracks led from the cave entrance for about 500 yards to a ring of red lights on tall pylons that illuminated a circle 100 yards in diameter. In the center of that circle was a mobile launch platform, and mounted vertically on it was the Venture Star. In the red light, the spacecraft looked to be covered in dried blood.
I thought that thing was supposed to be painted white. It was when it left Palmdale. The Chinese might have slapped a coat of paint on it as camouflage.
Black's not a good camouflage color in the desert, but I think that paint's why they haven't been able to spot her on radar when she's made her flights to launch the platforms.
What do you mean?
Well, that black coating could be a radar-defeating stealth covering. That's the hot ticket in aerial warfare right now, and the lab boys have come a long ways in the past couple of years in stealth technology. We have to figure that the Chinese have been working on that as well.
It doesn't matter what damn color the thing is now. We have to take care of it one way or the other. The crew hatch is open. I can see a white light inside and a gantry pushed up in place, so they could be getting ready to board the crew. That also means, of course, that she's fueled up and ready to launch. Gentlemen, I think we found our ride home.
Then we better get in there quickly. They know that they have to watch for the recon satellites, so they won't be wasting much time before they launch.
That might be easier said than done. I don't know what they're all doing, but they have a lot of people on the ground between here and there.
The intervening distance was some 600 yards, dotted with what looked like concrete bunkers, service facilities, and fuel tanks for the spacecraft. Even without using the magnification on their night vision goggles, they could see 24 men going about their business around the Venture Star. Most of them would be technicians, not armed troops, but even an unarmed man could sound an alert. The trick was to find a way to get past as many of them as possible before someone spotted them. While the other commandos looked for the best way to get through to the launch pad, Manning took out his GPS transmitter and took a reading on the center of the cave entrance. When he had the numbers, he hit the transmission button to send the reading to the satellite that would relay it to the Seawolf submarine waiting in the South China Sea. This last piece of critical data would ensure that if a nuclear-tipped cruise missile had to be launched to finish the job, it would do it with the first shot. One way or the other, this mission would be a success. Having secured the last option, he stowed the GPS back into his pack and pulled half a dozen 2-pound RDX explosive charges from his backpack and hung them on the front of his assault harness. The explosives represented the second option for the mission, destroying the ship themselves. These were specially prepared shaped charges with hardened steel triangular pellets mixed in with the plastique. When they detonated against the skin over the fuel tanks, they were powerful enough to cut through the heat shield and send the red-hot pellets into the liquid hydrogen tanks. The resulting explosion should completely destroy the craft and everything around it for a 200-yard radius. The first, and by far most preferable option, was to capture the ship and fly her home, because that was the only way they would be going home themselves. When the commandos moved out, James took point again, with Hawkins backing him up and the others several yards behind in one group. This close in, James was carrying his silenced Beretta 92 in his hand because the MP5 was a little too obvious. Hawkins, however, had his silenced subgun with nightscope ready to back him up. The first rule of going any place a person wasn't supposed to be was to act as if he really did belong there. It always worked, particularly at night, and it was working again this time. James wove his way from one building, vehicle, and piece of equipment to the next without being challenged. He was preparing to pass a building with several antennas on top when a door suddenly opened and a soldier stepped out into the light.
Tag him. On it. You got another one coming around the corner.
In position. Phoenix 5, close that door.
On it. Door closed. We are clear to go forward. Oh, shit.
Shit! This is General Yi. What's going on?
Well, get a report from a dozen ground defense units coming in, but they're confused and contradictory. Assault force size unknown. Sending defenses on full alert.
How did the Americans find us? We're going to go straight for the spacecraft. Bolster defenses and leave at least one alive. Stop the Yankees from capturing the ship at all costs, but no heavy weapons are to be used. Any man who hits the spacecraft will be executed. Acknowledge.
Selena, what's happening out there?
Yankees are attacking the ship!
Yankees? But the Gobi Desert was supposed to swallow entire invading armies.
Yeah? Well, these guys escaped being lunch.
For a moment, Jimmy Chin's heart swelled with pride. His people were taking a bold step against a treacherous enemy. The fact that he was now one of those enemies escaped his mind for the moment.
Wait, where are you going?
I don't have a gun.
Well, I should get one too.
Then what are you babbling about? Follow me.
2 teams. Phoenix 3. You and I will escort Flyboy to the Venture Star. You good?
I'll be with you all the way.
The rest provide covering fire while we prep the ship for launch. Everybody ready? Go!
Phoenix 2, cover the entryway. Phoenix 5, watch the towers. Phoenix 4, you're with me.
That's one for Phoenix 5.
I got a group coming out. Thanks.
Your thanks will be paid back in beer when we get back.
We're clear. Move up.
Whoa.
Good shot, Phoenix 4.
Hey, aren't we getting a little close to the Venture Star?
We have to cover Jack.
Yeah, but if they have to leave in a hurry, we'll be caught in the exhaust plume.
What? You don't want to risk a few burns to prevent World War III?
A few burns? There won't be enough left of us to fill a cup.
Well, then you better hope we do our job.
Gary, we always do our job.
TJ, you okay?
Yeah! I just forgot to duck is all. I can still move my arm. I'll be fine or I won't. No sense arguing about it now.
Wait, is that...
There's somebody shooting on his own people.
Jimmy Chin had never fired a full-auto assault rifle before, but he had shot the semi-auto version of the older AK-47 back in the States. He saw that this weapon had the same kind of safety, a lever on the left side of the receiver, but it had 3 positions instead of the 2 found on the semi-auto AK. The 3rd position would be for full automatic fire. He was drawing a bead on a small group of black-clad commandos racing for the Venture Star when he realized what he was doing. He was about to shoot at Americans, his own people.
Burn in hell.
Right below Chin, another squad of Chinese was advancing behind a truck, using it for cover. Though they were almost 50 yards away, with their backs to him, they made a perfect target.
You idiot! What are you doing? We're shooting at our own troops!
My troops are the ones who are trying to get to the Venture Star.
For the first time in weeks, Jimmy Chin felt certain that he finally knew what he was doing. It felt good to try to help those brave men who were fighting to right a wrong that he had been a part of.
Damn you! You're ruining everything!
Almost there! Made it! You 2 get up there. I'll cover you from down here.
Grimaldi and Enciso scrambled up the gantry and dashed across the walkway to the Venture Star's forward hatch.
Closed? How are we supposed to get in?
Easy! Push the big green button.
Great. What?
Oh. There's 4 seats. 3 of us get to ride out the liftoff strapped to the decking.
Not it.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Ah, the pilot's seat.
How do you know what to press?
All that time spent in the flight sims weren't for naught, Rafe. I've clocked 20 hours on this baby.
Oh, were the People's Liberation Army shooting at you in the sim?
All right, that's enough out of you. Do me a favor and let them know we're about ready to head out. I've plugged in on new coordinates for an emergency launch, and I don't want anybody out there when I push go.
I'm running low on ammo.
Me too. Everybody inside. Now!
Fall back. I'll cover. Manning, set the charges.
Got him. The gantry's set to blow.
Everybody get in! They're standing to shoot at the Venture Star!
Rafe, we're good!
Get inside! You ready to go?
Load the gantry, buddy.
Everybody found a tie-down ring? Good, because we are gone. From that point on, the launch was completely under the control of the onboard computer. The fuel pumps kicked in first, sending liquid oxygen and hydrogen to the nozzles of the aerospike engine burn chambers. An instant later, the ignition system flashed, igniting the mixture and bringing the engine temperature to an instant 15,000 degrees. The flames bouncing from the blast deflector of the launch pad scattered the Chinese troops. An infantry squad caught in the open was instantly incinerated. The support vehicles and equipment still clustered around the launch pad burst into flames. 8 seconds after the ship's 7 aerospike engines ignited, the computer signaled them to throttle up to 110% for takeoff. The thundering roar shook the sand and echoed from the hollow mountain where she had been held prisoner. In a burst of light that could be seen for miles, the Venture Star leaped to freedom in space. The 3.6G acceleration pressed the Stony Man commandos back. Unable to move without effort, they sat and took the force of 3.5 times their weight. It was a rough ride, but they were on their way home. Through his pain, Jimmy Chin saw the Venture Star launch. It was only right that she was going home where she belonged. The Americans would strip off the black radar-defeating coating, and once more she would be a gleaming arrow pointing to the stars, leading a peaceful exploration of space. He tried to smile, but it came out as a grimace. Selena Delgado had a look of unbelieving horror on her face as the Venture Star disappeared into the night sky on a plume of flame. Her dream of glory had just become a living nightmare. Without the Venture Star, the Chinese had no need for a space force, and therefore no need for her. Everything she had worked so hard for had turned to sand and was slipping through her fingers.
You bastard!
Reaching out, Chin found his fallen AK.
Jimmy!
I'm sorry. I really am.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
The sensors on the SR-71 orbiting over western China caught the Venture Star's launch flare, and the data was instantly flashed to the ground retransmission stations.
Yes!
Yes! I'm hooking into NASA. Everything's in the green. He's on the pre-programmed flight path. They'll be home in a little under 5 hours.
Gentlemen, our men have all made it into space. I'm proud of what we've done today. I'm proud of all of you. Well, I guess I'd better get to Andrews so I can catch my fast mover ride to Palmdale. I'm going to need to keep a lid on the situation there and lay down some heavy security.
How are you going to explain the Venture Star's sudden rebirth? That's going to raise a lot of questions that aren't going to be real easy to answer.
To be perfectly honest with you, I don't have the slightest idea what I'm going to do. The president is still hashing this over with his advisors, and I haven't been given a decision yet. Until I hear something definitive, all I can do is wing it and try to keep things from getting out of hand. That'll start by hustling the ship under cover the minute it lands and imposing a security lockdown on the entire skunk works.
Good luck with that program. Even though it's the skunk works, there's still a bunch of blabbermouth civilians out there. You might want to lay on the battalion of rangers to help keep a lid on it.
I wish I could. Brignola here.
This is Bill Kruger. I'm afraid that we have a little bit of a problem.
I'm detecting a theme here. They lifted off and they're safe now, aren't they?
They are. As long as Grimaldi lets the computer fly for him, they'll be in a low orbit in 12 minutes and ready to re-enter in another 3 hours. But that's not the problem.
What is then?
Well, according to the initial telemetry we're receiving, the Venture Star is carrying a payload, and it's heavy. Damned heavy.
Do you think it's another one of those launch platforms?
I don't see what else it could be.
Can they land with it inside?
Not safely.
Shit.
The problem is that with the platform on board, the computer program we gave Grimaldi won't work, because the ship will be overweight for the re-entry we calculated. It might not make it.
Can they dump the damn thing over the side and lighten the ship?
Well, from what you told me, the platform's carrying half a dozen nuclear missiles, right?
That's what we think, yes.
Well, if they just jettison the payload, there's a chance that it'll come down somewhere we don't want it to. Even if the missile warheads don't detonate on impact, they could still contaminate a large area of someone's backyard.
Is there anything we can do?
I think we could talk them through a payload launch sequence that would deploy the platform in a stable low orbit, but it would still be operational. I don't know how to disable it from down here so the Chinese can't use it before we get one of our shuttles up there to recover it. None of your people are cleared for a spacewalk, and that's what it would take to disarm the thing.
And you think the Chinese could launch from that low in orbit?
They'd have to reprogram it, but yes, we think it could be done. You know, we might be able to release that thing on an escape trajectory. That would get rid of it permanently. Well, let me run that by my people, see what they can work out.
What do you want my people to do?
Well, for the time being, nothing. We're going to have to extend the flight so they can just float around up there and take in the sights till we can figure this out and work up the flight plan.
They're gonna love that.
Beats burning up on re-entry.
You've got a point.
Mission Control will talk to them as soon as they reach orbital status and give them the word.
Sure thing. Thanks for the update.
I'll be in touch.
Barb, you can tell the chopper pilot to go back to sleep. And tell the cook I could sure use a cup of coffee.
My pot is on.
Brignola didn't even reply to that. He needed caffeine, but he didn't need to kill the rest of his stomach lining getting it.
Space.
The Stony Man warriors were still strapped down in back of the Venture Star when Jack Grimaldi took the call from Houston Mission Control.
Venture Star, this is Houston. Congratulations, you're in orbit. Not bad for a rookie. Over.
The computer gets all the credit, Houston. I was just along for the ride.
Well, you're gonna get to do a little hands-on before this is done. We need to change the game plan a little bit. Over.
Just what we wanted to hear.
Let's have it, Houston.
Well, did you guys happen to see the Chinese put a load into the cargo bay before you took off?
They were screwing around with something back there. Why?
We think they loaded another one of those missile launching platforms, and you're gonna have to get rid of it before you can safely come down.
Wonderful. How long is that gonna take?
We're not sure, but you're gonna need to stay in orbit until we can get this worked out.
Go sightseeing, right?
Most people would kill to get the view you have up there, Venture Star. Me included.
You're welcome to it. All I can see out of this porthole is black with little lights.
Well, we're gonna change that view for you real quick. Do you remember the roll drills you went through in the simulator?
Roger.
Prepare to execute a 180-degree roll to the left on my mark.
Ready.
3, 2, 1, execute.
Grimaldi watched closely as he burned the lower starboard and upper portside thrusters to roll the ship around her long axis. Halfway through the roll, he applied opposite thrust to kill the movement.
Very good. You did 182 and killed all the residual momentum. Good work.
Grimaldi looked up and saw Earth through the window. It was a beautiful sight, but he was too busy to enjoy it.
What's next?
Now have your co-pilot find the switch marked Cargo Bay Lock.
Got it.
Okay. Now co-pilot, select Unlock. Then select Doors Open Full.
Roger. Unlocked and doors open full. The readout indicates the doors are open.
Copy. Pilot, turn on your aft monitor and select Cargo Bay.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, right on our screen. One red Chinese missile launch platform, complete with nuclear missiles.
Venture Star, we see it. Now select Cargo Bay Interior Monitor 3.
That changed the screen to a view from the end of the bay, showing the rear of the launch platform and the automatic grapples holding it in place.
We need to study that for a while, so leave it on.
What do you want us to do in the meantime?
Just relax, Venture Star. Take it in the sights, float around the cabin. We'll get back to you as soon as we can.
While Mission Control was working up a solution to getting rid of their unexpected hitchhiker, the Stony Man commandos were doing what every newcomer to space did. They looked out the windows at Earth, hanging over their heads. The fact that they were all experienced free-fall jumpers made it easier for them to adjust to weightlessness. They automatically knew that up and down didn't mean anything.
Man, my old granddad isn't gonna believe this.
TJ, I thought you told me he was dead.
He's been dead for years, but that doesn't mean I can't tell him about this.
Rafael Enciso and Mac Bolan shared one of the portholes.
It's a beautiful sight, isn't it, Mac?
Bolan nodded. It had been said before that from space, national differences couldn't be seen, and he knew that was true. But seeing it for himself really drove it home. He also knew, though, that as long as men inhabited the planet, they would continue to make their imaginary boundaries and would fight over them. It was sad, but it was also a reality. It was almost 2 hours before Houston Mission Control came back on the air.
Venture Star, this is Mission Control. Over.
Venture Star, go.
Okay, Venture Star, we have the program worked out, and it shouldn't be too difficult. It'll take 2 short engine burns, but nothing too fancy.
That's good, Houston. I'm not sure that I'm up to doing anything fancy right as yet.
Oh, you're doing fine up there so far.
Yeah, well, it's the so far part that has me worried.
Don't worry, we'll talk you through this. Now first, you're gonna go into a nose-up position and make a short burn. That'll put you in a climb, so to speak, out of your orbit. Once you're on your way up, we'll tell you how to kick that damn thing out of the cargo bay and send it on its way to the sun. Then we'll have you come back down to your planned orbit and set you up to land.
That sounds good to me. Just yell when you're ready. We'll be here.
Copy, Venture Star. Get your passengers strapped down again and prepare for the burn.
You guys hear that?
We're good, Control.
Prepare to execute 45-degree pitch away from the orbital plane on my mark. 3, 2, 1, execute. Good position. Get ready for the burn.
Ready.
Execute.
Activating engines 1 and 7 now.
Oh, holy crap! We're only using 2 engines?
We only need 2 for orbital flight. Houston, am I good?
Release burn in 3, 2, 1, execute.
Ah, wow. I'd like one of those in my Chevy.
You're looking good, Venture Star. The burn was right on. Now we need your co-pilot to unstow the remote manipulator arm control stick. It's behind a panel by his right knee and swings up to lock into position.
I've got it. It looks like a video game control stick.
That's the one. It works like the joystick on a fighter. Back is up, forward is down, and right and left as you would expect.
I think I can handle that.
Now, on the same panel as the cargo bay door controls, there's a toggle marked grapple release. Move that to the unlocked position.
Roger. It's unlocked.
Okay, now comes the fun part. Put a little rearward pressure on the stick and see what the package does.
I saw the launch platform stir when I moved to control.
Good. We were afraid that the Chinese had screwed around with our hold downs back there.
Thanks for telling me.
I didn't want you to have to worry about it unless you had to. Now slowly, come all the way back on the control.
I see the launch platform rising out of the cargo bay on the end of a long mechanical arm.
You're doing good. Keep going until it stops.
Okay, that seems to be it. The platform's barely clearing the tops of the open cargo bay doors. Is that enough?
Not quite. On the top of your joystick is what looks like an aircraft's trim tab button, which extends the arm. Roll it all the way forward.
Okay, it's a bit longer.
Perfect. You just extended the arm another 3 yards. Now you have it. Find the RMA release switch, toggle that, and retract the arm.
To your left. Ah, got it.
Now just retract the arm.
The launch platform is sitting suspended in space, and the arm is now retracted.
Excellent. Pilot, close the cargo bay doors.
Doors closing, and they're shut. Our cargo is heading for the sun.
Okay. Pilot, you need to make a nose pitch-down change and prepare for the return burn.
I think I got the hang of this. Activating engines 1 and 7 now.
Everything looks A-okay from here. Now you just have to wait until you come around far enough to make the deorbit burn.
Like I said before, we'll be here.
Copy, Venture Star. Me too.
California.
Rosario Blancanales was convinced that Dr. Lin Chu was the main player in the spy ring, and he knew he was taking a calculated risk letting him stay at large. The problem with hauling him in at this stage of the investigation wasn't just that they didn't have proof that he was a spy. That hadn't stopped Stony Man from questioning someone before. The problem was that Lin was too well known. He wasn't exactly a public figure, but he was one of the top 10 aerospace engineers in the nation not working for NASA. Snatching him up wouldn't only alert the Chinese, it might also make people wonder if he was somehow involved with the recent Venture Star disaster. He could, however, keep a close eye on him. Blancanales called upon the nearest U.S. Marshal's office. His cover story to them was different than the one he had given the INS. He told them that Lin was suspected of industrial espionage for a foreign power. He directed a pair of two-man teams to watch Lin's residence around the clock and a third two-man team to track his visitors and movements when he went to the university. They were to watch and note only. They weren't to protect or to apprehend, at least not yet, just to keep watch on him while Blancanales worked the Pacific Rim exports angle. The lead on Pacific Rim exports proved easy to exploit. Using the reports from the earlier Trade Commission and the DEA investigations of the company, he got the names of the men in charge. The renegade ex-Caltech engineer and possible Chinese agent, Richard Beneudo, wasn't on that list, but that didn't mean that he was clean. All it meant was that he was keeping himself out of the public eye. A phone call, though, was all it took for Blancanales to get a meeting with the firm's buyers. When Blancanales arrived at the meeting place, a restaurant in a trendy suburb of Newport Beach, his expensive but semi-flashy clothes marked him as South Florida. He wasn't as decked out as a Colombian or a Cuban would have been, but no one would mistake him for a gringo. His rental car was a Caddy convertible. His cover required at least that, but it was black, not red. His role was that of a businessman who didn't mind bending the customs regulations. He was a buyer and seller of bootleg electronics components when he wasn't running a drug distribution network. He had money or goods to trade, and he wanted to place a big order. The stipulation was that he wanted to meet the suppliers to satisfy himself that they were dependable. It was a reasonable request, and such meetings usually followed an established protocol. He was met at the side door by a three-man security squad. One man stood back to cover him while the other two checked him for hardware. The pat-down was thoroughly professional and included checking to see if he was wearing a wire. When he came up clean, he was escorted into the restaurant's back banquet room. 4 men were seated at the table, 3 Hispanics and an Asian. Even though no names were offered, Blancanales recognized one of the Hispanics from the reports as Hector Menendez, a principal of Pacific Rim Exports. The other 2 looked like locals, but from his clothing, the Asian could have only been offshore.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Speak English, so our guest knows what we say.
Of course.
How did you learn of us?
In my business, one hears many things. You know how it is.
No, I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
There's a man in Little Havana. He has an operation he calls Casa Grande Electronics. If you've ever been to Miami, you've seen his commercials on TV. He's the biggest electronics component dealer in the state. One of my cousins works for him, and he talked me into going into a little sideline business with him. As you know, the only way a man can make any real money in this country is to go into business for himself.
And what business are you in, Mr. Rivera?
Well, I'm what you call a packager. I contract to the big boys to provide them components at a fixed price. They don't care where I get the products, as long as I meet my contract dates. And as a sideline to that, you might say that I buy and sell whatever I can. Among the things I sell are information and components I happen to come across while fulfilling my contracts. Some of my customers are in interesting lines of work. I understand that your company has an interest in a couple of these areas.
And those are?
Satellite communications and guidance systems.
I see. Tell me more.
One thing I happen to have on hand at the moment are zero-grav microswitches, several thousand of them. They were an overrun on a contract for the satellite division of Lowell Technologies, and I managed to pick them up at a good price. These aren't rejects, understand, just overruns, because Lowell had to scale back on their work in that area. If you read the papers, you'll remember that they had some problems a while back.
The federal government came down on them with everything but the National Guard. Their executives were arrested and detained. Something about exporting to China without papers. The company itself was broken up shortly afterwards. Yeah, I'd say they had problems.
What were you asking for these micro switches?
Well, I price my goods 2 different ways. One is with a dollar price, and the other is, let's say, with a value in certain commodities.
Which are?
I prefer China white, but I can deal in Colombian cocaine as well.
I think we can work something out.
Good. Senor Menendez, I happen to have a selection of my goods in my briefcase.
You may show us.
These are 5 anti-static packaged microswitches designed to operate under zero-gravity conditions. Modern multiband satellites can't operate without these delicate devices.
There are the spec sheets for the switches, and the quantities involved for each type of switch. The dollar price for each lot is indicated.
And the commodity price?
That is negotiable.
I see.
I'll leave those samples with you. Here's my card. I'll be at this hotel for 3 days before I have to go back to Florida. I hope we can do business before I leave.
I will contact you.
Space.
250 miles above Earth, the crew of the space shuttle Atlantis was having a modest celebration. Considering that they had just fought and won the first battle among the stars, it wasn't much, just standard-issue space shuttle ration packs. Nonetheless, a man could work up a bit of an appetite killing orbiting missile platforms. The shuttle carried enough food for 10 days, and since they were heading straight back to Earth, they could eat the good stuff like the shrimp cocktail and beefsteak and pass on the casseroles and mashed potatoes. After eating, the crew got ready for the return to Vandenberg.
You getting used to the manipulator arm controls?
Yep. I'm just returning the laser to its stowed position in the cargo bay. In 5, 4...
Gadgets! What the hell did you...
I didn't do anything. The controls...
We've taken a hit.
What? What hit us?
There's no way to tell. It could have been a meteorite, and we took it in the cargo bay.
I'm checking our video feeds right now to look at the damage. Oh, shit.
What's the damage, Greg?
Whatever hit us tore through the starboard cargo bay door forward pivot hinge and the forward lock.
Oh. Shit.
What's the problem?
Hold that thought. We're coming down.
That bad?
Cunningham out.
So what's the deal?
First, a little background. The 2 cargo bay doors aren't there just to look good. The inner surfaces also pass heat from us to outer space so we don't burn up through normal operation. If they don't work, the mission is aborted and we land in the next 8 hours. By the same token, the doors have to be closed tightly and locked down before re-entry. If they aren't, when the shuttles hit the atmosphere on re-entry at 17,000 miles per hour, the airflow will be disturbed and the craft will break up. So, with that in mind, I have bad news and good.
I think I can guess the bad news.
Exactly. I hope you boys have your wills made out because we're not going home. The lurch you felt was us getting hit by a piece of space debris the size of a .50 caliber shell. We go to great lengths to avoid this stuff by tracking every satellite we can, but not all of it's big enough to see coming. Our personal little rock took out our cargo bay doors, and we can't make re-entry with them open.
What's the good news?
We get to choose the way we want to die, and not too many people get to do that. We can try re-entry and burn up, or we can stay up here until the oxygen runs out and we go to sleep.
Is there any chance of NASA launching a rescue in time?
None. Next shuttle launch isn't scheduled for a month and a half, so the Discovery's still in the shop for refitting. Even if they doubled the work crew and went to 24-hour shifts, they still wouldn't be able to reach us in time. They'll be able to take our bodies home, though, so I guess that's a plus.
I always wanted a fancy funeral.
Well, you'll get one. We all will. The Black Horses, the Army's Old Guard, and the Honor Guards all looking good for CNN as they march down Pennsylvania Avenue. And they'll plant us in Arlington National Cemetery, next to JFK.
That's great. It's too bad I won't be able to see it.
I need to let Houston know what's happening so they can start planning that funeral. Houston, this is Atlantis. We have a problem. Let me talk to Kruger.
Houston, received. I'll put him on. Atlantis, this is Kruger. Go.
We've taken a hit up here, Bill. It tore up the starboard cargo bay door, and we're not going to be able to close it.
Can you make an EVA to check the damage?
We don't have to make an EVA. I can see the damage from the aft crew station. There's no way those doors are going to close.
Are you sure, Greg?
I'm sorry, Houston. The entire forward pivot hinge on the starboard side is mangled and the forward lock took a hit. Even if we can get them closed, there's no way to lock them down. They'll break loose on re-entry and that'll be the end of it.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
What the hell happened, Kruger? I thought this sort of thing ended with the Apollo 13 screw-up.
So did I. We haven't had an emergency in space since then. The Challenger explosion was different because it happened so soon after it lifted off the pad.
What exactly hit them out there?
Right now, we simply don't know. We always hook up with NORAD Skywatch as part of our regular launch planning to track the latest orbiting space junk so we can avoid running into it. But they can only track the man-made stuff. Space is full of bits and pieces from all over the universe, and lots of it doesn't show up on radar very well because it's rocky, not metallic.
Is there any doubt about the damage assessment?
None. With that cargo bay door damage, they can't come down. And if they stay up there, they can last maybe a week and a half on the internal air supply and 8 more hours in the suits. No matter what we do, we can't get a shuttle up there to rescue them for at least 2.5 weeks.
And they only have so much air.
This is why I fought so hard to keep the Venture Star program on track. It has a 3-day turnaround and doesn't have to be put together like a kid's model kit before it can be launched again. I know for a fact that we don't have a set of solid fuel boosters on hand, and it takes almost 2 weeks to pour the propellant mix in the casings, cure it, and inspect it. Then, of course, they have to be transported here and mated up to the airframe. Even if I had a shuttle and the main fuel tank in the assembly building ready to go right now, we'd still have to wait for the damn boosters. I'm sorry, Hal, but that's the way it is.
Keep me posted.
I have everyone working on this, checking our figures, and we'll get back to you if we find anything's changed.
Anything yet, Bear?
Well, maybe. This is Atlantis' orbital map.
Put the Venture Star flight path on top. The flight paths intersect twice each orbit.
They're at wildly different altitudes, though.
That's for NASA to fix. What do you think about having Grimaldi to try to rendezvous with them and make the rescue?
I think that's completely insane. I wished I'd thought of it. You know, this just might work.
No. It's too risky. If there was a real astronaut piloting that damn thing, I'd say go for it. But it's all that Jack's gonna be able to do just to bring it back to Palmdale in one piece as it is. I can tell you the President will never go for it.
Screw him. These are our men we're talking about here. Carl and Gadgets have saved that man's ass more times than I can count. And I'll be damned if we're going to just leave them out there to die. And that's to say nothing of the 3 other astronauts. Let's talk to the NASA people and see if they can come up with a simple flight plan that will give Jack a chance to come up alongside the Atlantis.
But then what?
Then the astronauts can suit up and bring our people over to the Venture Star for a ride home.
Are there enough spacesuits for our guys?
I don't know, but NASA can sure as hell tell us real quick. Let me talk to Kruger and see if we can put something together.
You realize that if this doesn't work, the President will more than likely have my head.
At least you'll still have your balls, Hal.
Do it.
You gonna get that, Jack?
This is Venture Star. What's up?
Venture Star, this is Houston. Bill Kruger speaking. I need to talk to the pilot.
You got him, Houston?
Look, there's been a development with the Atlantis mission, and we need you to remain in orbit a little longer. We're going to uplink a new program for your nav computer and wanted to warn you first.
What happened?
Atlantis took a hit and can't make re-entry without burning up. Everyone's okay so far, but we don't have anything online to send up to get them. We're going to try to get you into position to rendezvous with them and take the crew on board.
Oh, Jesus. Are you sure I'm up to that, Houston? I'm really not Buck Rogers or Luke Skywalker. I just found the spacesuit at a garage sale.
That's quite okay. This plan came from some guy named Katz, and he told me to tell you he thinks you can do it.
Oh, Katz. Man, that makes me feel a lot better to know that he's got confidence in me. I'm game. Just tell me what to do.
I'm turning you over to Fido, and he'll talk you through the changes to your flight plan.
A dog?
No, the flight dynamics officer. He and Guido will walk you through this.
Great. A pooch and an Italian guy are gonna save the day.
Actually, Guido is Italian. We call him Guido the Guido.
Let's get on with it before I laugh so hard I fall out of my damn chair.
Venture Star, this is Guido the Guido. The first thing I need you to do is to set your nav computer to accept the computer upload. I'm sending you a program that'll make it easier for you to go through this maneuver.
Roger. At least I know where that computer is.
The program should be complete in about 2 minutes. In the meantime, let's get everybody caught up, shall we?
I hate to pour cold water on this party, Hal, but I've been working with the NASA data on the environmental systems of the Venture Star. I need to confirm my calculations with Houston, of course, but it looks that even if the link-up goes okay, we may still have a problem before we can get them back down.
I'm really getting tired of problems, Hunt. What is it?
Well, it's the same problem the crew of the Apollo 13 ran into on their mission. Oxygen, or a lack thereof. The Venture Star is designed to supply 3 people for a certain number of hours, and we already have 7 men on board. Had they made the landing as was first scheduled, the problem wouldn't have come up. There would have been enough air for all of them. Now, though, the flight has been extended to dump that Chinese launch platform, and we're talking about extending it again to several more orbits, then bringing 5 more people on board. My calculations show that there might not be enough oxygen for them to survive the re-entry.
Find a way to make it work, Hunt. All our asses are hanging with this plan, and I'm not about to lose everything I've worked for just because somebody breathed too much. That is simply not going to happen. As I think someone said during that Apollo 13 mess, failure is not an option.
I'll get on it.
And do it quickly before I have to report this to the president. I'm expecting this to work, because sooner or later I'm going to have to talk to him about what we're doing.
We all want it to work, Hal. And we do need to check this out completely. But even if Hunt is right, I strongly feel that we need to keep this between us and NASA for the time being. We spend too much time talking to the president when there's not a damn thing he can do to change any of this. We have the best people NASA has working on it, and if they can't solve the problem, no one on Capitol Hill can. We'll tell the guys, of course, but that's it. If it does go bad on them, they don't need to have to listen to the president blather on about how sorry he is that they're all going to die in space.
I agree with Katz. Cut him out of the loop completely until this is a done deal, no matter which way it goes down.
Okay. We'll keep this tight, and I'll tell Kruger to do the same.
Space.
Men, I just got a call from Mission Control. They want us to hang on for a couple more orbits while they try to work something out.
Wait, I thought that this was a done deal. We got shot up and we can't go home.
It is. But I think it might be a good idea to follow their advice on this.
I thought you guys always followed Mission Control's orders.
Normally, yes. But we have what we like to call the last wishes protocol on these missions. In other words, if we're going to die up here, they give us the chance to do it our way.
Oh, that's nice of them.
Considering the situation, it's the least they can do. But there's one thing I have to know. That Rivera guy isn't a real Air Force general, is he?
About as much as we're real astronauts. He's one of us, and we're civilians.
Wait. Who the hell are you guys, then? I thought you two were government scientists.
Should I tell them, Iron Man?
Why not? They have a right to know who they're dying with.
Well, we call ourselves Able Team, and we do work for the government. Sort of. We take care of things for the president.
What kind of things?
Things that he doesn't want anyone to know about.
Wet work?
Sometimes.
I thought the CIA or the Special Ops Command took care of things like that.
Well, the problem with those agencies is that Congress and the media know about them, and they can be checked up on fairly easily. Since me and my partners don't exist on paper, we don't ever have to answer questions from anyone but the president.
I thought that kind of thing only happened in TV shows and techno-thriller novels.
Nope, we're the real deal, and that's why we're up here. We could do the job on those targets, and the man knows that no one would ever learn about it from us. You guys can't talk because you're wearing the blue suit, and we don't exist, so he's covered.
Pretty sneaky.
Isn't it?
Do you guys get hazardous duty pay?
Colonel, everything we do is hazardous.
Aaron Kurtzman was monitoring the radio chatter as Mission Control walked Jack Grimaldi through the course correction rocket burns he had to make to bring the Venture Star to a higher orbit to rendezvous with Atlantis. In hopes of repairing the shuttle at a later date and bringing it back to Earth, the rescue would be attempted in a relatively low orbit. Once Grimaldi had the Venture Star on station, Colonel Cunningham would bring his crippled craft down to a 180-mile orbit and meet up with it. In terms of spaceflight, it was a relatively simple maneuver, and so far Grimaldi had been performing like a real pro. But the fickle finger of fate was no respecter of professionalism. Every time he fired up the machine's engines, there was a chance of something going wrong. Grimaldi had proved to be one of Lady Luck's favorite sons, and hopefully she wouldn't abandon him now. With David McCarter doing the co-pilot chores in the Venture Star's right-hand seat, the rest of the Stony Man team was strapped down again so the acceleration wouldn't throw them around the cabin. The three strapped down to the floor, Manning, James, and Hawkins, had added a little padding to try to protect them from the deck plates. But it was going to be a rough ride. Once the Venture Star was safely parked in her rendezvous orbit, Bill Kruger got back to Hal Brignola to bring him up to date on the rescue plan. There were a couple of things he had purposefully delayed mentioning until it looked as if the plan was a definite go. For one, since there were 5 men on the Atlantis and only 3 spacesuits, the transfer was going to have to be made using an emergency system called rescue balls.
These things have never been used before, right?
We've tested them in vacuum chambers on the ground. They worked well. They're claustrophobic as hell, but they work. I have to admit that we've never had to use them in space yet.
How long does the air in them last?
The POS, the personal oxygen system, the man wears inside the ball, has 2 hours worth. But we can put an extra lithium hydroxide CO2 scrubber canister in with them, which should stretch it to another 30 minutes.
And how long will it take the Venture Star to come down after the transfer's been made?
That's the rub. We're still looking at a little over 3 hours.
So that puts Schwartz and Lyons running out of air a half an hour before landing?
So far it does, yeah.
What do you mean, so far?
Well, the boys in Environmental Services and the Flight Control Center are working on a fix.
Tell them to work fast.
They are. Believe me, they are.
Colonel Greg Cunningham floated back to Able Team stations with a gleeful look on his face.
Are either of you 2 guys claustrophobic?
Why?
Well, someone came up with a plan to get us out of here in one piece.
I'll be damned. What's the plan?
Well, your partners got out of China with the Venture Star intact, and they're hanging in orbit below us right now. We're going to drop down low enough to make a rendezvous with them, pull up alongside, and transfer over for the ride back home.
Outstanding!
I haven't been an astronaut for very long, but I've learned that everything's more complicated up here. What's the catch?
Problem is that there are only 3 spacesuits on board. In the hurry to get the laser mounted so we could launch, no one thought about emergencies.
Can't the 3 of you go over first and then one of you come back with 2 empty suits?
We could, if these were diving suits. But we can't do that with the EVA suits, as we call them. Each one is tailored to fit one man and only that man. If you tried to wear it, you'd probably die because it wouldn't work properly.
This is another good news, bad news thing, right? The good news is that a cab's coming to get us, but the bad news is that we're gonna have to miss the ride because we're not dressed properly.
That's why I asked if either of you suffer from claustrophobia. We have a backup emergency rescue system on board.
I can see this one coming. You're gonna stuff us in a can and seal the lid.
Good guess, but it's not quite that bad.
I like this not quite part of it, Iron Man, don't you? I feel like I'm listening to a goddamned politician tell me that raising my taxes is gonna be good for me.
I got it! Don't keep us waiting, Flash.
That's it?
Well, it's not inflated. Once it is, it'll look more like a beach ball.
Yeah, well, right now it looks a little too much like a body bag for my tastes. Have these ever been used?
Only in vacuum chamber tests. But they worked well there.
This is getting better and better. First we tested lasers in space, and now we're human guinea pigs for the space program. I always wanted to donate my body to science, but I expected to be dead first. Look! There's not even a window in it.
That's why I asked you guys about claustrophobia. Look, guys, if I could give one of you my EVA suit, I'd do it and use the ball myself. But I can't. This is it.
I appreciate your condolences, but we really don't have any choice in the matter, so let's just get this thing on the road. We don't want to keep our man Jack waiting. He gets real impatient and might fly home without us.
We have to wait for 2 hours while we make the rendezvous. And during that time, we all have to go through a nitrogen purge.
Like a deep dive?
Exactly. We can get the bends up here, too.
At least that's something I understand. I've been behind the power curve ever since we started this program, so it's nice to run into something I'm familiar with.
You guys are doing okay. This hasn't been what you'd call an average mission. You've had a lot thrown at you all at once, and you've done well. Most of the people I work with, even the pilots, would be out of their fucking minds right now.
Cunningham, we are out of our minds. We just don't like to share it.
Now that, I understand.
Venture Star, this is Houston. Over.
This is Venture Star. Go ahead.
The Atlantis has completed her deorbiting burn, and she should be on station in a little over an hour.
Is there anything we need to do till then?
Nothing. We decided to let them meet you more than halfway. They'll be doing all the necessary maneuvering, and all you need to do is stand by and wait for them to come on board.
I think we can do that. By the way,
Where would we expect to find rations and water in this thing? Particularly water. We had to dump all our gear when we got on board.
We don't know what the Chinese might have put in, but at least the survival pack should still be there. They'll have water and emergency rations for 3 meals for 4 crewmen. That should hold you until you get back. Have you been running the training exercises?
Yeah. Me and my co-pilot here are going through a number of them. Can't say I wouldn't like more time, but we're making do with what we've got.
Good to hear. We've tried hard to make flying the Venture Star as simple as possible, but there's just too many variables for re-entry to make it fully automatic.
I understand. We'll keep running the exercises till we can do it in our sleep, or we have to do it for real.
Hey, Cal, would you be able to take a look at my shoulder?
Sure thing. That grenade got you good, huh?
Yeah, that's what I was hoping you could tell me.
All right, let's find out. It's not too bad, but I'm not going to be able to get the frag out. I have no idea what tools we have here, and I can't even begin to think about doing zero-gravity surgery.
No sweat, buddy. Just slap a pad on it to cushion it a little.
We're approaching match orbit. Flash. Distance?
We will be matching speed in 3, 2, 1, execute.
What was that?
It's just our thrusters. We've matched speed and are now flying in formation with the Venture Star. We're 100 yards above them in low Earth orbit. Okay, gentlemen. It's time for us to get into our respective traveling clothes for the trip home.
As the first part of the operation, the co-pilot and flight engineer both got into their EVA suits, and Boomer Boyd cycled out through the airlock into the cargo bay. Like the astronauts who would make the spacewalk in their EVA suits, the Able Team partners had been breathing pure oxygen from walk-around packs for the past 2 hours to purge the nitrogen from their bloodstreams. They were both wearing thermal undersuits to keep them warm for their trip through the cold of space, as well as a close-fitting communications helmet nicknamed a Snoopy helmet, because it looked like something out of the Red Baron's days.
Okay, Able Team, it's your turn.
Let's do it.
Just assume a seated position in midair so we can put the body bag over you.
Please don't call it that.
Sorry. Oxygen mask working?
Yeah.
All right. We're going to zip it closed and seal the seam.
Do it.
Gadgets, this is Cunningham. How do you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear through my helmet. How about me?
You're loud and clear. I'm taking you off the ship's oxygen supply now so I can move you into the airlock. Boomer's waiting to take you out the other side and tie you down to the MMU, the Manned Maneuvering Unit, for the transfer.
Let's get started.
I'm maneuvering you to the airlock now. Okay, you're in. I'll keep you updated.
The hatch is closed. Purging air now. Opening outer door. You're strapped down to the MMU now. Flash is hooking you up to it right now, so hang tight.
I'm not going anywhere.
You're hooked up. Are you ready to go?
Let's do it. Is that all?
It doesn't take much. There'll be a couple more short burns when we arrive.
If that's all there is, I'm taking a nap. I can't take all this nothingness.
You know, Cal, this is pretty damn weird.
Tell me about it.
I mean, the space shuttle Atlantis is just sitting there less than 100 yards above us.
I keep thinking it's going to fall on us.
Up, here they come.
What is that?
That's the Manned Maneuvering Unit for short flights.
Why'd they make it look like a huge backpack had kids with a lawn chair?
We're in the infancy of space travel, Rafe. It'll be a while before our equipment looks like something out of Battlestar Galactica.
Is that big ball... Is our man in that thing?
I guess so. I wouldn't want to be in that body bag.
We're approaching the Venture Star, Gadgets. I'm gonna fire a short retro burst to check our movement. We're right here, buddy. Just one more thrust and we're done. And we're docked. I'm securing you to the rear bulkhead.
Gadgets, this is Stryker. Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear, Stryker.
Welcome aboard. We can see them going back over for Iron Man right now.
When do we get the hell out of here?
Jack's waiting for Houston to give us the final program. Then, as soon as you're all on board, we're out of here.
Tell Jack to get his finger out. It's dark in this damn thing.
I guess the dome light isn't working.
Neither is the heater. I should have worn my own long johns. The ones they loan me don't work for shit.
Mission Control says that as soon as we can close the cargo bay doors, it should warm up. They've told Jack how to transfer heat back to you.
I hope so. The wall I'm tied up to is sucking the heat right out of me. It's given a whole new meaning to freezing your ass off.
Just hang on, Gadgets. We'll get you out of here.
I'm not going anywhere.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
After Lyons was transferred over, Flash Bradley had gone back to the Atlantis for Boomer Boyd, then made a last flight to pick up Greg Cunningham. As the command pilot of the ill-fated mission, he had elected to be the last man to leave the shuttle. He had shut down all unnecessary systems, leaving just enough of them running to keep the ship from freezing solid. Hopefully, if all went well, he would be able to come back in a few weeks and salvage his command. First, though, they had to get home. Hal Brignola had been following the transfer closely and had been in communication with Houston every minute. After everything that had happened, it all came down to this last, desperate gamble.
There's been another change, Barb. Kruger's boys have decided to bring the Venture Star down at Area 51 rather than have Jack try to land her back at the Skunk Works. For one thing, Groom Lake has a much longer runway, and there's less chance of collateral damage if something goes wrong. Also, we have a real security problem here that still has to be dealt with, and Area 51 is better equipped to handle it. The President isn't exactly sure yet how he wants to deal with the return of the spacecraft. Since the crew isn't coming home with it, if he announces that we have it back, a lot of awkward questions will be asked. And no matter how they're answered, the space program is going to look bad.
You mean that he's going to continue this charade about it blowing up in space?
What other real choice does he have? We've gone through a national funeral for 3 hero astronauts. We have congressional hearings on the future of spaceflight going on right now. We've got engineers on the hot seat, and NASA has already suspended the APU manufacturer because of the phony radio call about the fire in the Venture Star. People are losing their jobs and reputations over this, but the deception has to continue.
Why, Hal?
Because it will be much worse if it doesn't.
Oh, I want to hear this one.
There are a number of reasons. For one, we're at war with China right now, every bit as much as we ever were with the old Soviet Union during the Cold War. People forget that over the past 50 years, we've lost more lives to Chinese gunfire than we ever did to the Russians. Just because they have McDonald's in Beijing now doesn't mean that they're any less our enemy. Secondly, if the world learns that we can't even guard our space shuttles, we'll be opening ourselves up to copycat attempts, and not just hijackings either. We'll be seeing suicide bomb attempts, car bombs, and everything else in the terrorist handbook launched against our space facilities. I think the only reason that the shuttle program has gone as smoothly as it has is that NASA has been seen as being completely bulletproof. Also, don't forget the American pastime is shooting ourselves in the foot. The blame fixing for the Venture Star fiasco is bad now, but it would be 100 times worse if the facts were known about what really happened. And of course, that's to say nothing of having to explain how we managed to get the Venture Star back, or why the Atlantis' crew needed rescuing.
What about the missing astronauts?
You mean those national heroes who were posthumously awarded the Congressional Medal of Freedom and who were symbolically interred in Arlington National Cemetery? Those astronauts? They're dead, and they'll remain dead. If for any reason they should appear undead, that condition won't continue very long. Barbara, we have no choice. We really don't.
I still don't have to like it.
Venture Star, Houston.
Hey, I remember your voice. You're the guy that helped me with the flight sim. What happened to the other guy?
Most of us have wives to go home to, even in the direst of circumstances. I have more experience with landings anyway, so I'll be talking you through it. Over.
Yeah. There's some of us up here that can't wait for that.
We have decided to divert your landing to Area 51. Over.
Copy, Houston. Are you guys trying to start another UFO scare?
Negative, Venture Star. We just wanted to get you guys a longer runway to come down on, and they have the longest in the world. Not that we doubt your ability to land that thing, but you know how it is.
That's affirmative, Houston. We're overweight, and I might need all the pavement under me I can get. This thing doesn't have the biggest wings in the world.
First, though, we're going to talk you through a deorbiting burn to start you on your way. There's nothing to it, but you have to do a 180, so you're flying rear and first before we do the burn.
Hell, I've flown that way before, and I wasn't even in a spaceship.
You realize, of course, that we're recording all this comm-like chatter, and you're likely to hear it as part of a stand-up act someday. Comics in Space.
Remind me to give you my agent's phone number. He does all my bookings.
Get ready to do a 180-degree pitch on my command.
Ready and willing.
3, 2, 1, execute.
Uh-oh, TJ's getting delirious. We need 355 milliliters of Bud Light stat.
If you boys don't shut up back there, we're turning this thing right around. We actually did just that, co-pilot.
You're right in the groove. Ready to do a 2.5-minute deorbiting burn on my mark.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, fire.
Hey, Iron Man.
I'm here. You okay?
Yeah. I'm never flying again.
Just concentrate on your breathing. There's nothing we can do about our situation, and we've got the best people in the world working to make sure we make it down in one piece. Just breathe in. And out. Count 50 breaths. You can do it.
Hey, the thruster stopped.
Is that it?
Roger, Venture Star, that's it. You lost only a little over 200 miles per hour speed, but it broke you out of orbit, and you're coming down now whether you want to or not.
How long will it take?
About half an hour. First, though, we need to get you pointed in the right direction again, so you'll need to do another end over end.
No sweat. I am in position.
Excellent. As you come down, you will enter a communications blackout lasting about 12 minutes, starting at about 310,000 feet. Don't panic if you don't hear from me during that time. You'll come out of it at 180,000 feet, and that's when you'll start actually flying that thing. I'll get back to you then and start talking you down. Over.
So, this is it, huh? You ready? I hope so. Granted, the onboard computer's handling the landing for the most part, but I've learned never to trust a craft to a machine, especially one I'm not comfortable with. Well, it's all for the best. Those training programs they gave us weren't worth the silicon. Hang on, guys. We're in it, and we're going down.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
The computer room was packed for the finale of what had become much more than anyone had ever intended. What they knew, that Grimaldi and the men in the Venture Star didn't, was that the only way NASA had been able to work out to save oxygen was to bring them down faster than usual. The hope was that they could shave off half an hour, 28 minutes to be exact, and save the men in the rescue balls. It was risky, but then the entire mission had been a risk that no sane man would have ever taken. But so far, the gods of luck and war had been with them, and hopefully would guide them the rest of the way down. In the Venture Star's cargo bay, Gadget Schwartz and Carl Lyons felt the building deceleration as their rescue balls lurched against the restraints. It was like being inside of a basketball at full dribble at an NBA playoff game. No one had designed the balls to withstand this kind of punishment, and there was no way for him to hang on inside. The three Atlantis astronauts in the bay weren't faring that much better in their spacesuits. The EVA suits also hadn't been designed to be worn under these circumstances. In fact, for them to operate as they had been designed, they had to be worn in zero-gravity conditions. With the deceleration forces slamming them around too, the suit's joints were bruising the astronauts. The spacecraft shuddered as it was rocked by air turned as thick as concrete by their Mach 17 speed. The small porthole in front of Grimaldi looked like a window into a blast furnace. The heat of their re-entry was turning the air into superheated plasma hotter than the exhaust of a rocket engine. Although he couldn't see it, Grimaldi knew that the ship's nose and leading edges were glowing white hot with their hypersonic passage. Most of the heat was being soaked up by the heat shield tiles, but even with the air conditioner turned up full, the temperature in the cabin soared. Since none of the ship's impromptu crew or passengers was wearing the usual air-conditioned flight suits, the heat was quickly becoming uncomfortable. As quickly as it had appeared, the blast furnace plume of superheated air disappeared from Grimaldi's window. Now he saw the blue sky of Earth in front of him. They were back in the atmosphere and had slowed enough that they wouldn't burn up.
Damn! Now I know how a slab of ribs feels on a barbecue. I was just about ready to put a fork in me.
You guys okay back there?
We're okay in the suits. We're checking on your guys in the rescue balls right now.
Get back to me as soon as you can.
Roger.
Venture Star, this is Houston. Come in, please.
This is Venture Star. Go ahead.
Venture Star, you're looking pretty good. How's everyone on board?
The suits in the back are checking on the two guys in the body bags. I'll let you know as soon as I find out their status.
Houston, Roger. We need to get you set up to start making the scheduled deceleration maneuvers.
I need to find out about the guys in the cargo bay before I start throwing this thing around in the sky too much. Over.
Understand, but be advised you don't have much time to start deceleration maneuvers. You're still coming in at Mach 15, and if you don't lose most of that speed before you get too much lower, you're gonna make a real big hole in the ground.
Roger, copy.
Jack, Gadget's ball broke loose, and he got battered around a bit. We have him tied back down, and he'll go for deceleration maneuvering.
Is he hurt?
I don't know. He's alive, but his comlink's out, and I can't unzip the bag to check him out. We need to be on the ground to do that.
Houston, Venture Star. We need to put this thing down as quickly as we can. One of the guys in back is hurt.
Houston, Roger.
Anything I can do right now? Nope. I'm doing some S-turns, roll reversals. They're gonna bleed off some of the ship's speed by turning the flat bottom of the ship against the airflow.
Give me your indicated airspeed.
Roger. Indicated airspeed is 8323 miles per hour.
That's a little too hot. To help bring that down, I want you to deploy your speed brake to 100% now.
Speed brake deployed. Airspeed dropping. We're rocking pretty hard in here.
That's within our safe range. You are go for the first roll reversal. Turn on my command. 3, 2, 1, execute.
Hey, Jack, everything okay?
Yeah, we're banking right to slow down.
Yeah, I can feel that. How much longer?
Control, how are we doing?
You're looking good so far. Take a heading of 160 and prepare for a second roll reversal.
Roger, 160.
3, 2, 1, execute.
We are banking left, Control, and done.
What's your airspeed now?
Much better. We're down to only Mach 3.3.
That's in the groove. One more S-turn and you'll be set for your final approach.
Roger.
3, 2, 1, execute.
With his radio knocked out, Schwartz had only the vaguest idea of what Grimaldi was doing. For whatever reason, it felt as if the pilot were throwing the ship around in the sky from side to side in wide, sweeping turns. Considering that they were being talked down by Mission Control, there had to be a reason for it. But Schwartz didn't have a clue. All he knew was that it was slamming the hell out of him. The other thing he did know was that it was getting damned hard to breathe. He was already on his standby CO2 scrubber, but it didn't seem to be helping much. He forced himself to remain calm and breathe slowly, but the lack of oxygen had him panting as his body cried out for fresh air. To make things even worse, it was hot in the cargo bay, too hot for comfort. It was like being in a very small sauna, minus the steam, and with the heat turned all the way up. He wasn't sure what was going to get him first, the heat or the lack of oxygen. The next time he flew in one of these things, he was going to insist on sitting up front with the first-class passengers. These cheap seats in economy class just weren't cutting it. Control, I've come out of my final S-turn. Please advise.
Venture Star, this is Chase 1. I'm off your starboard wing, and you're looking good. Chase 2 is above you, and we'll make sure that you don't get in trouble on final approach.
Roger, Chase 1. Be advised that I need all the help I can get.
Roger, Venture Star. We understand your situation, and we'll do our best.
Mission Control, I'm coming up on Area 51 right now, and my altimeter is spinning like a top. I'm down to 2,000 feet. Shouldn't I be extending my landing gear right about now?
We're going to hold off a little bit on that. Since you don't have much time in lifting bodies, we want to lose a little more speed so you don't start buffeting when the gear doors hit the air. You're still in the groove and doing fine.
Roger, but we're cutting it awful close.
Received. We've been cutting it close this whole mission. Over. Venture Star, this is Chase 1. I'm off your nose now, and I'll guide you into touchdown. On my count, drop your gear and go into your flare-out.
Roger. Co-pilot, I was ready 4,000 feet ago. Any time is fine with me, Command.
Ready on the gear. 3, 2, 1. Deploy gear and Clear out.
Gears down. Nose is up in a 10-degree flare. We're at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Main gear's in contact. Keep your stick centered and put your nose down real gently.
I'm doing that, but I'm not feeling the nose wheel.
More. You're almost there. You're down all the way. Pop the chute. Get on the brakes.
Drag chute released. I'm pushing the brakes, but we're not slowing. I'll join.
We confirm a successful touchdown. Venture Star has landed. Good work, everybody.
Yeah! Way to go. Great job, Jack. You're a real live astronaut now. Yeah.
What's wrong?
I'm grateful to be back on the ground, but man, ain't nothing gonna compare to flying this baby.
We want to lose a little more speed so you don't start buffeting when the gear doors hit the air. You're still in the
I didn't miss it, did I? Almost. You made it just in time.
Received.
I got hung up at the damn terminal. There were no roads leading to Groom Lake, and anyone attempting to drive to Area 51 overland simply wasn't going to make it. Those who had legitimate business at the classified facility were flown in from Las Vegas on what were codenamed Janet flights. A terminal operated by the Air Force controlled these flights, and even though Blancanales had been given a top priority clearance, someone had decided to question it. A phone call to the farm sorted it out, but he had barely gotten on the last flight out. Watching the landing had nearly given him a heart attack. The Venture Star had come in nose high with all the grace of a falling brick. Lifting body craft flew well at high speeds in the thin air of the upper atmosphere, but in denser air they became clumsy, particularly at landing speeds. The ship had small wings on either side, but they were for aerodynamic control, not lift. If Grimaldi had screwed up his landing, he couldn't have been able to take a wave off to go around and try it again. That flying doorstop was coming down one way or the other. Blancanales had sucked in his breath when he'd seen her coming down without landing gear. At what looked like the last possible moment, the spacecraft's landing gear had come down and locked into position. Mere seconds later, the main gear had touched down on the runway. As soon as the Venture Star's drag chute popped open, the two F-15 chase planes banked away and, hitting their afterburners, cleared the area. Blancanales let out the breath he had been holding. The ship had been designed to land on any 8,000-foot runway, but even on the 5-mile-long road of Area 51, it looked as though she had come in a little too hot and was barely going to make it. The rescue vehicles screamed after her down the sides of the tarmac. No sooner had the spacecraft rolled to a halt than the half-dozen trailing vehicles converged on it. Two of them were full-sized ambulances with aerospace medics on board. A fire tanker started spraying a fine mist of water on the forward section of the ship by the entry hatch. A second tanker sprayed the top of the ship. The Venture Star's skin was still hot from the fiery re-entry, and the water flashed to steam, obscuring the view. When the steam cleared, a portable access ladder was wheeled up to the spacecraft, and two men in protective suits clambered up to open the crew hatch. As soon as the hatch was opened, the men shoved a 3-foot diameter flexible plastic duct into the opening.
It's a cool air force feed. That's the fastest way to get the oxygen levels inside back up and the temperature down. That thing is still too hot to touch with a bare hand, and the air is too hot as well.
How about the guys in the cargo bay?
That's coming up right now.
Kruger pointed toward the team dressed in full heat-resistant suits who had just climbed on the curved top deck of the ship.
They'll get the cargo bay doors open in a flash.
As soon as the doors were opened a few feet, another of the air ducts was put in place to force cool, breathable air into the cargo bay. Two of the men in the protective suits jumped inside the cargo bay to start getting the men out of the rescue balls and spacesuits. How are they?
They're taking them out now.
Even with the faster-than-usual re-entry, the oxygen consumption numbers had been close, and there was still a chance that they'd be taking bodies out of the rescue balls. And, if that was the case, NASA Director Bill Kruger didn't particularly want to be in the same control tower with their partner, Blancanales.
Groom Lake, Nevada.
Sir, how are you feeling?
Give me a couple of seconds, guys.
If you'll just get on the stretcher, sir, we'll have you out of here in no time.
Where's Iron Man?
The other guy with you's being helped onto a stretcher right now.
Oh. Well, if he's letting himself get carried out, I can too. Let's do it.
Your 2 men in the rescue balls are okay. They're heat-stressed, they're oxygen-starved, but the medics say they'll recover. They're being taken to the sick bay for observation and a checkup. Hold on, I'm getting an update in my earpiece. One of your other guys in the cabin has some kind of a wound, and he's being taken to the emergency room. The ER has been alerted.
Who is it?
Hawkins.
I'm going to the ER. Tell the others to meet me there. How is he?
Ow! Fuck!
Sorry. Oh, he'll be fine. That's quite a gash you got there. Forget to duck?
What, this? This is no big deal, Hal. If it hadn't been for Grimaldi throwing us around up there, I'd be okay. I kept getting slammed into the wall, and that drove it in deeper.
The fragment was driven deep into his rib cage, but it only did soft tissue damage. There's no skeletal involvement. He'll need to be on light duty for at least 3 weeks and will need to be re-examined before return to full-duty status.
The doctor had no idea how a crewman on a spacecraft had acquired a fragment wound such as this, but he knew better than to try to satisfy his curiosity. Alien UFOs weren't the only things at Area 51 that one didn't want to ask about. Those who were addicted to asking questions didn't last long at Groom Lake, and he'd been there a long time. While Hawkins was being treated, a team of doctors started looking over the rest of the Venture Star's passengers and crew. The Stony Man team was quickly checked over and released. Schwartz, Lyons, and the 3 Atlantis astronauts were given a little more thorough check because they were sporting assorted bruises from being slammed around in the cargo bay. Beyond that, though, they were also fit and were released immediately.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
Barbara Price and Aaron Kurtzman didn't have a video link to Area 51 to watch the Venture Star come home. There were certain things that not even Stony Man could do. Instead, they had been in communication with Hal Brugnola, who had given them a blow-by-blow of the ship's descent. When they got word that everyone was okay, the sudden release of tension was almost painful.
Whew, damn. I feel like I went 10 rounds with Godzilla. I'm glad that's finally over.
It's not over till it's over, Bear.
I thought Hal said he wanted us to let this thing drop.
What he said is that the American people wouldn't be allowed to learn what really happened to the Venture Star and her crew. He also said that the Chinese would be severely warned about trying anything like that again, etc., etc.
It sounds to me like you're working up to something, Barb.
I'd like to, but I'm fresh out of ideas on this one.
How about taking out their spy network? Now that we have our muscle back, why don't we unleash them on Dr. Lin and everyone associated with them? Make a clean sweep of it. I know that won't put an end to Chinese technological espionage, but it'll stop them in their tracks for a while at least. It'll take them time to get new people up and running again.
You want to help me put something together?
From what Rosario said, that will mean conducting an operation in Mexico. And the last time I checked, they were supposed to be on our side.
It won't be the first time we've gone south and stomped on our neighbors.
Just checking.
Start putting something together, so I can see if Katz wants to get in on this.
Did I hear my name being taken in vain?
As soon as Bear compiles everything we've been able to get on Dr. Lin and his pals, you and I are going to work up a strike to take him out.
Hal didn't say anything about that before he left.
The hell with Hal.
I like the way you think, lady.
I thought you might.
You want me to call Stryker?
No, I'll do that.
When their debriefing concluded late that afternoon, the Stony Man team and the 3 NASA astronauts got together in the base officers' club for an impromptu post-mission celebration. Though the astronauts would never work with the Stony Man warriors again, they had shared the danger for a short time, and that made them comrades in arms. A dinner buffet had been laid on, and the bar was open. Colonel Greg Cunningham walked up to Mac Bolan with a drink in his hand.
I get the feeling that you're the guy who's really in charge around here.
Mike Belasco, good to meet you.
Likewise. Well, are you?
Not really. I just work with these guys sometimes.
Just like they sometimes work for the government.
You might say that.
Okay. I've been through the plausible deniability drill before. I know the score. Anyway, I'd like to thank you for getting the Venture Star back. We'd still be up there in the Atlantis if you hadn't.
It was a joint effort. We all work as a team.
What is your team going to do about the assholes who were behind the hijacking? I admit that I'm just a plain old stick-and-rudder guy myself, but from where I sit, I can't see letting them get away with shit like that. They might try something like that again, and you guys might not be able to put it right next time.
That part of it will be handled by someone else.
You know, Kurt Miller, the command pilot of the Venture Star, was an old friend of mine. We flew fighters together during the Gulf War, and I know damn well that he didn't have anything to do with that hijacking. Since he didn't come back with you, I have to assume that he's dead.
To be honest with you, we don't know what happened to him or the others. We were too busy trying to get the ship back to find out.
I understand. I was just hoping that somehow someone would get a little payback for him. He was a good man.
Cunningham, I feel very confident that the people who were behind this incident will be taken care of.
Thanks.
No problem.
Well, it was nice talking to you, Belasco. But if you'll excuse me, I need to break off and find that flyboy buddy of yours. The guys and I decided to award him an honorary set of astronaut wings. I don't know who in the hell he is either, but I can tell you he's one hell of a flyer.
That he is.
The executioner watched Cunningham walk away and wished he could have brought the astronaut into his confidence. He and his crew had proved to be good men, and they had brought Carl Lyons and Gadget Schwartz back alive, so he owed them. The debt would be paid, and he hoped that Cunningham would hear about it through the grapevine. At the other end of the room, Jack Grimaldi was standing at attention, while two of the Atlantis astronauts poured champagne over his head. On the left breast of his shirt were the gleaming silver wings of an American astronaut. He would never get to wear them for real, but in this line of work, public recognition didn't count for much. The recognition of your brothers in arms was all that mattered.
Pasadena, California.
Dr. Lin, open up. It's Carlos Montoya.
What has happened?
I have no idea. I was just told to get you and take you south with me immediately.
This is not the procedure I was told to follow. I was told to make contact in San Diego. I do not understand.
I do not either, but you must leave with me now.
I'll get my things.
My orders are that you're to bring nothing.
Can I bring a change of clothing?
Only that.
Okay, I have some back here. Here we are.
Come, now.
Okay, I'm ready.
That's our van. Get in the back. We're going to cross the Tijuana. I have a helicopter waiting there to fly us to the Villa at Cabo San Lucas.
When is this pickup?
I do not know yet. I was only told to recover you immediately.
It had been a long time since Lin had been in China, and he knew he would be richly rewarded upon his return. His efforts had put the Chinese space program on a firm footing, and that was to say nothing about his role in the Venture Star incident. He had no idea what the reward would be for the man who had delivered that advanced machine to the mother country. Lin was content to wait. He had waited all these years, and a few more days wouldn't matter. In accordance with their instructions, the two federal marshals that Justice Department Special Agent Juan Rivera had posted to keep an eye on Dr. Lin Chu followed him when he left his house. They followed the van as it got onto I-15 and traveled south to the Mexican border crossing point at San Isidro, California. The marshals were forced to stop there because they didn't have authority to pursue Lin into Mexico. They did, however, go up to the window of the Border Patrol booth in the lane the van had used to get the particulars on the vehicle and its passengers. Returning to their car, they wrote out a report and placed a call to the 24-hour number Rosario Blancanales had given them. That done, they drove back to their unit, satisfied at having racked up another job well done. Exactly what the job had been all about, they didn't have a clue, but they'd done it to the letter as requested. Barbara Price wasn't surprised when she got the call from the marshals that Lin had slipped across the border. Considering everything that had gone down over the past few days, she wondered why it had taken him so long to get out of the country. This did, however, put the finger on him fair and square. If he were clean, he'd still be at the Pasadena campus lecturing graduate students about the wonders of engineering. As the saying went, the guilty flee when no man pursues. That he had gone to Mexico instead of going north to hide in the vast Asian population of Vancouver, British Columbia was a bit of a surprise. But with the leads Blancanales had developed on his possible involvement with Carlos Montoya and Pacific Rim exports, it made sense. It also made her plan to send a message to Beijing much easier, and the Stony Man warriors wouldn't have to split their forces. They could all take their R&R together in Mexico. Now that she had an area of operation to concentrate on, she stepped up the planning phase. Since Akira Tokaido had been working with Blancanales on the Lin surveillance, Price had him continue to be the contact point for the wrap-up. The teams usually kept in touch with the farm when they were on stand-down, so it wouldn't be unusual for him to be in contact with them. She also put him on the preliminary recon of the suspected strike zone. Fortunately, that was easy to do because of the spy satellites that had been permanently parked over Latin America to watch over the drug trade. One of them, a DEA bird, was in position to pick up most of Baja California and the waters around it. She wasn't going to go to great efforts to hide what she was doing from Hal Brignola, but she wasn't advertising it either. If he did find out what was going on, she'd handle it then. Right now, she had to get their preliminary information drawn together so she could discuss it with Bolin. She knew him well, and she was confident that he'd sign on for this off-the-book mission. His career as the executioner had consisted of bringing justice to people who richly deserved it. There might be more payback than justice in what she wanted to deal out, but payback also had its uses, and it was Justice's little brother.
Groom Lake, Nevada.
Mike Belasco.
Hi, Mike.
Barb,
Glad to hear you're getting some sleep. You deserve it.
how's everything at the farm?
Well, that's what I called you about. Bear, Katz, and I are working up a little operation to finish up this affair, and I wanted to sound you out before we went too far with it.
Just a guess, but Hal isn't in on this, is he?
No, he's not. And at this point, I don't think he needs to be either. As far as I'm concerned, he's been doing a little too much flagpole kissing lately, and just isn't looking at the big picture. Max, some real good people are being torn apart because of this incident, and they weren't responsible in any way for it having happened. Under the President's guidelines, there's nothing we can do about that. But I think that we can at least send the Beijing boys a message. If we take out the network that set this up and take it out hard, they might be a little more cautious before trying something like this again.
Okay, I'm in. What do you have in mind?
Well, since Phoenix and Abel are due for a little R&R, I thought you guys might want to take some time off down in sunny Mexico. I understand that Lower Baja is real nice this time of year. I've even arranged for Rosario to borrow a 65-foot yacht from the DEA, capable of landing a light helicopter on the fantail, so you can do a little fishing.
Ah, fishing by gunship. That should be lots of fun.
You'll be going after some pretty big fish, and you might need the firepower. We just got word that Dr. Lin slipped across the border, accompanied by someone who might be Carlos Montoya.
The Mexican Mafia, Montoya?
The very same. If I remember correctly, he's been in your book for some time now.
That he has. How does he fit into this?
Rosario thinks that he's been running contraband high-tech gear for Beijing, probably in exchange for China White.
That makes it even more interesting.
I thought you'd feel that way.
Mexico.
The villa on the cliff at the tip of Baja California overlooking the Pacific screamed money, and in this case, it was drug money. Unlike many drug palaces, though, this one had been built in good taste instead of looking like a gaudy bordello. From the ocean side, it blended into the rocks as if it had grown there instead of being built by the hands of man. Only the expanse of glass and the breakwater for the boat moorage gave it away. The landward side had the usual patios, garages, driveways, and outbuildings, but even they had been done in good taste. Dr. Lin Chu was impressed with Montoya's villa. He had been to meetings with the Cuban in Mexico, but never had he been invited to this sanctuary. This, too, was something he would never see again once he returned to China. And he now knew that he would be returning, but not in triumph as he had thought. Shortly after arriving at the villa, Montoya had given him a message explaining why he had been pulled out of California so abruptly. Lin was still shocked to learn that the Yankees had somehow managed to destroy the orbiting missile launch platforms and to steal the Venture Star back from the secret space complex. Part of his shock was that it was also unexpected. There had been absolutely nothing in the news to indicate that any of this had happened. Usually, the Americans telegraphed their clandestine operations to the point that anyone with a TV set knew what was being planned. This time, though, there had been no primetime presidential blustering and threatening, no unnamed Pentagon sources leaking information, and no senators from the Foreign Relations Committee on the weekend news magazine shows talking tough about the Chinese regime. However it had been done, everything Lin had worked so hard to accomplish had been brought down almost overnight. He still didn't believe that the Yankees had been able to steal the Venture Star from Chinbaki. Of all of the secret military installations in the mother country, it should have been the most inviolate. But even worse was the destruction of the deep space missile platforms. The orbiting platforms had been his main contribution to China's space program. The idea had originated in a concept paper that had come from one of the Rockwell think tanks as the ultimate strategic deterrence, nukes in space. The idea had been kicked around for a while at the highest levels of the American government, but no one had wanted to put his name to such a political hot potato, and the project had been shelved. But not before the system had been completely designed and blueprinted in hopes that it might be revived someday. When Lin learned of this classified study, it intrigued him. It took a long time before he was able to take it any further than that, but when one of his agents got him a copy of the classified plan, he instantly saw that it was completely workable. Better than that, it was also well within the technical abilities of the fledgling Chinese aerospace industry. The platforms had originally been designed to launch 4 advanced MIRV missiles, each carrying 4 50-kiloton warheads. Since China didn't have the technology to build the multiple independent re-entry vehicle warheads the plans called for, they were modified to carry 6 single 75-kiloton warheads. It had been intended that the platforms would be put in orbit with the CZ-4 Great Leader launch vehicles then being developed at the Xinjiang Satellite Launch Center. But the CZ-4 program had run into difficulties beyond the ability of Chinese engineers to overcome, and the missile platform idea had been shelved again. The concept had stayed in the back of his mind until he learned that one of his top agents had been accepted into the Venture Star program. The selection of Selena Delgado to be part of the Venture Star program had been completely unexpected, but when it happened, he quickly took advantage of that good fortune and put together the plan to hijack the ship. Even though Lin probably knew Americans as well as any Asian-born Chinese could, he had seriously underestimated them this time. He had often cautioned his superiors in Beijing not to do that very thing, but he had failed to follow his own advice. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected the Yankees to mount a commando raid deep into the Gobi Desert. Even if he had, he didn't know what he could have done to prevent it. General Yi was the one who would bear the brunt of this failure at his facility. Even so, Lin was aware that his activities would come into question as well. He was confident, though, that he wouldn't be disciplined. He had performed his tasks diligently, and the evidence of how well he had performed them was in the storage sheds behind Montoya's villa. Several tons of high-tech material were stored there, awaiting shipment to the mother country. Much of it had come from Montoya's Pacific Rim exports operation, but that wasn't the only source Lin had arranged for the goods China needed but couldn't purchase. A dozen other smaller sources also fed the pipeline he had created. Nonetheless, the fact that General Shan, the head of the Technical Intelligence Bureau, was coming to interrogate him was unnerving. He had never met the shadowy figure, but he had heard much about him. Shan was a legend in post-Maoist China. An engineer himself, he had survived the bloody purges of the Cultural Revolution in the 60s when China's educated classes had been brutalized in the name of stamping out the remaining pockets of reactionary thought. It might have been a politically correct policy, but it had ravaged China's industries. Lin himself had been in Hong Kong during that time and had escaped the fate of so many engineering and science students in China. That Shan had survived in the middle of the bloodbath said much for the strength of his mind. Even so, Lin was confident that he would be able to explain to Shan what had happened and turn the interview his way. After all, he was the man who had made the missile platform program possible in more ways than one. When Hal Brignola got back to Stony Man Farm, he didn't have to be a mind reader to know that something was going on that he hadn't been informed about. While the tension wasn't as high as it had been during the Atlantis rescue, the Stony Man crew wasn't on stand-down status. There was always an edge to everything that went on at the farm, even when they were doing nothing more useful than counting fuel tanks in Romanian oil refineries. This, though, had the unmistakable smell of a mission. On top of that, everyone seemed to be looking over their shoulders when he was around. The phone conversations that abruptly halted when he walked into the room and the blanked computer screens were a dead giveaway that Price and Katzenellenbogen were up to something. He also didn't have to be a mind reader to know that whatever they were putting together was associated with the Venture Star mission, a cleanup of the many loose ends, as it were. He had to admit that he too had been outraged when the president had prohibited any kind of retaliatory measures being taken against China. There wasn't to be even a formal diplomatic protest about the affair. The message would be given outside of normal channels and would be couched delicately so as not to disturb fragile Chinese-American relations. He and Price often went head-to-head over things like this, but that didn't mean that he didn't agree with her a vast majority of the time. All it meant was that he was under much greater constraints than she was. The only way Stony Man could operate the way it did was by walking a fine line between the outlaw world of the end justifies the means and being subject to political control. Spending as much time in D.C. as he did made Brugnola a convenient target every time that line was crossed. Also, when the man looked him straight in the eye and said something would or wouldn't happen, he had no choice but to agree. If Price and Katz were cooking up something, he really didn't want to know about it. Whatever happened, he had to be able to tell the truth if he was questioned by the man and say that he didn't know anything. If something came out in the end, he'd be open to criticism for not knowing what his people were doing, but he could easily field that. What the men of Phoenix Force and Able Team did on their time off wasn't his concern, and if they did it in a foreign country, so much the better. To clear the field so the operators could operate and the players could play, he decided to make himself scarce. It would be easier for them to keep from missing something and making a mistake if they didn't have to try to hide everything from him. Plus, this might be a good time for him to take a little R&R himself. He didn't know what he'd do with time off, but it might be a nice change.
San Diego.
After the quick flight out of Nevada, Rosario Blancanales rented several rooms with an adjoining conference suite in an oceanside resort hotel and started to set up a command post. By the time Bolin and the rest of the team started to arrive that afternoon, he was ready to go and was in communication with Barbara Price and the crew at the farm. After the men got settled down in their rooms and cleaned up, they met in the conference room for a buffet and open bar. For the first couple of hours, they wound down, releasing the tension of the past several days. Being pros, though, they could do that by simply sharing a meal and a couple of drinks, camaraderie, and a few laughs. Getting drunk and stupid was for amateurs.
So what's all this bullshit about our being on stand-down, Mac? Hal doesn't pay for food and drink unless we're on the job.
Let's just say that someone is trying to show their appreciation for a job well done.
Come on, Mac. We're not newbies. We know better than that. What's the drill?
Well, let's say that there's a feeling in certain quarters that the book is still open on the Venture Star incident.
I thought that Hal would be taking care of what needs to be done through his political channels.
That's what we've come to expect to happen, but it looks like we're in another political catch-22 again. Since we were successful, the man wants to let this thing fade away without taking any positive measures to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And I don't think I need to take a poll to know what your thoughts are about that. As also might be expected, Barbara had been working up a little something on the side. She's concerned that a lot of innocent people in the aerospace business and NASA are taking a heavy hit over something that wasn't their doing. Since this whole thing has been put under a White House seal, they can't defend themselves because they don't know what really happened.
That's just part of working for the bloody government, isn't it?
It is. And I know we've all seen it more times than we like to remember. But I have another concern beyond that. We got real lucky on this mission, but it might not work out that way the next time it happens. Since the government isn't going to send the Chinese a message, I think we need to.
What do you have in mind, Mac?
Well, I was thinking of taking out the operation they ran against us to snatch the Venture Star.
What's the plan?
Well, while we were away, Barbara and Akira worked with Paul to try to get a lock on how this whole thing came about. They started by working the backgrounds of the two Chinese-American astronauts and came up with something completely unexpected. You want to brief us on that, Paul? After a couple of false starts, we came up with a Chinese-born ex-Hong Kong immigrant who ended up in the aerospace engineering department at Caltech in Pasadena. Among other things, of course, this gave him access to a lot of engineering students who were moving on to NASA and the aerospace industry after graduation. We feel that he was using this personal contact to recruit agents. One of his protégés was Selena Delgado, the mission specialist on the Venture Star.
That's sweet. I thought that kind of academic hanky-panky was out of favor nowadays.
We can't confirm that aspect of it, but we do know that she was sleeping with the ship's co-pilot, Jimmy Chin, during their training period.
The lady gets around.
And Bill Garvey, Chin's predecessor. But, as luck would have it, he was killed in that car crash. We feel the crash was designed to take him out because he didn't want to go along with her piracy scheme.
Too bad we didn't run into her at Chinbaki.
I'm afraid that's one that got away, but that happens sometimes.
Anyway, everything that we turned up kept going back to this Dr. Lin and the possibility that he was the ringleader of a technical espionage network. I had him under surveillance, but he was picked up and driven across the Mexican border late last night while we were at Area 51.
What do we have left to work then?
Right before you guys came down, Barbara found another link to Lin through an ex-student of his who got caught in an industrial espionage rap. We traced him to an operation in Newport Beach called Pacific Rim Exports that deals electronic gear to Asia and Latin America.
That's a good way to be in the technology smuggling business.
That's what we thought. And better yet, we think the company's linked to Carlos Montoya, a Cuban businessman living in Mexico who dabbles in drugs and industrial espionage as sidelines.
Montoya's name has come up before as a major player with the Mexican mafia, but no one's been able to put a lock on him yet. The DEA's had him on their list, but he's never made the top 10. If he is, in fact, working with the Chinese, as far as I'm concerned, he's just moved up to the top of my list. It's also known that Montoya has a coastal villa close to Cabo San Lucas in Baja, and that could be where Lin is hiding out now. At least it's worth taking a look at. Barbara made a deal with the DEA to provide us with a yacht and a gunship so we can go down there and find out. This is all off the books, of course, so I thought I'd ask for volunteers.
Wow, hell, I'm in.
Me too.
I sure as hell owe somebody for my new stitches. I'm in.
Count me in.
I think you can count us all in, Mac. You lead, we'll follow.
Okay, then. I'll tell Barbara we're a go, and we'll hold on to these rooms until we're ready to move out. The cover documents for Mexico should catch up with us tomorrow, and once they're here, we'll launch.
In the meantime, you and I will sign off on the boat and the heavy hardware from the DEA tomorrow. David, while we're doing that, I'd like you, Carl, and Gadgets to recon Pacific Rim Exports. We'll be calling on them before we leave to try to confirm the Montoya connection. My pleasure. In the Newport Beach offices of Pacific Rim Exports, Hector Menendez was a bit puzzled. He didn't at all understand what was behind the message he had just received from Carlos Montoya, but the message itself was plain enough. The company was to shut its doors and go out of business at the end of the week. In a month, the operation would open up again in San Diego under a new name. The contents of the warehouse were to be left behind except for the material that was destined for China. That was to be immediately transported to Cabo San Lucas. The rest was to be abandoned. Further, all of his pending business transactions were to be put on hold, except for the deal concerning the zero-gravity microswitches that had been offered by the man from Florida. That transaction would be completed immediately and the switches shipped to Cabo San Lucas with the rest. Taking out the card he had been given, Menendez phoned the hotel and left a voice message for Senor Juan Rivera in room 317, inviting him to call at his earliest convenience. The phone call Blancanellis received from Pacific Rim Exports made the team's job a bit easier. Now he had an invitation to be on hand while the boys raided the place. Moving against Pacific Rim Exports before they went south made sense in a number of ways. For one, taking it out would cut the Chinese pipeline of contraband material for a while at least. They weren't naive enough, though, to think it would put an end to it. There would always be someone willing to take the risks to handle this clandestine trade. Secondly, examining the company's files might give the federal authorities an idea of how much material had been smuggled to China and exactly what it had been.
Technical intelligence worked both ways, and knowing what the enemy was interested in buying was a good clue to what they were trying to work on. Thirdly, they needed a confirmation on Carlos Montoya's whereabouts and his involvement in this affair. The man had been accused of masterminding a number of criminal enterprises, but he'd never been brought to justice because he was good at covering his tracks. If they could talk to the right people at Pacific Rim Exports, they might be able to confirm Montoya's involvement and call him to account for it. At the end of the block from Pacific Rim Exports, Gadget Schwartz and Rafael Enciso were wearing what could easily pass for phone company uniforms. Their white rental van wasn't marked, but the way phone companies changed names nowadays, it wasn't any wonder that it was hard to keep up. Their pole-climbing gear and tool belts sure looked legitimate, and it appeared that they knew what they were doing at the top of the phone pole.
Gadgets, we're ready to move in.
Copy, give me a second. Man, I can't believe they hardwired their security to the phone line. All somebody has to do to bypass the alarms is cut the line. Okay, you're free to go.
Roger, we're entering now.
Paul, you're up next. Stand by.
Roger, I'm 1 minute out and waiting.
Pacific Rim Exports was located in the warehouse and industrial area of Newport Beach, but the Stony Man warriors were all packing silenced weapons. Since this was an unauthorized operation, they didn't want to have to deal with the local authorities if someone reported hearing a firefight. The company's warehouse sat behind the office building and was surrounded by a chain-link fence topped with 3 rolls of razor wire. Considering what part of town it was in, the wire wasn't an uncommon precaution. 3 rolls, though, was a bit excessive and indicated that something was stored there that was worth stealing. Since the primary mission was to gather information, the plan was to go in without inflicting too much damage. If, however, the opposition decided to get stupid, it was no big loss. The Hoods were expecting to pay for Blancanellis' goods with heroin, and none of the Stony Man warriors had much use for drug dealers. With the security alarms turned off, James and Lyons cut through the chain-link fence and were on the grounds in a little under a minute.
We're in. Q Paul. I'm rolling, Iron Man. ETA 1 mic.
Get that, will you?
Hector Menendez didn't usually like making this kind of transaction at the office, but Montoya's instructions had been specific. Get it over with quickly and get the material headed south without delay. The van was waiting in the back to take the microswitches to the trucking company to be included in the last load headed south. Since quite a bit of product would be changing hands in payment today, he had brought extra guards with him. Rivera looked innocent enough, and his story seemed to check out, but Menendez hadn't gotten where he was by trusting anyone, and certainly not another player, no matter how small time he was. When Blancanellis arrived, he was patted down at the door before he was escorted into Menendez's office.
Ah, Rivera, please, have a seat.
Thank you.
My principals have instructed me to complete our deal. Do you have the goods with you?
Absolutely. In the trunk of my car.
What do you want for them?
Well, I was thinking that I'd like to get the retail price in China white of at least 95% purity at wholesale value. I have 208 of the switches, and the retail for the package is 186 grand.
I can do that. One of my men will go out with you and check the contents and help you bring them inside.
No problem.
And help you bring them inside.
No problem.
Get ready. Always.
What the? What the hell's going on out there? I heard somebody fall. Jose, Rico, check it out. Something's not right.
Clear in the office. Come on in.
When Rosario Blancanellis stepped over the bodies of the guards, he was relieved to see that Hector Menendez was alive. They had all been trying to look out for him in the melee, but a firefight played no favorites, even when the attackers were trying. Menendez had lucked out, though. He was still breathing. None of his hirelings were.
I need a medic in here. Phoenix too?
On the way.
James entered the room, pulling the small med kit from his assault harness. The pressure cut on the man's head was bloody but not serious. The bullet wound on the outside of his right arm was also a flesh wound. When James stepped back, Menendez was bandaged and alert. The first thing he saw was that Blancanellis was part of the gang that had invaded his business.
Do it, Brido. Mi jefe va a matarte para esto.
Not if I kill him first. And, as you said before, please speak English. My friends need to know what we're saying.
Come pinga! Vete chingada tomorrow!
He said English, amigo. Nod your head if you understand. Good. Now that I have your attention, I have a couple of questions I want you to answer. Number 1, where is Carlos Montoya? And number 2, where did he take Dr. Lin?
Please, senor. I do not know about things like that. I work for Senor Montoya, yes, but I do not know anything about his personal affairs. And I do not know who this Dr. Lin is that you ask about.
If you know nothing, you're of no use to me. Adios.
Wait!
Why? If you don't know anything, that's okay with me. I really don't care one way or the other, you know what I mean? But you were disrespectful to me, man, and that pissed me off. So I'm gonna waste you and find someone else to talk to who can tell me what I want to hear.
Please, senor, I can tell you about Montoya and the Chinese.
Oh, that's different then, amigo. You get to live.
I went with Montoya to Pasadena, and we picked up Lin at his house. From there, we went to Tijuana, Mexico, where a helicopter was waiting. From there, senor, I do not know where they went.
Does Montoya use a chopper to go to his villa in Baja?
Sometimes.
Right. So, Rivera, what do you want me to do with this guy?
My friend here still wants to kill you. Personally, I don't give a rat's ass one way or the other. But if you want to try to talk him out of it, go ahead. If you can convince him that you're going to leave California and never come back, he might let you go. But if you can't, amigo, I'm afraid it's vaya con Dios for you.
Oh, please, senor. I have a brother in Texas. I haven't seen him for years now. He has a successful Tex-Mex restaurant in El Paso, and I miss being close to my family. I swear, senor, on my mother's life and the Holy Mother, that I will never return to California for any reason.
I guess I'm just a sucker for redemption.
Oh, thank you, kind sir. Thank you.
What do you want me to do with this heroin?
Leave it here. After we've cleared the area, I'm going to give the DEA a call to come and get it and the bodies as well. And I still might leave you here too, amigo.
Oh, I think we can let him go. Hector here has promised that he's going to give up his life of crime and become a good man.
I swear.
Good. There's the door.
Goodbye.
Menendez wasted no time making himself scarce. Barbara Price was all smiles when she got the call from Bolin about the Pacific Rim exports raid. The results showed that the commandos hadn't suffered all that much from their misadventures in space. It had been a trademark Stony Man operation. Quick in, inflict maximum damage, grab what they had come for, and disappear. The bulk of the information from the Pacific Rim exports files would have to wait to be gone through, but the important thing was that they had confirmed Carlos Montoya's involvement in Dr. Lin's disappearance. They didn't get a positive location for the fugitive, but the smart money was on his being at the villa, and that put the second phase of the cleanup operation right on track. Now that the target had been confirmed, Price had Akira Takaido give Montoya's Baja villa the full close-in recon treatment. Anything in the vicinity was to be tracked and logged. It didn't take long for the satellite to pick up some interesting activities in the area. For one thing, there were two small freighters lingering around the tip of Baja on the Pacific side. One of them was of Liberian registry, but the other one was out of Hong Kong. Now that Hong Kong had gone back to the Red Chinese, their merchant fleet could no longer be considered friendly. Even more interesting were the trucks that had been spotted pulling into the villa compound and offloading cargo. They were long-distance haulers, and while the satellite's camera angle wasn't good enough to read the license plates, most of them bore American or Northern Mexican Transportation Company logos on the sides of their trailers. They weren't local delivery vans bringing cases of champagne and caviar to Montoya's latest social gathering. The presence of the trucks and the Hong Kong freighter in the same area painted a picture that fitted right in with the rest of the information they had gathered. It wouldn't be making a leap of faith to conclude that the trucks were delivering technological contraband that was going to be loaded onto the freighter. And part of that contraband would be one Dr. Lin Chu. The Stony Man warriors arrived at the San Diego moorage early the next morning to pick up their boat for the trip south.
Well, one thing I'll say about Barbara, that woman sure knows how to arrange a first-class ride. I'm almost going to enjoy this little vacation.
Since Hawkins was still recovering from the shrapnel wound he had picked up at Chinbaki, he had drawn the short straw for the wrap-up operation. That meant that he would be at the helm of the yacht Rosario Blancanales had requisitioned from the San Diego office of the DEA. The boat had been confiscated in a drug bust, and the drug agency had been more than willing to loan it to a Justice Department special agent. They had also been willing to let him borrow some heavy firepower, no questions asked, and provide the customs clearance for the operation. It was a real good example of federal interdepartmental cooperation, and it had been accomplished without having to get Hal Brignola involved. Bluncanellis's cover story invoking national security ensured that it would stay that way. The phone numbers he had given the DEA, involving several cutouts, all rang at Stony Man Farm, not the Justice Department. The additional weapons and ammunition Bluncanellis and Boland had signed for were already stored below decks, and the boat was fully provisioned for a week's sail. All they had to do was take her out and set a course south to Baja.
I love the name. Risky business. You'd think a drug dealer would know better than to advertise like that.
No, there's a lot of real dumb bastards in that particular business.
And we're going after one more of them. Well, since you're going to be the captain for this trip, TJ, I guess I'd better show you which end of this thing is the front and how to make it go.
Now, what are you talking about, man? I know all about boats. My granddad had the best little catfish boat you ever saw, and it had a real good little 12-horse motor on the back.
Come here. I'm going to show you a real boat motor, one that you don't have to hang over the side of the boat.
Yeah, I thought there was something funny about the back of this boat. I didn't see a motor.
The back of the boat is called the stern.
Whatever.
The yacht was 25 miles out to sea when the radio in the wheelhouse came alive.
Phoenix, this is Flyboy. I'm inbound ETA 05. Clear the deck and prepare to receive aircraft. Over.
Roger, Flyboy. You're clear to land.
Hi, guys. How do you like my new ride? A Hughes 500? That bird's okay, but your flying sure as hell hasn't gotten any better. You must think that you're still behind the wheel at Adventure Star. That was a fun ride, but I'll take a gunship any day. You just can't throw a space shuttle around the way you can a chopper. Speaking of guns, where are yours? They're stowed in the back where the seats usually go. I didn't want to draw too much attention to myself back at the airfield by mounting them there. There were a lot of civilians hanging around. Jack, your Hughes is matte black and completely devoid of any markings save its U.S. registration number on a tail boot. Guns aside, you probably started another wave of black helicopter government conspiracy call-ins to talk shows all over Southern California. That's okay, just as long as they don't mistake me for an alien. I'm 100% red-blooded American, born and bred. You could only be an American, lad. The way you fly, only Uncle Sam would claim you. Request permission to come aboard.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Captain. Now, where's the women?
Hey, Akira.
Hi, Barb. Hi, Kat.
Where's Bear?
Oh, he's taking a nap. This way we can keep round-the-clock surveillance of Montoya's villa.
Oh, I didn't know Bear actually slept.
So how's it look today?
I still have that one ship holding offshore.
The Hong Kong registry?
That's the one. I looked it up in Lloyd's, and it's called the Spring Rain. The other one turned out to be legit, and it went on its way.
Tag that ship. If it starts to come closer to shore, I want to know immediately.
I already have it marked.
What about those trucks we've been seeing?
There haven't been any more since yesterday, so that might be the end of it. The wrap-up wasn't only aimed at eliminating Lin and Montoya, but was also designed to destroy the shipment of high-tech contraband Lin was believed to be taking back to China with him. Every one of the trucks that had showed up at the villa over the past 2 days had offloaded cargo into the outbuildings on the compound. Captain Ellenbogen had also been following both the recon and the progress of the risky business as she sailed south. While Tokaido had been watching the trucks and the freighter, he had been trying to count the people at the villa. From what he had been able to see, there were at least 10 men on the grounds at all times, day and night. That was many more than would be needed for any kind of legitimate work around the place during the day, and the men on the night shift had to be purely security. But that many men meant that there was something there that Montoya felt was worth guarding.
What do you think, Katz?
Well, the risky business is on station, and they're ready to launch on command. I think we've seen enough, and we'd better do it now before something gets in the way or the target disappears. We have all the information we need to make the strike, and there's no point in putting it off. We also need to get this wrapped up before Hal comes back.
You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd think that he took off specifically to give us time to do this.
He is a sneaky bastard, and I wouldn't put it past him to do something like that to us. Which is all the more reason that we need to have them launch as soon as they can. We don't want him coming back unannounced and catching us with our fingers in the cookie jar.
Or on the trigger. Akira, give them the update and tell Stryker it's his call. He's clear to go whenever he wants.
After talking it over with Katzenellenbogen, Bolin had opted to make a pre-dawn insertion. With Grimaldi flying air cover for them, a daylight raid made more sense. So while the risky business stayed well offshore that night, the Stony Man crew kept watch over the target.
The spring rain's coming closer to shore, and she's got her lights off.
Let's see it.
Sure. Look at that picture. Clear as day. I tell you, night vision technology has really leapt forward recently.
The freighter's maneuvered to within 1,000 yards of the shoreline, and it looks like she's lowered her anchor. She's either going to move cargo or personnel. Judging from the recent trucks, I'd opt for a cargo transfer. Keep an eye on her and tell me how many loads she's taking on.
You going to pass this on to Stryker?
Give him a heads up and tell him we'll be keeping an eye on them. If the ship heads out to sea before dawn, we may need to board her.
The currents around the tip of Baja California, where the Pacific Ocean and the Gulf of California met, could be tricky. It made for good fishing, but small boats needed an expert hand at the wheel or the tiller. That spelled good business for the resorts and the fishing boat captains of Cabo. At the turn of the tides, however, the waters calmed enough for even personal watercraft to play in the waves. It was during one of those pre-dawn calms that the risky business pulled in close to the shore with her lights out and anchored in a little cove south of Cabo San Lucas. The black Zodiac inflatable boat with the muffled motor was quickly put over the side. Able Team loaded their heavy weapons and ammunition into the boat, and James took them into shore. As soon as the boat had been pulled back on board, Hawkins started his engines, cast off, and went back out to sea, heading east this time. When they were below the horizon, he steered north, sailing back past Montoya's villa. Half an hour later, he turned into the shore again. This time, Grimaldi piloted the Zodiac inflatable boat to take Phoenix Force into the beach. When he came back, Hawkins took his boat back out far enough to be well down over the horizon again. Now that the teams had disembarked, Hawkins was feeling a little lonely. He still had Jack Grimaldi for company, but he would have much rather been with his comrades. After being dropped on the coastline 5 miles north of Montoya's villa, the Phoenix Force warriors had moved into good observation positions and were sitting tight while the rest of the operation came together. Since Able Team had drawn the more difficult opening move, the timing was dependent upon their progress. After Able Team had landed outside of Cabo San Lucas, Blancanales had gone into town to rent a 4-wheel drive rig and had driven it back to the Cape to pick up his teammates and their heavy weapons. From there, they had driven up into the hills as far as the 4-wheel drive vehicle would go. When they could drive no farther, the mortar, RPG, and the ammunition would have to be put into position overlooking the villa. Once the mortar was in place, the fun could begin. On the fantail of the yacht, Jack Grimaldi was making a full systems check after mounting the weapons packages on his helicopter. He was very familiar with both the chopper and the armament systems, but it never hurt to double-check everything. For this mission, he had opted for a single 7.62mm minigun and 4 of the 7-round 2.75-inch rocket pods. That gave him the best mix of high-explosive and automatic weapons fire without overburdening the small bird. Even so, with 12,000 rounds of 7.62mm ammo on board, he was going to be heavy until he started using it. When Grimaldi finished and went up to the bridge, Hawkins glanced to the chopper sitting on the aft deck.
That's a bit of a come-down after flying the Venture Star, isn't it?
Not really. It was great to put a few spacecraft hours in the old logbook, but I prefer to fly a little closer to the ground. You don't have to worry about running out of oxygen in a chopper. Plus, except for that laser lash up on the Atlantis, space shuttles don't carry guns. Half the fun of flying is the shooting. Carl Lyons swept the expanse of rock one more time before signaling for Gadget Schwartz and Rosario Blancanales to move out again. The 3 Able Team commandos were wearing desert camouflage uniforms, and they blended in perfectly with the rocks of the arid terrain they were traveling through. Baja could be a tropical paradise as long as you hugged the coastline tightly, but once you got inland, it was rocky and barren. Schwartz was struggling noticeably under the weight of the 81mm mortar tube. Able Team usually didn't go in for heavy weapons, but since the assault needed to look like a military operation, the 81mm was called for.
Rather than drag around the heavy base plate and tripod that was used to support and sight an 81mm tube, Lyons had taken a shortcut. They had brought only the tube itself and would fire it by jamming the ball end of the barrel into the ground and holding onto it with a pair of asbestos gunner's gloves. Accuracy was a bit dicey firing it that way, but a good gunner could sight it by eye. Also, all 10 of the 81mm HE rounds they had brought had been pre-cut to charge 1, so the recoil wouldn't punish the guy holding the tube. It was an old guerrilla warfare solution to lightweight, mobile, heavy firepower that had been proved on many battlefields. And if they really wanted accurate shooting, they had the RPG-7 rocket launcher Blancanales was packing. When the Mexican Federales got around to surveying what was left of Montoya's villa, it would look as if it had been hit by a large force, much larger than the Stony Man team.
The man's got a lot of security down there for a summer house. I count almost 24 men.
That's not so much for a drug runner, but I haven't seen any heavy weapons, have you?
None, and only a few prepared positions. This should be a piece of cake compared to the China op. We've even got satellite overwatch this time around.
If he has a couple of 50s stashed in the shrubbery, it could make things difficult for us.
That's what we have Jack on hand for. He's good at taking out the heavy stuff.
We don't want to have to call on him until the grand finale. If he uses up all his ordnance and fire support, we'll have to blow that place ourselves, and I don't want to stick around that long. The Federales may not be all that great at rapid response, but I'd rather not chance it.
Gary won't mind, though.
And Carl might have some mortar ammunition left over as well.
Oh, wait a sec.
What did you find?
I'm monitoring the air traffic patterns right now, and I've picked up a track outside the normal flight patterns. I think I've got a chopper inbound to Cabo San Lucas, and it's headed straight for our guys' complex.
I'll call up our boys and tell them to take cover.
You hear that?
Yeah. Cover to your 5.
Is that?
That's a bell. 4:30. That's no civilian. Get your field glasses out. Who's getting out?
Looks like our man Montoya is having an Oriental guest.
If Lynn is down there, that would fit. And my guess is that he's from the mainland.
That means we have 2 people we don't want to kill. I know someone's going to want to talk to him, too.
No. No one's talking to anyone this time. We're sending a message, pure and simple.
Welcome, General Shan. How are you this fine day?
I'm fine. Are you going to show me in?
Of course. This way, General Shan. As we say here, General, my house is your house. Is there anything I can get for you, or would you like to rest before we begin? I know it was a long flight.
I am rested now, thank you. I was able to sleep much of the way from Hong Kong. Before we start, though, I would like to see Dr. Lin.
Oh, I will get him. Excuse me for saying, but your accent...
I have studied English for a long time. Longer than you, apparently. I remember asking for you to get me Dr. Lin. Did you not understand?
Oh, of course, General Shan. Right away. General Shan, I present to you Dr. Lin.
General Shan? The Technical Intelligence Bureau Chief? Oh, ni hao. It is going to be strange for me to be back in the mother country. I have lived away for so long that it seems like a dream to me. I think it will take me a while to get used to it again.
You'll not be going back to the mother country right away.
You don't want me to stay in America, do you?
No, Lin. As you well know, that would be foolish. You are to be attached to our embassy in Mexico City, where you are to continue the work you were doing in California. Montoya will continue to be your conduit for moving the needed technical material out of the United States.
But that will be almost as dangerous as being in California, General. The Yankees are known for crossing the border and kidnapping people they want to prosecute. If they learn that I'm there, I will be in danger every minute I remain in Mexico.
You will be well guarded. In fact, for your protection, you will not be allowed to leave the embassy grounds.
How long can I expect to be there, General?
As long as it is necessary for you to be there. You will run your network from Mexico City and continue to provide information and equipment to the mother country. This setback has disrupted our plans, and we must make up for it. Your network is still intact, though, and you will continue to work through it as you did before.
It will be more difficult to do my work from Mexico. Part of my success in California was that I had access to the best aerospace engineering firms in the world because of my position at the university. Well, that is gone now, and I am certain that the Yankee security agencies will be contacting everyone I ever worked with to tell them to be on guard against any further contact with me. Without that network to call upon, it will not be as easy as it was before.
Your operation will change, that is true. But you still have your hand-picked agents like Delgado, who are working on the inside. In the past, you have indicated that they are completely loyal to you. Is there any reason to believe that will have changed?
No. I believe that most of them will continue their activities.
They had better. Your future depends on them doing just that.
When do I leave?
I will be staying here until this shipment is loaded, and you will go back when I do. Until then, enjoy yourself while you can. Mexico City does not have air this clean.
Iron Man, this is Stryker. We're in place. Anytime you're ready, go for it.
Give me another 3.
When General Shan dismissed Dr. Lin Chu to go back to his room, he and Carlos Montoya started to go over the invoices of the equipment waiting to be loaded into the Hong Kong freighter waiting offshore. With the Venture Star back in American hands, the hopes of Chinese space power had crumbled. For the mother country to become a great space power, her engineers would have to start work on the stalled CZ-4 Great Leader launch vehicle program again. If that massive rocket could be made reliable, new missile platforms could be put into orbit again, and the game would go on. But before the CZ-4s would be reliable, the engineers were going to have to incorporate a great deal of borrowed American technology into the design. Hopefully, the material stored in the outbuildings around the villa would help meet those needs.
Yes, this is just what we will need. We are also in need of Illudium Q36. What was that?
I do not know. My guards are not doing anything with explosives today. This is Montoya. Report. Report!
Oh. You told me that this place was secure. You know I cannot afford to be caught in your country.
Guards, we are under attack by... my Porsche!
Your Porsche is nothing. This is mortar fire. We're being hit by a strike force.
I don't understand. I paid so much money to the Mexican authorities, I could shoot down people in the street and not get stopped.
Obviously, you haven't paid enough to keep someone from talking to the Yankees. I cannot be captured, Montoya. It is in your best interest that the People's Liberation Army not become your enemy.
Fire in the hole!
Been waiting to let loose, have you?
Oh, who the hell's shooting at us?
I've got 6 men around 300 yards, a little to the left of the garage, coming up the hill.
I've got them. Load me, gadgets. Fire in the hole! About 12 yards short. Okay, I got it. Load. Fire!
All right, they're running away. Well, those who can.
Good. Now I can get back to taking out the buildings. Load! Fire!
What is happening, General?
My guess is that your Yankee friends have come to take you back. You must be more important to them than I thought.
But how did they learn that I was here?
That is none of my concern. I am going to the boats.
What is going to happen?
I have no idea. I only know that we cannot allow you to be captured alive. Your interrogation would set our plans back 20 years.
What should I do?
Here. There's an arms rack by the door. This is an MP5. And this is a Beretta 92.
What are you doing?
I'm going back to the mother country now.
Then what about me?
You, Lin Chu, are going to stay right here.
Shan stepped over Lin's body without giving it a glance and headed for the elevator. If he could get to the freighter, he would be safe. If Montoya should somehow win this battle, he would come back for the rest of the stockpiled equipment. If not, he would cut his losses and return to China with what had already been transferred. Under the covering fire of Lyons' 81mm mortar, the Stony Man commandos had moved to the edge of the compound. Advancing into the face of oncoming mortar fire was always a tricky affair, particularly a handheld mortar. But by keeping Lyons informed of where they were, they should be able to keep out of the line of fire. When they took up positions to wait out the last of the mortar fire, Manning unlimbered his Winchester sniper's rifle and started to look for targets. If they worked this right, all they'd have to face when they got in among the buildings was a cleanup operation. That was preferable to doing a building-to-building rat hunt.
Stryker, that's the last of the 81mm rounds. I think we softened them up for you.
Roger. Good work. Just keep that RPG ready in case we run into any hard points.
We've got our side and the road out well covered. They won't be coming through this end.
When General Sean made his way to the lower-level boathouse, he saw that there were half a dozen cargo handlers from the spring rain standing around anxiously. Since the freighter's crewmen were PLA naval armed personnel, they were armed, but no one had told them what to do.
Take your weapons and help our Cuban friends fight off the Yankees. I am going out to the ship to get reinforcements.
Now that they had been commanded, the Chinese sailors ran for the stairs that led to the surface, leaving Sean alone to make his escape. Montoya had several powerboats tied up, one of them an 18-foot speedboat with a 220-horse outboard motor.
Perfect. Full tank.
Lyons' mortar attack had also been the signal for Jack Grimaldi to take to the air in his minigun ship. The black chopper, now hung with the rocket pods and the centerline minigun mount, rose off the risky business's fantail and turned toward the shore. He dropped down to wave-top level and racked the throttle to 110% as he bore in on the spring rain. When he saw that the Chinese freighter had pulled up her anchor and was heading in closer to shore, he clicked on his mic.
Stryker, this is Flyboy. It looks like our freighter is coming in closer, as if they wanted to get involved. If she's packing heavy weapons, she might ruin our whole day. I'm going to try to change their minds.
Roger. We don't need to deal with offshore bombardment.
Since he was coming in so low, the Chinese didn't spot Grimaldi until he pulled up to flash over the top of the ship's masts. He saw the startled looks on the faces of the sailors as they dived for cover and saw the officers shouting orders from the bridge. In the bow of the freighter, sailors whipped back canvas covers to reveal twin machine cannon mounts. He didn't stick around long enough to firmly ID them, but they looked like the standard communist block 37mm anti-aircraft guns. The 2.75-inch rockets in his pods were more anti-personnel and soft-skinned vehicle rounds than something one would choose to attack a ship. But the freighter shouldn't be packing any armor on her belt line. It was just a tramp freighter with a couple of guns welded to the deck, not a World War II Q ship. The hull plates would be far less than an inch thick, and they would be cold-rolled steel, not armor plate. The two rockets could punch through them without much effort. Stomping down on the right rudder pedal and slamming the cyclic over against the stop, Grimaldi racked the chopper in a tight bank turn and came in on an attack run. With the chopper's skids barely clearing the water, he started triggering the rockets in pairs. The rockets hit a foot above the waterline and blew jagged holes in the hull plates, but they were too far up for water to pour in. The 37mm gun crew had finally gotten his number. It was time to do some of that fancy flying he liked to brag about. Hauling up on the collective to pull maximum pitch to the spinning rotor blades, Grimaldi pulled the nimble Hughes into a zoom climb before laying it on its left side in a snap turn. As he flashed past the bridge, he triggered the minigun pod. As he flashed overhead, he saw blood spattered on the bridge windows. Once he had cleared the ship, he dropped back down to wave-top level, trying to keep the bulk of the freighter between him and the autocannon. 1,000 yards out, he snapped the speeding chopper into a pedal turn and came around to do it again. This time, he came in from the ship's starboard rear quarter. Those rockets hit in exactly the right place and blew holes in the hull at the waterline. As far as damage went, these weren't big holes, but they were big enough to let water in, which should be enough. No captain was going to risk further damage. But he still had to take care of the 37mm gun. General Sean gaped as he watched the small gunship chopper savage the ship he had expected to escape on. The crew of the Spring Rain were from the People's Liberation Army naval arm, but they were getting beaten like novices. As he turned the speedboat away, he saw an ocean-going yacht on the horizon several miles farther out. He didn't know if the boat had anything to do with this attack, but maybe it could serve as his escape out of a rapidly deteriorating situation. He had to reach international waters before the Mexican officials arrived. Under no circumstances could he allow himself to be captured.
Flyboy, this is Stryker. Montoya's taking off in his chopper, and we're not in position to take him under fire. I didn't see if the Chinese got on board too, but I need you to take it out.
I'm on him, Sarge. He hauled back on the cyclic control and pulled maximum pitch to go into a zoom climb. When he reached 1,000 feet, he saw a Black Bell helicopter rise up over the cape before turning and dropping behind the cover of the sea cliffs. It was flying south and had a 10-mile head start on him. Twisting the throttle up against the stop, he fine-tuned the pitch to the rotor to get maximum RPM out of the screaming turbine. When he saw that Montoya's chopper was still pulling away from him, he reached out to trigger the release for the rocket pods, but thought better of it. He had only 2 rockets left anyway, and the drag was slowing him down. Glancing at the ammo counter for the minigun, he saw that he had only a little over 800 rounds left in the magazine. At 1,200 rounds per minute, that didn't give him much firing time, about 40 seconds. But unless the enemy chopper was armored like a gunship, a good 5-second burst should be enough to take care of it. There was little Hawkins could do on the risky business but watch the fight and listen to the comlink chatter over the radio. To make it worse, he didn't have anything heavier than his H&K subgun on board, so he had to keep out of range of the Chinese ship's machine cannon. He knew the kind of damage 37mm HE rounds would do to their ride home.
What the? Is that? Oh, shoot.
Flyboy, this is Phoenix 5. I got a speedboat coming right toward me at full throttle. I think it escaped from the villa, and I know I can't outrun it. If there's more than a couple of guys in it, I'm gonna have my hands full. Over.
Roger. Try to hang on for a bit, Phoenix 2. I'm tied up right now, but I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Don't take too long. I'm setting the course parallel to the shoreline.
Hawkins engaged the boat's autopilot and reached for his H&K. It was time to prepare to repel boarders. Ducking into his stateroom, he looked around to see if someone had left some extra firepower behind. Maybe a loose grenade or two. It was too bad that they'd only brought 1 RPG with them.
The mercs are pulling back to the main house, Stryker. Looks like they're joining up with our Chinese associates.
Can you stop them?
Not from up here.
Damn. Now we're gonna have to go in and dig them out. Give us support, Able Team.
Leaving the mortar tube behind, the 3 Able Team commandos grabbed the RPG launcher and headed down the hill to join their Phoenix Force comrades. This was the part of the operation they hadn't wanted to undertake, but battles had a way of taking their own direction. When General Shan got close enough to the yacht, he saw only 1 man in the wheelhouse and no one on the deck. When he saw that the fantail of the boat was big enough to land a small helicopter, everything clicked into place. He had found where the mystery gunship had come from and how the Yankees had been transported to Baja. He was a bit surprised to see that this wasn't a more massive operation, but was little more than a commando raid. It struck him, though, that the attack on Chinbaki had been a commando raid, too. It could be that the two were connected. Regardless, the yacht was now his objective, and he had to capture it. As soon as the rocket pods fell away from Grimaldi's speeding chopper, the airspeed indicator inched up, and he slowly started to draw closer to Montoya's aircraft. Even so, with the head start it had, it was going to be a long chase. The little Hughes 500 was fast for her size, but the Bell 430 was much more powerful, and even though it was heavier, that extra power translated into speed. He had pulled to within a mile or so of the fleeing chopper when it suddenly whipped around and turned back into him. With a closing rate of almost 400 miles per hour, they were nose to nose in a flash. Even though the Bell wasn't wearing weapons mounts, her doors were slid back and men were leaning out with assault rifles. Grimaldi abruptly chopped his pitch and the Hughes fell out of the sky as the rotors lost lift. The enemy fire flashed over his head. Pulling pitch, he stomped down on the right pedal and let the rotor's torque snap his tail around so he was lined up with the enemy aircraft. The enemy pilot sideslipped as he racked his machine around into another attack run. Whoever was piloting that thing was good, but Grimaldi had flown gunships against the best pilots in the world, and this guy just wasn't in that category. That didn't mean, though, that he could afford to be sloppy. More good pilots had died from being sloppy than from bad luck. Jack Grimaldi was at a disadvantage in this fight because his minigun mount was fixed to fire forward. It had to be pointed directly at what he wanted to hit. Since the Bell had door gunners on each side, they could bring fire on him from almost any quarter and could keep him under fire even when he was flying away from them. An idea came to Grimaldi that could tip the odds in his favor, something his rigid rotor system was uniquely capable of doing. When When the door gunner's fire made him break off his next pass, he flew past the bell before racking his machine into a vertical climb. When he had gained several hundred feet, he pulled the Hughes over onto her back and for an instant was flying upside down. Pulling through the inside loop, he came down above Montoya's chopper and a little to the rear, with it fixed in his gun sight. When Grimaldi came out of his loop, the bell was falling from the sky, trailing smoke and flame. The transmission had declutched, though, and the ship was auto-rotating enough that it didn't plunge nose first into the ocean. A few yards above the wave tops, the pilot pulled pitch and managed to set his machine on the water right side up. Grimaldi saw at least two figures inside struggling to get free before it sank. Since this operation was intended to send a message, Grimaldi swooped over the floating wreckage for another pass. Even though no one would survive to pass the word on, if the bullet-riddled bodies were recovered, they would show that it was hazardous to one's health to operate against the United States. The Chinese might pay well, but they couldn't protect a person from the long arm of Uncle Sam.
Phoenix 5, I'm bingo ammo, but I'm on the way back. Phoenix 5, PJ, come in, PJ. Sarge, I'm on the way back, but I can't raise TJ.
We haven't heard from him either. You better check it out.
I'm on the way. Phoenix 4, we can't get close. What's the situation up there?
They've barricaded the doors and are shooting wildly at the windows. What, can't you get a shot?
Negative. We are pinned down. Are you in position?
Sure thing, Phoenix 1. I'm on the hillside with a good angle of fire.
Then what are you waiting for?
On it.
Phoenix 1 to Paul, you are clear to fire. Phoenix 4, continue cover fire.
Cover fire, he says. I'll show you cover fire.
All to Phoenix 1, acknowledged. RPG-7 ready to fire.
Good shot, Paul. You took out the door to the patio. Now, just one more inside.
Acknowledged.
Is that it?
Everybody stay hot. I see movement.
They're charging! Everybody, fire!
Is that all of them?
I think so. Why'd they all charge?
I guess they just wanted to die like men.
What a fucking waste.
Even though Sean believed that there was only one man on the yacht, he wasn't about to take any chances. He had his MP5 ready as he scrambled onto the deck. No one was in sight, but he saw an inflatable boat in the water. No one was in the boat either, but the outboard motor on the back was running at an idle. It looked as though the man he had seen on the bridge had tried to abandon his boat. Apparently, though, something had happened and he had gone over the side. If that was the case, the man's fate was of no importance to him, but he would search the yacht anyway. After clearing the top deck, Sean went up to the bridge and saw that the boat was on autopilot. He left it that way until he could complete his search. The door leading to the staterooms was closed, and he crouched beside the sill when he opened it. Peering down, he saw that the companionway was empty. Holding the MP5 in one hand and the pistol in the other, he started down into the dimly lit cabin. He was so intent on looking for his opponent that he didn't see the OD nylon cord lying across one of the steps.
Never try to sneak up on a ranger.
You guys can come back anytime you want now.
I got rid of the hitchhiker.
Roger. We're about done here as well.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
Hal, welcome back.
It's good to be back, Barb.
Well, you're looking rather chipper today.
Things are all in the green for a change. I think the man misplaced my extension number again. Oh, did you happen to catch the CNN report on the shootout at the drug lord's villa down in Baja yesterday? It was the top-of-the-hour story.
Yeah, I saw it last night. It only goes to show you that those drug gangs will do anything to eliminate their competition.
Yeah. There was also an interesting report from the Mexican Coast Guard in that same area, too. I don't think it made the news, but I saw it on the NSC Intel summary this morning. It seems that one of their patrol boats picked up some Chinese sailors in a life raft off the Cape. It took some time before they could get an interpreter flown in from Mexico City so they could get their story.
And what was it?
Well, they claimed that they'd been attacked by some kind of helicopter gunship that strafed and rocketed their ship. No one really believed that, but they were close enough to the tip of Baja, so it could be that whoever attacked the villa thought they were running drugs too.
I guess you have to watch what neighborhoods you go into down there.
Particularly if you show up in the middle of a firefight.
Particularly then.
Anyway, has Stryker checked in with you lately?
The last thing I heard, he and the guys were fishing their way down to Puerto Vallarta.
That's great. Let them relax without bugging them, but make sure that they get that fancy boat back to the DEA when they're finished, will you? I don't want to have to pay for it.
Sure thing, Hal.
Colonel Greg Cunningham and the other 2 Atlantis astronauts were in pre-mission training at Vandenberg Air Force Base for another classified mission in space. This time, they were going up on the Endeavour to try to salvage their old shuttle. In a series of spacewalks, they would remove the damaged cargo bay doors and fit new ones in their place before trying to fly it home. Even damaged, a space shuttle was simply too valuable to abandon. If it was at all possible to repair the Atlantis, it would be returned to Earth intact. If it couldn't be salvaged, though, it would be sent crashing into the Pacific Ocean. One way or the other, it was coming back to Earth. The mission was not only to recover a valuable space shuttle, but there was also the brilliant Pebbles laser mounted in her cargo bay. It had proved to be a weapon of great potential, and the Alamogordo Weapons Development Center wanted it back at all costs. The president had instituted a new black project to make a series of laser weapons and get them ready for use in space immediately. If one enemy could mount a strike from orbit, another one could get the same idea, and America had to be defended. As with the original Atlantis mission, this flight was also wrapped in deep security. Again, no announcements were being made, and Bill Kruger had kept on the same team who had launched the earlier flight. The Delta Force security was still in place, although most of the gunships had returned to their bases.
Did you see the LA Times yesterday?
I'm afraid I didn't, Bradley. Why?
Well, it seems that there was some kind of major dust-up at some drug lord's villa on the tip of Baja, California. No one's accepting responsibility as yet, but when the Mexican authorities showed up to count the bodies, they found a Chinese-American aerospace engineering professor from Caltech among the dead. No one knows what he was doing down there, and particularly what he was doing with an ex-Cuban suspected of being in the drug business.
Interesting. Might be that our buddies were at work again.
I know what they told us, but that story was straight out of some paperback spy thriller. I'd like to know who they really were.
I guess we'll never know, will we, Boyd?
Colonel Gregory Cunningham did know, however, that his old wingman, Kurt Miller, had been avenged. He also knew that it would be a long time before anyone ever thought about hijacking an American space shuttle again. Stony Man Star Venture is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2007, Don Pendleton. Production copyright 2007, The Cutting Corporation.